and stuff
Uh-huh.
all year, man. Just a
Nice.
whole bunch of whatever I see, from what I've learned from you guys to learn the history of the coin, see where it's been, definitely zoom out, so you can gauge. And it's done pretty well for me. So I've been doing a lot of short snipes, jumping in and out of whatever.
It's good. Yeah, as long as sometimes it sucks seeing your fiat value drop, but as long as you can buy more crypto today than you were able to buy, some other day, that's kind of, the other side of the coin, basically.
Yep, true. I mean, I would be tempted to bounce out of Doge and then jump into Crow because Crow really does look like it's in a nice position, man. But
It's risky. Yeah, I just did it for the high risk factor. I'm like, if this does rip, it's going to rip real quick and unexpectedly because everyone's flooding it. And it's down 22% on the 24-hour. It's probably down the most out of a lot of these coins. So it has the most, I guess, the biggest room for retrace, up top.
yeah, I like the way it looks, man.
I think you have better odds of Elon tweeting than Crow doing a full recovery this late. And sorry about that, my internet cut out, so I had to change network. Hopefully I don't sound weird or anything.
No, you sound normal to me, dude.
A lot of these coins are approaching their moving average on the shorter time frame, like the 5 minutes.
Go to Peter and Sphinx again. Go ahead, guys.
Mario,
sorry, Kyle. Sorry, continue. Sorry. Go
from Crypto.com is doing an AMA today.
Perfect. Yeah, Peter, Sphinx, Sean, go ahead.
Yeah, so the question, Kyle, you asked is like, what do we do in this world where like everything is probably a security because everybody's using it to raise funny money, and like that's a bad idea. Like you're probably right. The idea is though, if like your company or your entity has created a token, who cares if it's a security if you're simply not selling it? You can just release it into the world. It can be kind of a DeFi protocol. And this whole thing, by the way, a lot of compassion to the users, especially the new users who were just brand new to FTX, who saw Super Bowl ads. But this is a victory for DeFi. I mean, you see the Trust Wallet price pumping. Like companies aren't. I mean, the good companies are not just dumping their DeFi tokens on the market. Sure, DeFi is also a magnificent vehicle for scammers, and people need to get smart on that. But yeah, like a centralized entity dumping all their tokens on the market is always going to be a major red flag. Always has been, always will be, and that's why I'm not so worried if the securities laws apply to that kind of business model.
Yeah, well said.
Well, even I mean, accepting even the securities laws, like take the securities laws out for a second. The problem that these tokens have is even when you have really great tokenomics, they exist within the ecosystem of that project. When you take the token out of that ecosystem, it has to fend for itself in the jungle of a US dollar world, right?
Exactly.
And it's measured against this dollar. That's gravity, and it can't swim, man. It can't make it when you're fighting against the central bank in the United States of America and the dollar. That's the problem that it keeps bumping up against.
Unless you find a way for it to like be a way to organize communities. And I know this sounds kind of pie in the sky, but this is why I'm bullish on things like sports fan tokens and like other things where like there's an external reason to be a part of it, where it like makes people feel good. They can use it to buy merchandise, blah blah blah. It's a whole different kind of business model that kind of fuses a centralized interest or hobby like a sports team with DeFi principles. But if a
And that
centralized
kind of,
interest is a corporation, sorry, go ahead.
no, I was just gonna like affirm the point you've made. For people listening, we just cannot throw everything in the same basket, because I'm seeing a lot of people coming to the space that don't understand crypto, regulators or influential people outside the crypto space. Just want to make sure they understand that events like this don't make crypto as bad, all of crypto bad. Tokens like FTT doesn't mean all exchange tokens are in that basket, or it doesn't mean that all tokens in general are in that basket. So just wanted to really affirm that point. And the reason I jumped in to kind of mention it is just I saw someone influential join the audience, and I wanted to make sure they get that point if they missed it earlier. So I'll let you continue, but I just wanted to really make it clear. And I don't want to just have that. I'm trying to play my part in not creating a false perception of crypto just because of a few bad actors.
Yeah,
No,
John,
I
I
agree,
don't,
Mario.
I don't know.
I'll just finish. I don't have to go on too much farther. Yeah, like there is no such thing as crypto writ large. There still is always going to be a centralized actor at the heart of it. And so, yeah, you do have to trust that they're not going to mess up. But at the end of the day, if it's done through decentralized protocols like Uniswap, it's very different than exchanges.
It doesn't, John. It doesn't have to survive on its own out in the wild. It only has to survive within its own ecosystem, right? And as long as there is demand and utility and an adoption comes, because we haven't seen any Web3 app being adopted by mainstream yet at all. But imagine that when one finally is, because it's easy to use and it's beneficial and it's 10x better than the incumbent in which it disrupts, and people have to have that token to participate in the ecosystem, then naturally, if it's got a fixed supply, the price of that token will increase as adoption happens, right? And it doesn't have to survive outside of its own ecosystem. It just has to survive. The product has to be useful.
Yes. So ultimately, the surface area of the ecosystem that you're describing is limited to whatever the goods, services, experiences, luxury premiums, and IP that are offered within that ecosystem can give you. Otherwise, when you try to take that value and use it anywhere in any way in the dollar-based world, it doesn't stand up. So, what are you talking about? Games, maybe? Somebody mentioned the fan experience. Sure. I mean, there's places and spaces for crypto like this to exist. But if it has to go out into the outside world and you have to use this to pay for things like your mortgage or your car payment, you have to infuse these assets with USD. And there was a conversation earlier about treasury management. And my gospel, at ETH Denver, I sat down with Harmony, I sat down with Badger, I sat down with every single DAO I could meet, and I was like, give me 10% of your treasury, I'm going to put it in real estate. And then if everything goes to pot, at least 10% of your treasury is going to be, in an asset that can't go to zero. I'm not saying that it's like, immune from the gyrations of markets, but it can't go to zero. And so if more of these protocols actually did this, I think that these tokens would have a lot more success. We might even not be here today.
The thing is,
let me just give you the flip side of that, John. And I like what you're saying. I really do, and it makes sense. But just going back to the FTT token, and I'm not a fan. I'm not saying anything good here about FTX, FTT, but just in terms of utility, it's a token. It's a platform-centric token, where if you own that token, you essentially, and the token gets burnt every time there's a transaction. I'm not sure if that was the exact use of FTT, but I'm assuming that's what the use would have been. You're essentially taking part in the profits of the exchange. That is a use case. Do you need to take the FTT token and buy something with it somewhere else? You don't. If you need to buy money with what you hold as value, you need to sell that token into USD and then go out and buy what you have to buy. You don't need to necessarily take that token across anywhere, any bridge to interact with it. You just need to sell it. Now, to go back to your point about putting 10% of the treasury into real estate, that's a fantastic idea. It's good because you're essentially investing into something that appreciates historically in value. But what's step one? You're going to have to sell 10% of your treasury in order to put it into that real estate. So the whole thing is just a lot more complicated than it sounds.
It is, and you're right. And selling your treasury to create the fiat to buy the real estate puts downward pressure on your token. But let's go back to the token to begin with. So you gave the example of FTT, and you said, look, if these guys didn't hypothecate it, they weren't playing games, if they're burning this thing, you're participating in the profits. And the key there is participating in the profits. The way that you raise money by letting people participate in profits is through this thing called equity. It exists. We didn't have to make a token that gives you no claim on equity to do it. The fact that they wanted to do it this way was just a way to create money out of thin air. And so it was valueless at inception because it was meant to not dilute their equity. That's why it existed, period. Because they could have just issued equity.
You're 100%.
I do agree that you can look at these tokens as tokenized equity would be the ideal way to kind of label this. And so like I do like a lot what John said about like if we had a nice easy framework that was, people could just sign up, it would be a low barrier to entry, a quick process, where these would now be, instead of utility tokens, they would be security tokens. Like that would make it much better for a lot of people. And then you can do all kinds of things that tokens are meant to do, like shares of profits and profit distribution and revenue share, and expectations of profits, things like that as well. And then only like the really hardcore, super decentralized maxi kind of protocols that really, really, really have true utility could then be utility tokens.
Kyle, you're chopping like crazy. Just quickly, Thierry, we've been trying to get you back on stage for the last 20 minutes first. Really appreciate your perseverance and being patient with us, and would love to know, the message you sent us, if you can elaborate on it and tell the audience.
Thank you. So I'm going to be trying to be very careful with my words because this is extremely sensitive, right? And we're talking about the chair of the SEC. So just to give you an idea, and I'm trying to formulate this in a way so that it's not accusative, but just to give you an idea of how deep the rabbit hole goes, right? We know that SBF studied at MIT. We know that Gary used to be a professor at MIT. And here's the key. The boss of Gary when he was a professor is a gentleman called Glenn Ellison. Now, the daughter of Glenn Ellison is Caroline Ellison, who was the CEO of Alameda. Okay, so just that as a piece of information here, in terms of connecting the dots of one can think that the U.S. is a good jurisdiction, but it doesn't protect you necessarily against the thing. It's a very small world, and so that's all I'm going to say for now.
All right. So just to get that again, so can you go through it again? So
okay. So SBF studied at MIT. Yeah.
Okay. So SBF. Let me just go through it one by one. Okay. SBF studied at MIT. All right. Perfect. Next.
Okay. Now, second point is Gary Gensler, the current head of the SEC, used to be a professor at MIT. Okay, that's another statement of truth. The boss of Gary is a gentleman called Glenn Ellison. When he was at MIT, his boss was Glenn Ellison. He's a professor currently at MIT.
So he was the boss of Gary at MIT.
When Gary was at MIT. Okay, that's another point of fact, right? And finally, the daughter of the boss of Gary is Carolyn Ellison. And Carolyn Ellison is the CEO of Alameda Research.
Jesus.
So that's
Okay.
all I'm going to say, okay? Just to be clear here, because, you know, you connect the dots, but it's pretty evident that, you know, people might not be fit to judge other people in this particular sentence. And this joins the statements I was making when I was saying that I personally, and this is a personal opinion, I personally believe that, you know, only SBF and the people close to him knew, right? And that what I fear the most is for the directors who might not have known or might not have been implicated, for them to have been framed into taking positions of responsibility so that ultimately it falls on them.
Okay, so first, Jerry, I I appreciate you constantly sharing this information, because I know you have a friend who's a senior person that is being implicated into this, and you think that many, including him, are unfairly being brought into the mess.
Right.
So,
So just to correct the language here, I
sorry.
think precisely that he's not implicated in this. He
Oh,
just
okay.
happens to be a person of interest.
Oh, okay, my
Because he's
answer.
a
Okay, the
director
person,
of.
perfect. So the person of interest, my apologies. And then the information you're mentioning right now, just want to make sure this is all, because no one's brought it up. So I don't know if no one has
I
noticed it,
think
but
nobody knows, and nobody's going to write
no one
about
knows, but no one knows that the daughter of the chairman of the SEC is the CEO of Alameda Research.
And she also
it.
dated Sam.
Is the daughter of the former boss.
The boss of the SEC. Oh shit! Yeah, I wrote it down. And she also dated Sam.
Yep.
Well, that I don't know, but apparently she's a Harry Potter fan. But the point being, the current SEC head, okay, used to work for the father of Research's CEO.
This is something that was shared. I think I think this was out a couple of days ago. I'm not. I think so.
Yeah, I missed it. Do you mind finding it so at least we have a source
I
as
mean,
well?
you can go on Wikipedia. And
Yeah,
it says all this
I checked it.
information.
I googled it. I googled briefly a few of the points, and they all checked out. Yeah, that's just so
This
fucking
goes
weird.
back. This goes back to the question about Dan Friedberg. If theoretically SBF has access to Gensler via his girlfriend, come CEO's father, he can't find somebody to compliance who wasn't sniped off in a fraud charge for a poker heist. I mean,
Okay, let me be the legal party pooper in the room for a second though. So we're all finding these dots. You know, from my stock trading background, there's always a lot of dots, and sometimes they connect and sometimes they don't. Now we're talking about people that are in, you know, regulated industries in the United States, or people that are in the government, people in the SEC, etc. So if you fill in the gaps with opinions or theories, just be clear that you say that. Don't start making claims, because there's a ton of people in this room right now, and you could cause yourself legal liability. And while we're on this Friedberg subject, if anyone here knows Tom Dwan, if they could get Tom Dwan in this room, it seems like he has a lot of information.
So
There's
yeah,
some pretty
chat if you
notable
can.
people in here.
Yeah, chat if you can bring up Ton Dwan. In the meantime, so anyone that has more clarity on what was mentioned now, like I just got a DM now to get some facts straight. Gary Ellison was not his boss. Glenn Ellison was not his boss. Was not Gary Gensler's boss. Gary taught a crypto finance class at MIT out of Sloan, the business school. Yeah, all right. So that's Alex giving some clarity. So if someone can give us some more clarity on this, and by the way, I'm not implying anything at all. I think Cherry is as well. It's just we're mentioning a few.
That's what I'm trying to say. Is like, I'm not trying to make a story out of
No,
nothing.
Terry's doing a great job.
Okay, I'm just
I
trying to
agree.
say that it's a small world. Okay, and that, I mean, let's take a look at facts of truth, right? The CEO of Alameda was clearly not fit for the job. Okay, if you look at her profile and her age, right? I think ultimately, you know, if you want to talk about this in a broader sense, it's a matter of governance. Okay, And a lack of governance is the main issue and main problem here. Is, do you have conflict of interest is the first question, right? And then, do you have the appropriate experienced people looking at the governance of the company? That's pretty much the questions I'm asking. I'm not trying to make accusations, and that's why I'm being
No,
very
they're good. Look,
careful
they're
with
good
my
questions, and not you're. I think everyone's doing a great job at asking questions and being very careful in how it's being asked. And I know Kristen is trying to come up, who's got a lot of clarity on this point, and she's been trying to come up for a while to share a lot of information. So, Kristen, I've been trying to bring you up for a really long time, just as long as Thierry, actually a bit less time, but and I've been struggling to do so. So I've just sent you another request via DM. And I'll try to keep playing around. If any speakers get removed from stage as well, it's glitching, so I do apologize. You could just request again in DM. But I do want to go to Jordan. Jordan, before we go to Robin, Piotr, and while waiting for Kristen to come on and clarify this point, Jordan, you had a different take on the whole FTX saga, which I always try to get different sides to every coin so we can balance the discussion. So would love your take on this as we wait for Kristen to join.
Yeah, I appreciate the time, Mario. And dude, you are an absolute champ. You've been going nonstop, marathoning yesterday and again today. I feel like every time I log into Twitter, you're still going here. So definitely appreciate you. And there's been some amazing people in this space. So I do appreciate all the comments from the rest of the people up here on stage. I wanted to comment specifically. I think, Kyle, you made some comments on, or I think some of the panelists made the comment that FTT had no utility. And I want to be careful in doing that. Mario, you were quick to jump in because there's a lot of people listening. A lot of people are coming to Twitter Spaces really just to make sense of everything that's happening. I think, I've been in some, Mario, I was with you yesterday. What I'm noticing is that a lot of FTX users, first, we have to recognize so many people came to crypto for the first time through these CeFi platforms, are listening to spaces like this to try to get information. I think all of us are learning so much in doing this, but what FTX issued FTT really, and they're not the only ones that do it. We have it with BNB, we have it with CRO. These are almost like loyalty point systems, almost like, you fly American Airlines, you get American Airlines points. You fly Singaporean Airlines, you get Singaporean airline points. When you use these platforms, typically they're using their native platform token as a means of user acquisition. It's like when you signed up for PayPal back in the day and you got $20 in sort of free deposit credit. I think we need to recognize that, but also recognize that token ecosystems typically should be bifurcated. There's a for-profit commercial entity, as we saw with Consensus, but also the foundation, the sort of non-for-profit governance that's supposed to be behind these sort of decentralized organizations. And a lot of groups have adopted that model. You've got, the for-profit commercial entity going to market. The point I want to make here is that I do believe FTT actually does have utility. It had the utility. We had someone in the spaces that I hosted yesterday that actually said that they were staking massive amounts, hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of FTT because they were an active trader. They were using FTX like a bank account, and they staked it because they paid discounted trading fees and because they got discounted withdrawals. Similarly, people who use crypto.com were duped into, you could say duped, or they were convinced to use crypto.com because if they staked hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of CRO, they got this cashback incentive card that gave them at one point 10% cashback, but also more commonly 4% or 5%. So we can argue, and I would actually agree that most of the coins in the market have no utility, but some of these exchange issued coins have, I think, some of the utmost utility in the space outside of the layer 1 protocol coins, in that they did reward the earliest users of the ecosystem. And if you were early to Binance and you accrued a lot of BNB, you did fairly well. BNB did a pretty good job capturing the network effects of the crypto ecosystem. As Binance grew, so did the value in BNB tokens. So I wanted to make that point.
So I just have some breaking news here that just crossed the wires from Binance CEO. He says, never shorted FTT. Still have a bag of it as we stopped selling FTT.
So Jordan, on your point, what you're describing would definitely 100% be some sort of like modern day Web3 version of airline points or whatever, but it's security. It's definitely not a true crypto utility token whatsoever. Like to be clear, like if you like study token economics, you would understand that like their intention are meant to be like in a way that's create utility within an ecosystem. What you're talking about is just incentive, or like you said, a rewards program. So I do like what you said though about kind of maybe classifying these things into different groups, so people can understand better like kind of what their purposes are, because yeah, like while that might be some sort of use case for it, it certainly is not what tokens
Yeah.
were meant for.
You,
Right.
use case irrelevant, like Jordan. Unfortunately, mate, when you take money and you designate a value to these and you fiat on ramp onto them, they're no longer a utility. They're security.
Yeah, that's
So
exactly right.
Yeah,
I appreciate the thoughtful.
when you're accumulating your Amex points, or you're frequently flying with American Airlines or British Airlines or whoever it may be, those are actually reward incentives, right? You're not actually paying for them physically outside of your purchase of a ticket or anything like that, right? The difference with FTT token is they're giving it a designated value, and they're allowing on-ramping through a fiat on-ramp onto that token, right? All of a sudden, it's no longer a utility. It's no longer an incentive. It's a security. I don't care how you're paying it. I don't care what picture you give to it. It's a security, right? It has a designation of an intent, right, through the Howey test to designate and to receive a intrinsic value and a reward and a profit based upon what you paid for it.
And
I would actually, I'm actually agreeing with you, Top Boy. I actually agree with exactly what you just said from the perspective of, I think a lot of us forget that CZ used BNB to capitalize Binance. BNB was one of the original ICOs. And I think that if we were to go back and apply securities law to that, I would actually agree with you that BNB should be classified like that. What I'm trying to highlight, and I think this is the larger point of the entire ecosystem and how we got here. You have a lot of people issuing cryptocurrency, and in the word cryptocurrency is the word currency. And most of these coins have no monetary policy whatsoever. And I know that's counter to crypto itself. Bitcoin doesn't have a monetary policy. It's open source code powered on, on this, through this decentralized computing network. But the other more centralized issuers, you're right, use them to capitalize. If there were a right way to do it, though, you wouldn't sell the token at all. Surely there would be a way to issue a platform-based ecosystem like an FTX, not use it in the way that SBF did, and use it as a pure way to propel your customer acquisition flywheel. And maybe this is what Hester Peirce was going after with her safe harbor proposals, where while many people originally use their coins for fundraising, maybe there is this sort of metaphoric bridge where on the other side of it, these things start to gain utility and become properly, fully decentralized.
I don't even think it's metaphorically that they gain. Once you give something an intrinsic value in a dollar format, then you bridge that gap from utility to being a security and being a hedge against some sort of profit. What you're seeing here, right, is when I accumulate Amex points, I'm not accumulating them within a dollar value. At no point am I able to actually off ramp them into US dollar, right? I'm accumulating a utility, right, and I get rewards points through a system, but at no point am I able to actually off ramp that into US dollar. And this is where crypto kind of fails, right? In the sense that everything that's denominated within FTT, BNB, everything has a dollar value. It's not actually a reward system. You can try and paint it like it is, right? But at the end of the day, right, you're printing it out of thin air. You're giving it a USD denominated value. That has to match up somewhere in the back end for somebody to be able to pull that money. Right? If all of a sudden, right, let's imagine American Express said, okay, everybody that has 1 point of American Express is equal to $1. You can pull that out through your credit card. All of a sudden, do you think American Express would have the liquidity to be able to pay everybody out $1 for every American Express point?
Yeah,
No.
but that's not what that makes it a secure. I mean, if it was used to capitalize an exchange, if you're issuing a coin to capitalize the creation of a new company, totally aligned with you. That's square in the center of the Howey test. You're making some promises. People are buying this thing because they think it's going to accrue value and it's going to be worth something. Providing fiat to crypto on ramps, there's lots of things that you can buy a Beanie Baby and sell a Beanie Baby.
Anybody in this spaces, do you think any of them bought it for the utility of some discounted fucking trading?
Well,
or do you think they bought it?
Top Boy, you make a really, really, really excellent point. I just tweeted out a paper by New York crypto lawyer, this guy Lewis, who I know from the community, who's brilliant. He just wrote a 170-page paper on why fungible tokens are not a security. And I haven't read the whole thing, but there are pieces of it that are brilliant. And the first 10 pages creates a different framework for us to even scrutinize whether or not something passes the Howey test. And what he kind of lays out is this idea that a token isn't binary. It's not a security or not a security. A token could be a security or not a security depending at what inflection point along its life cycle you enter into its life and scrutinize it. Yeah. So if I tell you, listen, I'm starting a new company and I need $500,000, I'm going to sell you these securities because I'm going to hit it big and you're going to make a lot of money with it. These tokens rather. That's security. Yeah. If I take that money and I deploy it into my capital stack, into my operating budget so that I can fund my company, I've issued a security, period. Correct. Whether or not I've given you the right to that or not, I've issued you a security. Yeah. However, there's all of these different inflection points with these tokens that they maybe aren't a security. Like, for example, if you're using it at one moment, like Amex points, but you're not hypothecating it and you're not selling it, you're not off-ramping it into USD. If it's simply a reward at that exact moment in its life cycle, it's not a security. But that doesn't preclude it from being a security before or after.
But this is the issue, right? Like, for example, right? Like, let's say Yuga Labs selling like apes, right? For example, right? Do you think they're selling apes? Like, at some point they're going to off-ramp that money, right? Am I correct?
Look, guys.
Yes. So at any point, everybody's going to convert this back to fiat. Like, you're stupid to not think that it would. So what I'm saying is at any point, right, it doesn't matter how you wrap this up. At some point, there is an intention for profit and an intention to be able to use this money to run your DevOps or whatever it may be. At some point, you're going to tap into that to convert it back to fiat. And that's the problem, right? I'm not saying, oh, look, I don't care what people use these tokens for, etc. But what I'm saying at some point, right, is the rehypothecation and the use of the funds eliminates that fiat from the system, which causes a leverage position regardless that needs to be fixed within the system, and it can't be when there's volatility within the asset itself.
Look, you have to think about this. This is the most critical part of a token. Like, and everyone has to understand the root of why they exist, right? They exist because they're supposed to have economic value. They're supposed to act as an incentive for people to do something within an ecosystem, right? And that otherwise people just don't do stuff, right? That you have to be rewarded. And it's general rule for anyone listening to this, you have to ask yourself, is this company or this project that I'm investing into, can it operate without a token? If the answer is yes, it doesn't need the token, right? So if it has one, it's a gimmick. It's something, it's fugazi, right? It's something, it might accrue value, maybe, but and you're gambling, but it has no underlying value, right? It is critical that a token really is supposed to be used for decentralized protocols, decentralized apps. Like, that's why they were created in the first place. And now people are using them in all kinds of bullshit centralized Web 2 stuff and just and making up some dumb use case like staking for discounts on trading fees. Just if you want to give people just
correct. So there's very few use cases for that, like you're mentioning, right? That completely eliminates FTT, for example, right? Besides your use of DAOs or through dApps, you don't actually have much use case for the utility, right? Besides it being a security to raise money for a platform.
Oh, man.
Guys, I really do think that's a very small-minded way, and you really close out an entire universe of ecosystems. And by the way, John, thanks for quoting Lewis Cohen. Lewis Cohen is one of the smartest minds in crypto. Definitely go read his stuff. He's got a boutique law firm, but he was with Hogan Lovells. I think that's how you say the name of the firm, and I've done some work with him in the space. How are we using crypto from layer one protocols? We're basically using a coin to pay for decentralized computing resources. You're using the token to pay for CPU bandwidth and storage, and this propels the entire network. This is literally like the tokenization of AWS.
Yeah, but Jordan, we're not talking about that here. We're talking about people that invested within FTT, the people that lost hundreds of thousands of dollars, that lost millions of dollars within this, right? We're not talking about that. I can go and I can parade and I can throw up names and I can give out protocols and people that are using tokens for the right reasons and people that are actually, hold that value one for one. What I'm talking about is platforms such as FTX that use this, right, as a token, as a means to raise money, to continue to misappropriate funds and to rehypothecate funds across industries, right? Luna, FTT. This is the issue. I'm not taking a stab at the wider crypto community. I love the wider crypto community, right? What they're doing is great. What I'm taking a stab at is when you've got an exchange, right, that's run out of collateral and they rehypothecate and they use a token to be able to collateralize that. That is the issue that we're talking about that's all of a sudden wrong.
100%. And I think we all agree. Let me just first say, one, it's an absolute shame what has just happened here. This is a terrible
100%.
tragedy. One of the worst things to ever happen to our entire industry. We've all been working in this industry for a while. We all care deeply about this. But let's break apart what happened to FTT, and can you do an FTT in the future? Can there be other platforms?
Look,
Binance is going to continue to exist. Is there a way to do it?
If you've got a token and you've got a protocol and you're providing value to people, right, and it's not based upon that money hasn't been, right, created or it hasn't been put into market to be able to burn that money to continue to fund something that's inoperable, right, or clients' funds already that have been in your possession, go for it, right? I love it, 100%. If you're running a day or if you're running NFTs, no matter what you're running, right, if you're bringing value through your token and it's actually part of the economy and it's pushing it, I'm all for it. What I'm saying is just look out for these bad actors such as,
100%.
FTX, right? Crypto's beautiful. I fucking love crypto. Everybody go hard. If you're building, keep building. But what I'm saying is if you're using this to pull more funds to cover fuck-ups, that's where we need to draw the line and we need to cut out these bad actors, Jordan.
Yeah, I got to say.
Jordan, there's another thing that I want to point out that maybe might make you think of things differently. I think we can all agree that any given team or any given company, right, can create X amount of value. Whatever that number is, whatever the product is, whatever they're selling, creates X amount of value, right? And as a business model, you have to decide where that value is being driven. Now, I have a problem when projects come to me and they're raising capital and they're selling equity and they're also selling tokens. And now I'm wondering, well, where are you going to drive value? Because you can only create so much and you can do either or. But if you do both, you're kind of just half-assing both of them, right? Or or legally, you're actually legally you have a fiduciary responsibility to drive more value to the equity holders than you do the token holders. So the token holders, but you're asking token, which is not your legal responsibility to actually add value to. So like it's super critical for people to understand. And I always question projects that are driving value, have a revenue-based cash model for profit, and also have a token. In my mind, that's BS.
Yeah.
So
what they're
Kyle,
doing there is they're driving money through VCs and private equity, right? And what they're doing is they're giving them an equity share, but what they're giving them is a token as well that allows them to cash out earlier and dump on retail to get their original investment.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. And
that's exactly right. Every VC that we spoke to, we're like, all right, we'll show you the cap table. We'll give you an equity investment. They're like, we'd like the tokens.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why would you want a token? I'm like, we don't even have a token for our project. I'll tell you why we don't have a token, by the way. I love tokens. I love crypto. I sat down and I had this, I'm the skeptic, masturbatory, self-circle jerk on tokenomics. And I was the Fed chairman of my own little kingdom in my skull. And then I snapped out of it. And I was like, I'm going to fuck this up and burn everybody's money, because ultimately taking the money out of the ecosystem that you create and bringing it into the real world is where it fails. Now, there's examples of where there are real life carbon-based tokens that are used that are shitcoins that nobody questions because they stay in ecosystems. And I'm specifically thinking about real estate, right? So in the real estate business, you know, I own a skyscraper, let's say I own the Empire State Building, which I don't, I wish, right? And you guys come and you want to rent an office space from me. And you say, I want to pay you $100 a square foot and I want $120 a square foot. Well, one thing I could do is I can give you shit coins in exchange for you paying $120 a square foot. And what are my shit coins? Free rent, work, right? If I sell you work where I say, well, I'll build out your office and it costs me $1 or it costs you $1 rather, I might pay 80 cents for it. I get 20 cents of value. And so it works because it stays in the building. And every single building in New York City has its own shit coin. That's their shit coin. And the value of their shit coin stays within that structure. And that's why it works. Yeah, but if you had to take the shit coin for the Empire State Building and bring it to the Chrysler Building, the Chrysler Building would be like, I'm not going to give you free rent in the motherfucking Empire State Building. That's their shit coin.
Yeah, and
that's why it doesn't work.
This is what happens within crypto, right? What happens when you send that to 10 other exchanges, right, through liquidity pools and through market makers? All of a sudden, everybody's dirtying up, and this comes back to rehypothecation of funds and the fiat off-ramp not existing. And this is what I'm saying, right? I'm a big advocate for crypto. I fucking love crypto, right? If you're out there building, keep fucking building, right? But if you're in the means of raising funds to continue to burn clients' money on something that hasn't found product market fit or something that's leveraged or over leveraged and is burning money within the system, then I'm sorry, you're a fucking anchor on the system, right? Just like FTX was, you should fuck off.
And just
right?
real quick, I'd like to let before we let this conversation continue, I'd like to let Thierry once again come up and speak. He wanted to correct something that had been spoken about.
Yeah, and Kristen as well is finally on stage. So Kristen, I'm so glad we got you on stage as well because you wanted to comment on the same topic. So Thierry, Kristen, the mic is yours. Go ahead, Thierry.
Yeah, just 1 minute. It's just a, you know, you got to be careful with these topics. So obviously, like I need to make a correction. So the father of Alameda Research CEO was not the boss of Gary Gensler, the head of the SEC. They're just colleagues. Okay, so that's a correction. So.
Oh, but they were still. Oh, I thought you were going to say that it was a different person completely. So they were still affiliated, just as colleagues.
I mean, look, Gary is the head of the SEC, is a professor at MIT, and the father of Caroline Ellison is a professor at MIT. Okay, that's it. So no problem there. Just wanted to say that.
So just to kind of refresh before Kristen goes, so we had, just to remember, because I had it written, but I deleted it. I had it written on my docs. So it was Sam went to MIT. The Gary from the SEC, the chairman of the SEC, was a professor there. And then his colleague, Gary's colleague, I forgot his name, was also a professor there. And then Gary's
essentially
colleague,
his boss.
Gary's colleague or boss was there. What was his name?
No, it wasn't. That's the point, is that he wasn't his boss. It's just that
colleague. Okay, his colleague. Yeah, sorry. Okay, so his colleague.
They all went to MIT essentially. It's just that, except for I don't know Caroline if she went to MIT, but the point being that, I mean, I'll send you a tweet.
Caroline went to MIT as well. Sam studied physics. Caroline studied psychology and as well with computer science. But yeah, Caroline's
I mean, it's
father,
just a common denominator. Nothing to see there, right?
Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant in this sphere of things. Anyone that went to Ivy School leagues usually has parents that are somehow wound up within public servant positions. It's nothing unusual, to be honest.
Perfect. Yeah, the fact of the matter is too, there's so many breadcrumbs that you could piece together in this thing because there's just a lot of people that knew each other and were related that are a part of this. And so
100%.
you can draw conclusions all day, but the fact of the matter
100%.
is, like, one person's fact might not be another's, and so it's just important to understand and contextualize these things. That don't draw conclusions until there's certain things that are set out there, you know.
The important thing is you rehypothecate and you use clients' funds in the public space within cross entities, right? It's fraud no matter what way you look at it. It doesn't matter who your parents are, right? This is now a politically motivated issue because of the surrounding circumstances of it. It doesn't matter who your parents are, you've committed fraud, right? There's no way out of this regardless of what way you look at it.
I want to go to Kristen. Kristen, I really appreciate you for finally coming on stage.
Thanks so much for having me. Yeah, thank you. Great job. You're like a marathon runner. Like seriously, like how long has this been for you?
If you see my face, you'd be surprised how bad, how scary I look. By the way, is that a true tweet? I appreciate it, man. I've just got to, before you continue, Kristen, I'm going to send something to you, Chet. Can you verify this tweet by, I won't mention the name until you verify it. Is that true? Just have a look at what I just sent you, Chet. In the meantime, yeah, Kristen, thank you so much. Kristen, the mic is yours. I know you've had a few things you wanted to say, and we've been trying to get you on for about 45 minutes. So please, I hope you don't drop off.
Yeah, no. So, I have a lot to say because I've been in this industry for a long time. I started in 2011 advising clients of mine. I'm a regulatory lawyer by training. I'm also a trading lawyer. And I was advising my clients as to how to trade Bitcoin, the regulatory implications of trading Bitcoin in 2011. So that was a long time ago. That was pre-Mt. Gox, pre-Silk Road. And now we are where we are today. And I dealt with a lot of shaping what happened with the derivatives industry in 2008 when derivatives theoretically blew up the world because they thought that there was no transparency, there was no risk controls. And Gensler came in and was appointed by Obama in 2008 to figure out a regulatory framework for this crazy Wild West industry. And he picked a very traditional framework and shoved derivative products, OTC derivative products, into that framework. So I kind of feel like I'm living another version of this. So my background's very relevant to the current discussions. And so every time I'm hearing people talk about credit risk, counterparty credit risk, Lehman Brothers, CDOs, all of that, banking, broker dealers, exchanges, how to manage, I'm just like, okay, I know this discussion. Can I have this discussion? But I will say about Gensler in particular, he's a hard ass. And I do not think he was influenced by the fact that he was an adjunct professor at MIT and taught a course in blockchain somehow was influenced. He has his vision as to what regulation should be. And I believe that he thinks through things very carefully. I don't always agree with him. Chair Gensler is he created Sarbanes-Oxley on the Hill. Sarbanes-Oxley was after Enron, as you may know, and then Dodd-Frank. So, what I hope right now for the industry is that we come together and think about what's right to help increase innovation without quashing, increase innovation without too many hurdles to, I know Commissioner Persis talked about like a sandbox. We need that right now. We need to come together. And for me, I've been in this, I started Darla in 2018 with, now we have over 200 companies thinking about how to create an environment where we can innovate. And it's hard when you're working with someone like Sam Bankman-Fried, who wouldn't participate and had his own goals, right?
Have you interacted in any way with Sam throughout your career?
Only through coming against what he's trying to push. So he would never take my lead or come participate. Darla is a great group. Darla we're just, I remember when I started Darla, I remember members of the community saying, we're competitors. Like, how can we come together? I'm like, if we don't come together now and think about what's right for the whole industry, we're just going to be run over. Like, because we're going to have all these factions. We're all going to be fighting. Someone's going to try to take the lead. But we need to be together, and I represented SIFMA AMG, and I was active in MFA. I was active in a lot of trade organizations throughout my career. You don't have to love each other. You know, GSAM, Goldman Sachs Asset Management, didn't love PIMCO, didn't love Naveen, but they had to work together to figure out a framework where everyone can work on the same playing field. So
Appreciate you
it's
sharing
been,
this.
yeah, it's been. I have to tell you, it has been tough to compete against people who don't play by the rules. So
It has, and that's a complaint that's just been made by so many. It's been made by projects that launch and just do things the wrong way, and they're making a lot of the money, and then projects that are doing things the right way, and me, Kyle would agree with this. They're like, hey, why isn't our token pumping, or why aren't we getting all this attention, or why are VCs investing in us? And we ask the same question. We're like, exchanges that we know are dumping, so they charge when a project wants to list, they take tokens. When the project lists, they dump those tokens. And we're like, why do projects still list? And we were discussing this earlier. We had projects come on stage. Why do projects still list on those exchanges? And they're printing money. And then you've got other exchanges, and we had the founder of Kraken on stage who do everything by the book, and people are calling them boring, and they're behind the curve. And like what we're seeing now is the people that did the right thing are and it's the same thing in every cycle. The people that did the right thing are still here today. They're still, they're the ones left standing, and the ones that did the wrong thing are just toppling domino by domino. So you just expressed a similar experience, and I know other speakers will probably have more to add to it. I see a few hands up, but yeah, I'm glad you brought up that point, Kristen. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, Mario, I'm just going to cut in for a second. I'm going to bail. I'm going to go to bed. If anybody wants me to jump on any spaces or wants to contact me or whatever, feel free. I love you guys. I wish the best for anybody that's been affected by this. Feel free to reach out. Mario, if you want me on any other spaces in the future, let me know. But yeah, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah, bro, you've got my WhatsApp, and you said you're going to reach out to me from an anon number as well. So
I'll
reach
hit you
out
up
to me.
In the morning. It's like 5:30 a.m.
No rush, bro. No rush. It's 8:42 a.m. and we've been doing this for what 15 hours. I don't know how long, chat. And yesterday we did it for like 16.
It's been longer than yeah. I think it's 16 hours now, 17 somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And then we had just no, it's been longer. That's how long I've been up on the show, I think.
Look, Mario.
Take my handle and let's talk after, because I understand you're in Europe. So let's catch up.
100%. Anybody that wants to reach out, hit me up, Mario. I'm going to hit you up in the morning.
We can't because you're Anon, but you can reach out, please.
Now you can reach out to his Twitter, or guys, if you want to be connected to him, to Anon, just DM us, and our team will connect you. And I'm sure a lot of the media. So we're getting a lot of talking about media. So I appreciate it, Anon. Talking about media, I just want to give a big shout out to Twitter Spaces. My team just told me one of the execs or the people behind Twitter Spaces or the designer of Twitter Spaces just DM'd me. Oh, the designer just DM'd me and praising citizen journalism, which Elon Musk was on the show.
They said, quote, it was an incredible and historic run of citizen journalism.
Look, I'm available all week anyway, right? I'm on holidays in Europe anyway. It's like 5:30 a.m. here, so I'm gonna get some sleep. But like, I'm happy to jump on any time. So feel free to reach out. Hit me up or whatever, guys. And Mario, I'll hit you up in the morning when I wake up anyway and send you a message. And if anyone's got any questions or whatever, just hit me up. But I love everybody. If you're affected by this, look, money's just a figure, right? You've done it once, you can do it again. And honestly, if you're struggling mentally, reach out to me, guys. I've lost heaps of money in this shit as well. If anybody's struggling from any sort of like monetary issues, or you're feeling like vulnerable within your mental state.
You lost like just under 3 million, didn't you?
Yeah, I lost 2.8 just on FTX, but I've lost far more than that. It's probably close to 6, right? So if anybody's struggling, right, like I understand what you're going through, feel free to reach out. Look, it's just money at the end of the day. And don't let these fuckers or anybody or this space beat you down or get you into a bad mental state. If you guys need help or somebody to talk to, please reach out to me, right? Like that's more than anything in this space. I don't care. Look, I'm trying to share my experience to help people. If you're feeling mentally fragile, or you're feeling like you can't keep pushing on, or you've lost a lot, right? Like I understand you. Please reach out, because I think that's what people are missing in this whole scheme of things. There's people out there that are struggling, and look, I understand it. So please reach out to me if you guys need help or somebody to talk to. and I'll do my best to help people and point people in the right direction as well.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for doing this. Go ahead, John.
Thanks, mate.
No,
See you
Anon,
guys.
Anon, do me a favor and
Thanks.
follow me up, Anon. When I'm over in Europe, maybe I'll link up with you. And I want to
sure.
underscore, for anybody who is struggling right now through this, do not be rash. Money it's ephemeral, man. Comes, it goes. Practice maybe a touch of cognitive dissonance right now just to get through it. Go find some help, talk to somebody, but do not put yourself in a bad mental place where this is going to make you do something that is going to be drastic.
Yeah, I actually want to bring that point again. We do it every few hours. So we had Simon Dixon on stage. I'll just tell the story before. I know a few speakers have their hands up. We had Simon Dixon on stage throughout this whole show. And he was part of the Celsius drama, and he had a space about that a few weeks ago. And he told a story, and he broke down in tears almost. He told a story about someone that came up on stage, said to Simon, "Hey, I almost killed myself, but because of this space, because of what you're doing, and because of after speaking with you, this saved me." And that was the reason Simon keeps jumping on this show. He was doing his show for the Celsius saga as well. So for anyone listening, it's important to I just keep reminding you, if you've heard me say this, I apologize, but I do want to repeat it for anyone new, is that you're not alone. You've got people on stage. We've brought victims on stage yesterday. You're not alone in the pain you're feeling, whether it's part of FTX or just the markets collapsing. Many others are in that boat. Hold on, I'm in that fucking boat. We invested in a lot of these projects that are listed on exchanges. A lot. We've incubated some. We lost millions in the last couple. I forgot completely, man. I keep talking about others. Yeah. We got fucked, and Kyle, who's my co-host, Kyle got fucked as well. He never said it, but I know he did, because we're sitting on those projects that everyone's talking about that have tokens on FTX, that have investments from Alameda, but they're sitting on other exchanges. So we're all hurting. My way of responding to the amount of we've lost a lot of money for all year because of the markets, but doing those spaces, trying to get answers, trying to get transparency, and giving a place for people to connect, whether in the comments of the tweets or in our Discord, is our way of telling you you're not alone and giving you that support and that voice. So I hope that helps.
We have some breaking news that just crossed here from the Bank of Japan. Bank of Japan Governor Kuroda says regulatory response to risks from crypto assets must be taken swiftly. He was asked about specifically crypto exchange FTX's bankruptcy. That's what made him make that comment. He says crypto assets must be regulated swiftly. The response must be swift, essentially.
Do you know one thing, Chet? Before I give the mic to other speakers, can I tell you one thing?
Absolutely.
Number one, you and your breaking news is like every time you mention and you interrupt, it gives me that jolt and gives me another hour of fuel. That's how I just, stayed up 45 hours last time. And now we're doing this space 16 hours and counting. And every time we mention a breaking news, I just feel like the night is not going to end. And last time, by the way, bro, last time I was throughout after 10 hours, I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to sleep. And then breaking news, FTX there's a hack. The fucking hack happened. We started watching the funds live leave FTX wallet. And then 3 hours after that, I'm like, okay, it seems to be quieting down. And Chet, we're messaging me and you. Yes, it's quieting down. My team is going to go to sleep. And then breaking news, Chet fucks the day again. So I hope this doesn't continue for too long, man. But Kyle, go ahead.
It takes me back to my days the only time I remember it being this active and me being this awake and things changing like this was when I was in the Air Force and looking at things actually happening at war. And I'm like, that's about what this feels like right now.
Mark, on your point too, I want to just kind of add to what you guys said earlier, because I think it's super important, as a lot of people might be feeling down now. I would say, yes, all those points are super valid. I would also like to end on a slightly more positive note, if you can, and just say that at least you're still early, right? You're still early. This kind of black swan stuff and all these things getting flushed out, this is a nascent industry being born. And so if you're here today, that's tremendous, right? And now Bitcoin at $16,000 and ETH at $1,000. These are super discounted blue chip assets, in my opinion. And so if you did lose, there's still plenty of time and tons of upside opportunity, in my opinion, moving forward.
My question there, Kyle, and I've always
So
said,
let's just do a disclaimer that it's not financial advice, right?
yeah, I was gonna, yeah. So the point that Kyle made, I've made multiple times for weeks and months, that we are early, etc. And you know, I put my money where my mouth is by investing in a lot of these projects and deploying capital. Even throughout this year, we invested, despite the bear market. So my counter argument to what you said, Kyle, and to what I believe to all this time is, are we still early when the Bank of Japan, the Central Bank of Japan tweeted this, or when we have the ex-chief of staff coming in tomorrow and the president's son coming the day after Hunter Biden and Elon Musk jumping in this space and all the press covering the story? I'm like, I know you've been in this space longer than I have even, Kyle, so you're an OG, but is it finally now, can we say that we're no longer early?
I think if you look at the Bell adoption curve, I would say that we're kind of at this like early majority right now. So there's still a lot of room to go because everyone is kind of setting up for it, right? All the regulators are setting up for it. All the institutions are setting up for it. So what that means is that we're right at the precipice of an explosion of adoption. So I think yes, that we're still very early.
Yeah, Mario, when your mic is on, everybody echoes like really crazily. Just a heads up. Oh, wow,
sorry,
it's
man,
amazing.
my bad. Yeah. So if my mic fucks up in any way, just you have to tell me, guys, because most of my team is asleep.
I agree
Yeah.
with Kyle, guys, but also like this is a bumpy road into making things better, and then trial and error is what makes the ecosystem better. So I agree that overall this is a positive thing because it will force people to do the right thing. But then, you know, I don't want to create panic, but I hope you're not going to be too awake, and I hope it's not going to happen. But wait till the breaking news on Tether happens, you know.
Tether. We need to have the Tether conversation, but before we jump into Tether,
guys, before we talk about Tether, I think it's an important discussion, and I don't know if we had anyone from Tether on stage. I just want to read. By the way, chat, interrupt me if my mic is bad, but I just want to go back to the initial point I made, and I'm glad my team is sending me this information. Just to show the impact of this space, I'm going to read out some DMs, and anyone else you could DM, and I'll read them out quickly now. I'll spend 2 minutes reading them out because I think it's important. So we've got a gentleman here, Davian BTC, ETH Davian. He says, if it wasn't for the space being on within these days, thank you, man. You saved my life. You saved my life, man. I'm sorry. So that's Davian BTC, ETH Davian. We have another one here. ZM Westquire, followed by a few notable people as well. Thanks for that speech, man. I've been struggling for other reasons that are financial and have been in mentally bad spot. I've pulled myself out of it, but thank you for that. So Kyle and other speakers and Simon I want to tell this to Simon. I'll tell my team, please send it to Simon. I think he'll appreciate it. Because and I'm getting more of them. I won't sit there reading them out. I'll read them out maybe a bit later throughout the show. But it's for every panelist that spent hours with me and Chet, and panelists that were here before. There's impact we're doing beyond just sharing news. We're not just writing an article, sending it out, or sending out a tweet. We're spending every waking minute we have, trying to give a place for people that struggled, and it's just fulfilling to see the impact. So I just want to congratulate every panelist on here. But I'll let the other speakers speak. Tether was a point of concern. A few panelists have brought this up. Tether is the biggest stablecoin in crypto and has had a lot of criticism for years. It's under the spotlight again. I think it was under attack a couple of days ago. So whoever mentioned Tether, I want to give you the mic back. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I just want to say it's about reserves once again. What do you use as reserve? Is it discounted Bitcoin, shit coins, or commercial paper? You know, that's pretty much it. You know, and what's the level of transparency there? That's all.
There's not a lot of transparency. I mean, every single person on this space should be furious that Tether has not provided blockchain level transparency for a company that's operating on the blockchain. That is absolutely unacceptable. We should not tolerate that in this community. We have USDC.
Guys,
it is on chain.
I just have a tweet. Sorry, guys. Send me the tweet, please, Nastya. I see a tweet here that it's very important I mention. So Nastya, send me the tweet you just mentioned. And I want to call it out here. actually, it's a very important tweet. So Nastya, the one you shared in the group, can you please send me the link to it? Chat if you
Yeah,
can
I'm
see
gonna
it.
go try to find it too really quickly.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's legitimate, and I think it's really important to bring up on stage. If you can make sure it's legitimate, let me see the handle, Caroline_FTX.
Yeah, I'm checking her right now. Yes, she did. So Caroline at FTX responded to Mario's tweet 29 minutes ago.
Retweet. Can you please retweet the tweet? Nasya, retweet the tweet. I don't know. You've asked for the link. Just send me the link of the tweet itself. Chat. Can you retweet the tweet? You're on my Twitter.
Yep,
account.
I'm retweeting it now. I'll retweet her tweet. She just said, "Stop the slander. We will take legal action," which I must say is ironic because I would like to know what legal action they're going to take from prison.
No, so I want to take it a bit more seriously. Caroline, I am being as objective as I can, and anything at least we say is either verified, or if it's not, we make it clear to rumor. On the other hand, the stage is open. I know you're in Dubai. I'm in Dubai as well. It's a different location to the one that's public, just FYI. But if you want to meet and come up on stage, or you want to just join the Twitter space, you're welcome. Like we're giving facts and information we have so far. If not, and there's a lot of press and a lot of things out there being shared by other people. If those things are inaccurate, my space is open. It was open for Sam. Instead, he tweeted random shit that no one understood. And it's open for you. So instead of attacking me, come on stage and clarify the truth. Now, I understand that you're in a pretty bad spot, and I think you're trying to leave Dubai, some people said. So you can, you could jump on and mention points in a careful way to ensure that it doesn't cause you legal issues, because I know you're probably going to have legal issues. So come on stage, and everything we're sharing, if we share anything incorrect, you can either DM me and I can make the correction, or mention what you've DM'd me. Or if you want to DM me anonymously, DM me, but you don't want me to share it, I could do that as well. You could DM me facts, and I can bring them up without saying you brought them up, and this way, it's a balanced discussion. And we've also brought up people that said SBF is FTX is we wanted to defend FTX, and we brought up people that mentioned that on stage, and one of them I think still on stage. Yeah, one of them is still on stage now. And lastly, I've made tweets as well asking people, did Sam do this intentionally or not? So I'm trying to be as objective as I can. Caroline, all you have to do is DM me or request to speak, and we can hear your side of the story.
Mario, I just want to jump in. I was largely role playing. I think you keep a very balanced space, but I do think someone's got to be the voice for trying to understand why FTX was doing what they're doing. I also want to say that while I'm up here, and I'm sure some of the other speakers are also receiving lots of follows and lots of DMs, some of them that I'm actually getting questions, and I'll share some of them with your team, Mario. But the questions I'm getting is, crypto's coming back, right? And I'm seeing that. I'm seeing that theme here. So I just want to comment on this, and this is not financial advice. Please do your own research and consult with your own financial advisors. But what we are living through right now, we can argue about where we are in the life cycle of adoption here. We are living through the dot-com crash.
Sorry, quickly. Sorry, Jordan, something important. Chet, you said to me it's been verified. It doesn't seem
correct.
To be
let me come
Fuck,
back.
Bro, you're gonna kill me. So sorry, Caroline. This was someone pretending to be you.
Yeah, it's a fake.
It's a fake one.
Yeah, let me come back. We looked at it again very quickly. It was so quick.
I don't blame you, bro. Chet. You've been awake for 16 hours, bro. You don't.
I still like to issue the correction just so we stay journalistic.
Guys, give these guys some slack. Yeah, give these guys some slack. They haven't slept in 16 hours.
Guys, I think it's necessary to say that most of this has to be done and researched by everybody who's listening individually, and that those are just opinions and it's for entertainment purposes only, okay?
No, I would say everything you said is right, but it's not for entertainment purposes. It's for offering information for people to research. So I agree with everything you said, Thierry, but I'm definitely not spending my time to entertain people. I know that's not what I meant.
As far as I'm concerned, I'm just covering like what I'm saying under my opinion,
your opinion,
not necessarily the truth, and then people need to figure out the truth. I'm just trying to correct,
offer more clarity,
because I don't take legal action threats lightly, right? I think overall I've been pretty reasonable here in trying to say what is true, and then of course, if any of my statements is not true, I welcome people to let me know, and I will happily retweet corrections. But as of now, I don't think I've been unreasonable.
No, you've been very reasonable and very careful on everything you said. There's a whale alert, 200 million crow, which is the crypto.com token. There's a transaction hash as well. Before I finish, check. Can you verify what Nasya just sent, please, and then we can mention it. It looks
so
legitimate.
that is a verified whale alert. They're really good at checking these ether scans.
But are you sure they're the ones? Are you sure they're the ones that tweeted it? I don't have the tweet link.
Thank you. Let me go ahead and make sure we get verified that too. I think it's verified, but let's confirm.
All right. I'm just telling my team to please always include tweet links. But it looks very legitimate. So we'll mention and also check. Look into whether it's worth mentioning because
okay, it is legitimate. So
and before check. Just look into it further. I'll give you take 2 minutes or so. Let's make sure it's worth sharing, and I'll let Jordan finish his point just to be on the safe side. Jordan, go ahead, man. Sorry, bro.
Yeah, no worries, and thanks for verifying all the information. And guys, please give our gracious host here some slack. They're very sleep deprived. You guys are absolute champions for for marathoning like this. I really do think that a grieving space like this is super important. Victims have been here. This is a terrible tragedy that has happened to our space. But the point I'm trying to make is I'm getting DMs from people asking, is crypto over? Is this the end? Is Bitcoin ever coming back? Are we ever going to see new all-time highs again? And again, the disclosure I made is that this is not financial advice. Please do your own research and consult with your own financial advisors. But we have to recognize whether we're early or we're early majority or where we are in the adoption curve of this thing, these are the Webvan and pets.com of our generation. This is the .com crash of crypto, and it is a healthy cleanse. We are seeing these over-levered platforms like FTX, could be crypto.com, but it certainly was Voyager and it was Celsius, and we're waiting to see who else it'll be. Will it be Tether? Will it be some of the other giants of the space today? But it's scary out there. So I think I just want to applaud Mario, Chet, Kyle, the rest of the panelists up here for doing what you're doing. We're talking through this. It is going to take some period of recovery, but the core fundamentals of what Bitcoin is, I know Simon Dixon said this, I know Kim.com said this on other spaces. I just want to echo it again at this late hour. For me, it's past midnight now where I am. It's early morning for some of the rest of you, but it is important to recognize if you are new to this space, crypto's not over. Crypto's not dead. We need Bitcoin now more than ever. We need a decentralized internet native payment mechanism for us to exchange value and manage our own funds with our own keys. We heard Elon parroting that. This now more than ever is really, really, really important. So I do believe that the best days of crypto are still ahead of us. I want to say something positive like that here because Twitter can become this echo chamber of lots of negativity. And join us, build in this space. If you are affected by this, if you've lost all of this, this money, let's talk about that. Let's make sense of it and help be part of the solution. How can we as a community demand USDT and Tether show us proof of reserves? How can we work together as an ecosystem and demand that the centralized exchanges have platforms? I saw an amazing proposal that was just DM'd to me about a DAO PAC, a decentralized autonomous political action committee, where we all pool funds. Maybe that's the solution. I don't know what the solution is, but I love that we're talking about it. That's just what I wanted to add, Mario.
Do you mind if I chime in on that?
Of course, bro.
Yeah, thank you. No, I wanted to come in because I've been chatting with Jordan in the back channel, and I wanted to hammer home what he was saying because this is a Lehman Brothers, this is 2008, this is a .com bubble, but I really like the way that Jordan puts it. It's like a cleanse, and I myself ran a very long room on a totally different topic for more than 100 days to do with the Ukraine room and war, and I really that's why I'm in here. Because I think it's incredibly powerful what we're seeing here with the community, and people are asking me questions, and it's like I have very little to offer. I only really add something when I think it's of value. So I hope this is of value. But the thing I just wanted to say is that this is something that is difficult, but you will get through it. And I can see the resilience and perseverance of so many people. What Mario's doing by continuously badgering people in a sort of healthy sense
to get them to come on to be transparent is, I think, very powerful stuff. And the role of citizen journalism, investigative journalism, bottom-up grassroots initiatives is more of what we need. And I think that's what symbolizes crypto and all of this whole idea of decentralization. And if it's okay, I would like to pose a question to Kristen from a while ago, because she mentioned about, you know, the being in it since 2011 and the policy side, and because that's sort of where I work a little bit more here in DC, and that's another thing I want to emphasize, which is I'm here because I think it's incredibly important if there's going to be an effective, sustainable, and comprehensive solution to this, you need to bring as many different voices and perspectives as possible. I'm not here to prescribe. I'm here to describe, you know, what I think is some ideas, instead of saying this is what should be done. And so I think it's incredibly important to bridge those gaps and those aisles. But Kristen, I just had a quick question for you from the policy side. So, like, in the 10 years that you've been working in this, and we've seen a shift in like the macro and the geoeconomics and stuff, how do you see the best way forward? Like, you know, what do you think are some of the best solutions that we can come up with? What role does regulation play from, say, a broader macro scale? And I mean, you know, if I'm talking nonsense, then please let me know. But I feel that there's something more concrete that can be come up with this without encroaching on the freedom that, you know, crypto and so much, I think, offers a lot of people. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, and anyone else. But thanks for letting me chime in.
LBank, which we had heard it from before, just want to bring this up really quickly. They've pushed out a PR release across the wires saying that they announced to publish. They intend to publish an auditable Merkle tree and proof of reserves. So it sounds like they're coming out here trying to push back against the. We have obviously confirmed that withdrawals were at least paused earlier today. Haven't heard back anything on that yet, but they at least are coming out here saying that they do intend to still show that they have reserves on hand. So it doesn't sound likely, if they put out that PR release as of yet, that they would be actually shutting down operations. This might just be a temporary pause on their side on withdrawals and deposits.
And
so
ahead,
very quickly.
So I like Kristen, Rob, Sean, and Terry, just so you guys speak as well. Go ahead, Kristen.
So proof of reserves, this came up earlier in this chat, and I'll go back to the question on policy. But, you know, when Madoff happened, which was December, right after September of Lehman, it was pretty crazy. And I think in 2013, there were rules that came out about having, like, sort of, you can't hold the keys to the kingdom if you're an investment advisor. You have to segregate the assets. That's the whole outcome of Madoff. There was a separation because the accounting firm in Madoff was basically in on it and was, you know, cooking the books. Very much, it looks like, and I don't know because I haven't looked at the accounting firm for FTX, but it wasn't a very large, credible third-party accounting firm. Proof of reserves is one aspect of the balance sheet. You need to see a third party that's credible. Arthur Andersen, obviously, in Enron was not they clearly weren't in on it. You need to have a third party that's credible. So proof of reserves is just one aspect. But okay, like going back to policy, my concept on policy is the G20 always tries to do the right thing to get big, you know, 16 or 25 bullet points of principles. And what happens is we have to figure out what those principles are. So, transparency, you know, whatever and we can come up with that list. It's how it's implemented in each country. And they've tried to do it with FATF, right? So FATF is a global arrangement of all these different countries agreeing on what KYC provisions are important so that they have to implement what FATF has into their local or their state infrastructure and then enforce that. That's very difficult to do because we're not a global, law doesn't go on a global policy level. We need to come up with principles on a global level and then stick to them. The problem is we need each person that's big, like, you know, the largest like the largest players that have been talking. Jesse Powell, and he's great, and I'm sure he's completely in. You know, CZ, I'm sure he's completely in. We need to agree on what those principles are, and we need to, as a community, implement those principles. That's the way this works, because when you're on the inside and you're working, you know a little bit about, there's always a little bit of confusion. What's Alameda doing? Why are they affiliated with FTX? What are the relationships between the two entities? Are there policies? Are there objective policies between the two companies? Is there a board of directors that's overseeing that? Like, what are the policies in place? What's the governance structure? So that's what we need to do as a community. And it's really hard because people who are libertarian are like, oh no, we don't need any policies, but we need a set of principles. And Mario, you're like the perfect person to like lead this right now. You've amazing following. You've done so much to bring the community together. We need like 20 principles. And then we need to figure out like how, as a community, not letting governments decide, because they don't know anything about DeFi. They don't know anything about the community. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, I like. So you just gave me an idea. First, I'm just looking at the audience, and I'm seeing regulators that have been here, and I'm not mentioning their name because they're not putting their hand up, but regulators that have been listening for hours and hours. Thank you for giving a fuck. So understanding the space, and goes to Kristen's point, like, if we can come together and make something out of this. Okay, who needs to mute? Who needs to mute? Someone's got background noise. Oh, it's you, Kristen. You're having a drink. So if we oh good. Oh, have your drink.
My Canada Dry ginger ale.
Oh good. So what I want to say is yes, like maybe then. So I was just messaging my team. I'm like, guys, because we're getting a lot of messages. Do this interview. Come do this. Come do that. We should do a show and all that. And I'm messaging my team. I'm like, guys, we have to make sure we attend to those requests so we could try to get, more ears to this beyond crypto.
tametheark Discord and YouTube
from a regulatory
rocks.
perspective, from a self-regulatory perspective, there's more we can do. And I should have probably mentioned this earlier. Anyone that is notable in the space, you run a company or you're an attorney, etc., DM me with a message. So when I say DM me, it's DMing my team. DM me with a message like, I want to help you guys on the self-regulation front. Okay, and I'll tell the team what that means. Essentially, and anyone that could bring value, because obviously we've had hundreds of thousands of listeners over the last 4 days, and some come and go. So if you could DM others, and I probably should have mentioned this to CZ, mentioned this to Kraken, Charles, I'll DM them. If you want to invite anyone else that can bring value, have them DM me on Twitter. Again, the message is, I want to participate in the efforts for self-regulation. And let's try to come together to try to put a framework together where we call out bad actors. I know we've had one of the biggest influencers in the space in crypto on stage, and he runs chat. You know who I'm talking about. If you can message Ben and tell him, hey man, I know you said you're going to tell other influencers to start educating people, to start coming together and instead of walking away now when there's no money, actually put in more effort now to make sure we get out of this in a better position. So let's all try to come together. DM me, I'll try to create some sort of group, some sort of movement. I'll see what my team can do to see if we can make something more out of this to at least mitigate the damage that we're going to be facing. So regulators don't just completely screw this up because of the lack of their education. And again, we have the ex-chief of staff coming in tomorrow. We have the president's son coming in the day after. So I will use those opportunities to get more regulators, because of course the press and regulators will be in the space like when they were with Elon Musk. So I'll try to take those opportunities to hopefully get regulators to also message us and we connect them with people within the crypto space and create that dialogue. So hopefully, maybe from this space, we end up influencing some of the regulation that will come out of this mess. So I'm glad you triggered this, Kristen. And I will go to other speakers waiting patiently. Rob, Thierry, Sean, and Piotr.
Appreciate you, Mario. I just wanted to touch on one thing that, Jordan was speaking on real quick. And I do think it's important for everyone to kind of broaden their lens and understand that, yes, while this is a moment in time, if it doesn't directly affect you, if your family, if you're not really feeling the financial pain of what's occurring right now, don't let it really cloud your mental health, because in a lot of ways, like you might be stuck in an echo chamber. And while it may seem like there's a lot of cards and houses built on cards just collapsing right now, the fact of the matter is, if you look at the time scale of even the past 10 years, we've been at lower points than this. And there was government intervention that brought us to another point that we were at that, was somewhat artificially priced. And so one way or another, it was a natural inclination that we were going to move in this direction, especially with the other worldly events that are occurring that, are causing things like historic interest rates and amongst others, just, other fears and uncertainties in people's lives. And so to understand that, there is a reality of us going lower, it can add some solitude within yourself, and being comfortable with the fact and positioning yourself under those expectations. And of course, none of this is financial advice, but you have to act in a way that you provide a sense of security to yourself. And so take everything that you really hear with a grain of salt, and do your own due diligence into the things that are being discussed here. And please don't make any irrational decisions off of things that are being discussed. Always think consciously of the situation, and understand that while it may seem dark, there's going to be a brighter day ahead. And I cannot wait to talk about Tether. Back to you, Mario.
Let's talk about
Sorry,
Tether.
I was muted. Yeah. No, hold on. I'll let before we go to Tether, because it is an important topic of discussion, and maybe we'll have. Actually, I've got his number, the CEO of Tether. I'll ping him in a bit, but hopefully he doesn't come on because I want to sleep soon. But Cherry, Bilo, and Sean, go ahead, guys.
Go ahead, Sean. Go ahead, Sean.
So basically, I think it's really important. This is just my opinion, but there are a lot of people here, so I just want to say this so people are hearing, because we're getting these questions about, is crypto going to crash? Can you make predictions on what's next? What do you think I should do with my investments? And I think that I have a strong opinion on how those questions should be answered, but I think it's important for other people to chime in and give their own opinions too. But I do want to preface what I say with, before I spook a bunch of people, with what my forecast is. I don't think cryptocurrency is going to completely disappear off the face of the earth and crash to zero. I do think there are a lot of problems. I do think there's contagion, counterparty risk, and a lot of things going on that we don't know. And sometimes when things are unknown in markets, especially my experience in the stock market, people get scared and they just dump and sell, and they don't know what's going on, and they need answers. So hopefully we get more answers, and people, it lends some stability to the space. Now, with me thinking, that it's not going to, cryptocurrency is not going to crash, or not going to zero, I do think that, like I said, there could be a lot of downside. My guess is probably will be more downside. Where it will be, I don't know. But I do think that, Web3, the blockchain, where this utility comes from, where this technology takes us, there's a lot of potential, and I think a lot of good will come from it. People are mentioning, comparisons to the dot-com bust. In the dot-com bust, there were companies like pets.com. Maybe people listening don't even know what that means, but there were a lot of domain names that were trading on the stock market, and they were empty companies. They weren't even real companies. People would just throw them out there. They'd run them, up to very high market caps, and then, they all got dumped. And when the market corrected and the NASDAQ corrected, NASDAQ was comprised of, companies that were basically just shell companies at that time. So we see some of the same behavior, but there were really good companies that came out of that, and some of the largest companies we have, Google, Amazon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of good that's going to come from this, but, you have to manage risk. And I think people should make sure that at any time they're investing in anything, that, that they're not doing it, especially in highly, volatile assets, with money that they can't afford to lose.
I agree. Alex, Piotr, Jerry, Bilo, go ahead, guys. Just jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up on that. I think, there's a couple levels here in terms of what the fallout is. First and foremost, Bitcoin is going to keep doing its thing. It, still has the highest Nakamoto consensus or Nakamoto coefficient. It's,
And just for
extremely
anyone that
decentralized.
doesn't, just like Nakamoto coefficient, can you just explain in like 5 seconds what that is? 10 seconds?
Yeah, it basically is a ranking of, how difficult would it be to attack the network and disrupt the consensus. So,
which means how solid the protocol is, how safe, for lack of a better term, Bitcoin is, just for anyone that doesn't know crypto well.
Correct. Yeah, it's a really good clarification. So, I think there'll be projects like Bitcoin and as well as Ethereum and stuff where these are layer one blockchains, and it's quite clear that their tokens are commodities. You need it to incentivize participants in the network to maintain it. So I think they all have a really good footing. I think, maybe for some of these other tokens, especially, some of these exchange tokens are ones that, like FTT, which were like kind of, printed out of thin air, had no utility and were used for more reckless, financial activities. The hammer will probably come down on them. But then I think the last piece I would mention is that, I think if there's one thing I've learned, from crypto, it's that the communities always find a way to innovate and find the next thing. And I think everyone tends to look at this regulation, the current state, from our lens today, which is heavily focused on DeFi, right, around borrow lend protocols, about trading and things of that nature. But I honestly think what's going to happen is the community is going to skate ahead of the puck. And while regulators are trying to regulate DeFi, I actually think things like gaming, Web3 social, I harp on these things not because, because I'm invested in them, but because that's honestly where the space is going. And frankly, a lot of the regulation will not be on those topics. So what's going to happen is you're going to once again have an arbitrage opportunity. Never underestimate the crypto community's ability to innovate and stay ahead of the puck. That would be just my last piece on that.
I appreciate you sharing that, man. I think it was well. Go ahead.
I think it's important that we don't imply that you're going to pick the right, coin or the right technology to bet on, and it won't be pulled down with everything else. Nobody can forecast that. If anybody says that they can forecast that one particular, protocol or one particular investment will survive and be stronger than others, if you do look at the .com bust as an example, generally everything gets pulled down with it. I don't know if this is the .com bust, right? So I just want to be clear. We're all making guesses. So,
but Sean, there's also use cases in Web3 and crypto that don't even have a token. You can go use Farcaster or Lens right now. They're built off of distributed database technologies, and they don't even have a token. There is no asset to speculate on. So I guess that was more the point I was making, is that there's use cases in crypto right now that people don't even realize exist, and there is no financial downside. It's apps you can use every day leveraging the same technology.
Yeah, and I 110% agree with that. And I'm attempting to invest myself in infrastructure and compute power and storage and some other things that I'm looking at. So I totally agree, and I think that's the point. It's more than just cryptocurrency and pump and dumps. And so, but people are asking the macro questions about where Bitcoin and ETH is going. So I think it's important to address that too.
And one thing I want to just mention very briefly is just on that other side of that coin, because I'm one of the bulls as well. Bulls, like as in I'm bullish. I think the space is just facing a very painful bump. But one thing that's really interesting about what happened with FTX is there's people that have been in the space significantly longer than I have. I've been in crypto since 2017, and there have been people in the space since 2010. And they said something really interesting. They've been through Mt. Gox, which is the biggest exchange a few years ago, collapsing. I think 80% of Bitcoin was going through Mt. Gox at the time. And they said that they've been through everything, and they've never they've always been bullish throughout the whole process. And for the first time, they're like, this hit them so hard. They're like, fuck this. Like, for the first time, they're still bullish, but they're like, I'm done. Like, I don't want to keep talking about the space. I don't want to stay active in the space. I think we'll see a lot of that as well, Alex, where people are going to be so hurt by this, whether they lost money or just just really upset by how we fucked things up so badly this time around, that will lead to a long road to recovery, much longer. A week ago, we were talking in the space that, you know, this will be less painful than 2018. We'll probably recover quicker because the space matured, and usually as something matures, as innovation matures, it's less volatile. But then this shit happens, and I think for anyone in crypto, I think we're in it for the long run in terms of the recovery. And anyone new to crypto, you know, you don't want to just wait for the bull run to come in when things are pumping again and the same shit we had a year ago. Times like this is a good time to educate yourself and build. So it will be a painful road to recovery.
Can I just jump on that point?
Of course, bro.
Yeah, again, I know most people sitting here are going to think, why is this guy even talking? And I get that. That's fair enough. But I think that's exactly what, to Mario's point, is what I'm trying to do, is educate myself. Because I think that, and this is my very small, limited point from my limited perspective, which is I think we need to do a better job of integrating education on this, in the sense of teaching people, be them regulatory entities. We've just heard someone mention comments from the Japanese, official perspective and others. So I think there needs to be a better job of educating people who aren't as involved in it. Maybe they dabble in it. Maybe they're not someone who's been in it since 2010 or 2017 or however long. And that's why, I'm talking to people who are in the audience. I'm talking to Jordan and others, because I think it's really important we try and bridge that divide. And because if you have that cross-educational understanding, then you can better find, as I said before, effective solutions going forward. And also just educating yourself about, effective financial planning in the future. But that's all. Thanks.
I appreciate it, man. Peter, go ahead. And John, Cherry and John afterwards. Go ahead, Peter.
Thanks. Yeah, and also
Yeah,
on that
so
point, to those who are new to the space, ask yourself why you're in it. It's easy to look at the Bitcoin chart from 2010 to now and say, holy hell, I could have turned $20 into $1 billion. The number of people who do that is minuscule, because the bumps and the liquidations and all the ups and downs that have to happen mean that buying and holding just doesn't always work the way everybody promised it would. Like all the influencers who promised you, a mansion in space, didn't remind everybody how hard this actually is, and how hard it is to have conviction in any particular asset, with the possible exception of Bitcoin. Like everything else, is still very much subject to the whims of demand and supply. Whereas Bitcoin, well, there still needs to be demand, but I think everybody can agree it's COG. So in other words, if you're coming into this space to be a part of an educational and financial and cultural revolution, that's cool. Keep educating yourself and keep building. If you came into it to be rich, you might get lucky, you might not. That's always going to be a gamble.
Yeah, I can attest to that. I've been I sold my last company before crypto in 2013, bought Bitcoin with it, and I used to have I had a lot back in the day, but just holding on to it. Oh, but also because I didn't have any, I was fully in it since that point. I never had any type of fiat paychecks or money coming in other than that. So yeah, just holding on to it was a battle over time. But I've been through, so many ups and downs. And so for anyone wondering, like there's been other times in the history in the past almost 11 years I've been in it, where there's moments that there's really like horrible, that like it was going to end. And back in the day too, we used to have the Bitcoin obituaries, which was like a website where when people pronounced Bitcoin dead, it was like 200 times or something like that. But I'm extremely confident in the future moving forward, and yeah, this is just
I'm at awe about how optimistic you are. And by the way, I'm in the same boat. But considering how much money you've lost among me and other VCs, like we just got fucking wrecked. Like, how are you in pain? I know you've been in the space a long time, and I know you're financially well off. But doesn't it hurt?
I'm better off today than I was when I got into crypto in 2012, like exponentially. And I probably would have had more money, or maybe equal to, if I had like literally just held all the Bitcoin I once had, versus buying equity in like Coinbase and Kraken and all these things. Like Bitcoin would have been a much better hold than those investments. But I've learned like priceless lessons along the way. And now I have a lot of value, and I can add to others, that I can help the space evolve, and I can do things like design token economics and advise other people to help them better go to market and create better designs. And I can build really cool stuff too, which I love doing. And so, I mean, no, I think part of the process, is you're going to make mistakes, and you're going to lose some and win some. But no, I'm not down at all. Like I understand it's part of the process.
I want to add one point, and this is, Scott, if that's okay, if I can speak freely on this point, about you. Okay, I'll give some context to the audience, just to give you an idea of how crazy this shit is. Kyle, if I say something you don't want me to say, it's not positive, it's actually praising you, but you can just interrupt me immediately. But guys, in the bull run, what are we now, 2022? So 2021, every project that was launching, 90-something% of them at the peak of the hype was doing a 10x or more. What does that mean? That means for investors, for early investors, for VCs, if you invested in the private round and they went public as a token a few days or weeks or months later, depending on the project, you can put in $1,000, it becomes $10,000. You put in $100,000, it becomes $1 million. And there were 10 projects launching a day, 7 days a week. And we checked, Kyle, back then, I remember, we checked, the shittest project were just pumping. Now, how it works with us VCs is we get tokens when a project launches, okay? And the tokens vest over a period of time, but there's a percentage that vests as soon as the project launches, usually about 10%. That means if you put in $100,000 in a project, within days or weeks or months, as soon as it launches, that $100,000 becomes worth $1 million. Let's say it does a 10x minimum, and you have 10% unlocked, which is 100,000. So you can actually sell 100,000, and then the next month sell another 100,000 and sell the rest of them. So it was so easy to make money. Now, I want to give a shout out, because a lot of VCs, get a lot of hate in the space and outside the space. Some rightly so, and some others, like Kyle. Kyle had a reputation, Master Ventures. Number one, he's ruthless. Number two, he didn't sell tokens, and he would hold tokens to maintain his reputation in the space throughout the bull market. That means he had the opportunity to sell, I don't know how much he invested, bro, millions or tens of millions of dollars throughout the bull market. Yet he held it because he's in it for the long run. And then the market crashed. When the market crashed, before FTX, when the market crashed, rightly so, it was really way overhyped, those projects fell by 95, 90, 95, 98, 99%. Projects that are legitimate, that a team is still building today. Just the market is the market. And people like Kyle that invested early and didn't sell when they could have, literally saw their whole portfolio drop by 95 whatever percent. So I'm praising Kyle for what he did, but also that's a testament to the good actors in the space. In this case, VCs that did the right thing by not selling when they could have printed millions to support the projects, but also exchanges at the same time. I know we're giving a lot of exchanges heat. Exchanges that are doing the right thing, whether Kraken or Binance, which are the obvious examples that we all praise, but there's other smaller exchanges that are doing the right thing that, just want to make sure you all keep in mind that most of people in the space are actually doing the right thing. Herd mentality sometimes makes the best of us. I can't even speak anymore, it's been so long. Makes the best of us, but many of us are doing the right thing, and a few bad apples shouldn't fuck it up for all of us. Peter, I saw you put your hand up. Go ahead, Peter, Thierry, and Bilo.
Well, Mario, you and I always kind of
Bilo's
slightly
been
disagree
waiting for
on
quite
this.
some time.
Say again?
Bilo was waiting for quite some time.
I'll give, sorry, Bilo, go ahead, bro, and then Peter. So is that okay, Peter?
Sorry, yeah, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Bilo.
So I just wanted to say crypto's facing what's probably the strongest headwinds it's ever faced. And as bad as things may seem, I think we can see some pleasantly surprising resilience. I mean, look at things for where they are. Look at Bitcoin. It's down, Ethereum's down. But I mean, could have been so much worse. FTX is bankrupt. I mean, let that sink in a little bit. Things could have been a lot worse. On the other hand, we're living the most macro-influenced market since maybe COVID. Global economies, war, inflation, etc. I would caution that although we hear this often, never invest more than you can afford to lose, or monies you need to sustain your lifestyle and basic human needs. A lot of time it's very tempting. It seems like something is very cheap, You know what? I do need this month's rent, but I'm going to put it in something and maybe it'll go up. Don't do that, guys. If you can't afford to lose the money, don't put it in, because you might be right in the long run. The price of whatever it is that you bought might go up eventually, but it's not going to go up on your timeline. So if you need that money, this is the worst thing that you could do. I'm going to wrap it up, but on another note, we are early. And what that means is, when being early in something, that it just means that there's a lot of problems to be solved. These problems do represent opportunities, though, for innovation, for anyone out there that can partake in this opportunity. We're not, we're not just discussing regulation and saying it's the government and that's it. Regulation could be us. Non-government third-party regulation should be something we start working on as a community. And this is something that everybody on this call, everybody in Web3 could in some way, shape, or form take a part of. Tough times for sure, but we stay strong, I hope.
Peter, go ahead, bro.
Sure. And thanks, Milo, for those thoughts. I'm glad we finally got to listen to you. I was just going to pipe up, disagree with you again, Mario. The fact that Kyle had to even be put to that choice about whether to sell his tokens during the bull market or not maybe speaks to the inefficiency of VCs even participating in token buys in the first place. VCs are very comfortable with equity. Perhaps they should stay in that lane, and tokens should be used to achieve some form of decentralization rather than as an instrument of centralized investment. But
we agree, Peter. We agree. I'll let you continue, but I want to start that first point. I agree. And I think Kyle, I'm not sure if we'll agree, but I have a feeling he will. The game is fucked up across the entire space. That's why we need regulation and we need maturity in the space, because VCs shouldn't have a bunch of their tokens. I'm included, by the way. I was in the same boat as Kyle and other VCs. We shouldn't have our tokens unlocked in the beginning. And that obviously over time, that now the unlocks are a lot less, and eventually for good projects, they stopped unlocking at launch. VC, tokens should go through a similar unlocking schedule as equity, which is long term. So I agree with you 100% there. It's more like the system itself is flawed in ways that are difficult to avoid.
Well, that's the kind of question we got to find some kind of unity on if we're going to lead some sort of we're going to write the bill movement, which I think is important. Maybe we can continue that conversation offline.
And I just want to add like the logistic, like also just for anyone listening to Master Ventures, and myself we also have an LP fund and manage other people's money, and that strategy is a bit different, but that's also newer. We just closed that in the beginning of January of this year. But what Mario is referring to, it's true. And I did feel, I did invest in these projects because I did believe in them, obviously, and like. I don't honestly have the time to try to manage and sell these projects and try to capture the ultimate peak of what the price is. I'd much rather honestly just focus on, because I'm building too. I'm full-time building, hardcore, and so I'd much rather focus on that than try to capture every little value out of these tokens. And like I said, I'm investing for a reason, and it's long term. And so if half of these things go to zero, or 8 or 9 of them go to zero, and the other ones go to the moon, like that's all good, right? And that's all you need. And that's kind of how VC work, because it's kind of people expect that 9 out of 10 projects will fail. And in equity world, you don't even get to get any of your capital back, right? This is kind of the interesting thing about tokens, is like, even if you invest into a project that doesn't go so well, you might still get 25% of your investment back, or maybe 50% of your investment back, which is cool, right? It's better than equity investments in that regard. And so yeah, that's I believe in that. That's my strategy and why I did it.
Well,
I also. Go ahead,
sorry,
Peter.
one last point, then I'll go to bed. I promise. I'm going to push back on that as well. It is cool for the VC that gets to recoup 25%, but maybe it's so cool because it flips the whole equity model investment on its head and allows people to minimize their risk as VC investors. And therefore, the folks that are new to DeFi who are learning to participate in, they're the ones who are financing that coolness for the VCs who can afford the capital, because they're the ones that are playing alongside, playing the same game. And that seems like something that is ripe for regulation.
Important chat. Please check the group. Please verify, because if it's accurate, it's
checking now.
I hope it's not accurate, because I really want to go to sleep soon. But yeah, Peter, I think you've made very valid points, and you've been on my space for Chat, make sure you mute. You've made very valid points, and first, I also appreciate you for coming on the space over the last few weeks. Please do come back after you wake up, my friend.
I don't understand what you mean when you said when folks who are new to DeFi are the ones that are eating, like, eating up this VC or whatever opportunity. Like folks new to DeFi usually don't have an opportunity to invest into kind of private things like that VCs do, and so I don't really understand the logic behind what you're talking about.
Oh, well, I guess it depends. Everything is fact specific, so that there's various different kinds of protocols. There's companies like Ripple, which conduct private sales and ICOs. There's Library, which does it in a different way. And then there's DeFi protocols that go out and seek venture capital funding. So, I mean, I think in any particular case where any tokenized asset is traded on a DEX, and those tokens are also made available to venture capitalists, which does happen. It may not happen in your model, and I'm not trying to lump all VCs together. But if VCs are able to find tokens and invest in them in a way that they feel like they are promoting the company's success, but can also sell if just the market goes bad, that inverts the typical model of VC funding, which is like, okay, either you ride or die with this company, and if there's another series of equity financing, you might do well, and if there's a public listing, you do even better. But yeah, no, I mean, it's all based upon the facts and circumstances of any particular.
I think that projects need to be more intelligent about how they go to market, and so they need to make sure that they raise ample amount of capital for however long they think it's going to take for them to get adoption to where there's actual demand for the token, so it can offset. This is why things like lock schedules, investing schedules exist. They literally exist to give the project time to get traction in order for demand to come for that product, so that there's buy pressure on the token, so that when VCs do sell, there's a balance at that point. This is why things like a 12-month cliff period should exist, because a project needs the time to get traction. So like and if that project has, and also if they're sufficiently funded from the VC capital to start with, and they don't have to worry about capital their whole time going to market, then they don't have to worry about the price of the token whatsoever. They shouldn't actually even care about it. They shouldn't care at all, because they should care about the price of the token really should be reflected by the actual utility and actual demand from real adoption, right? That's how I know it's all speculative right now. Everything's speculative, right? But maybe in 10 years from now, the value of a token will actually be backed by the actual utility of the product which was created. That's ideally what the space should look like.
Mm-hmm. And I think we're agreeing, but in that case, like, the token shouldn't be made available for public sale unless and until it can be registered with an entity that looks like the SEC. So again, like, the facts and circumstances that led to the Great Depression are similar in some ways to this kind of idea that tokenized equity can be raised so quickly. So maybe we're not as against the SEC as we think, and maybe it could just be repurposed. Like, some of the tests would work to make sure that tokens aren't dumped on the market until they're ready, vetted, and have disclosures that are adequate for public consumption.
We don't have a choice. I mean, that regulation is coming whether we want to or not. Now, I, in particular, invite it. I think regulations make markets, and I think that the regulations are needed because there are plenty of terrible actors, frankly, in the space. I also still don't understand how VCs swapped equity for a token which has no intrinsic value, because that gave them a better liquidation value in the event that the investment goes to pot. Like, I'll never understand that. I think it means that there's something else being traded in a token. I don't know if that's pushing revenues forward, if it's hype. I don't know if that's IP, but there's some weird alchemy that exists inside of tokens that we haven't unpacked yet. That is an interesting thing to discuss, but it doesn't matter. The regulations are coming. I think, if we go back to the Bank of Japan comment that was made earlier, I think that there's a weird bull case for crypto that hasn't been discussed, which is, I think it's plausible that there is a global framework for cryptocurrencies that emerges from this, because there's nation states that are all in agreement that this needs to be regulated, and they're actually collaborating and cooperating with each other to get their heads around what that looks like. There's a world where global nation states create a global framework for cryptocurrency that supersedes all of these, 200 and some odd jurisdictions. They may pave the road for massive crypto adoption by virtue of the fact that they want to regulate it to shit. They may actually make the entire crypto industry, and we may be at the precipice of that right now, which is a huge bull case. And the other bull case for crypto is, this is the most dynamic most revolutionary technology we've experienced in our lifetimes. Every financial rail in the world is going to be built on crypto, period, full stop. That is where this thing is going. Will that make you money? I have no idea. I frankly don't give a shit. Like, I'm not here to show the coin. I'm not here to tell you to go invest your money. But I'm telling you that this technology is going to change society, and everything is going to be built on it, from ID to anything that touches money.
And I just want to add information here that I just like to break from a account.
Don't mention. Are you gonna mention that shitcoin? Don't mention its name if that's what you're gonna mention.
No, this is different. OtterSec as no, don't worry. I'm not that tired. OtterSec, which apparently was a auditor or an audit client. Okay, I'll put it this way. Let me just read their tweet because I'm pretty tired. What they said is, Alameda has been a long-standing, loyal security audit client of ours. We also work closely with many projects on Solana, many of which are directly or indirectly affected by FTX's insolvency. Here's our perspective. Even before FTX filed for bankruptcy, there were some red flags. A few days prior, their Solana USDC account ran out of funds for withdrawals. Soon after the confirmed insolvency, suspicious transactions emerged on the FTX side, draining roughly $1 billion in user funds. A variety of token types were drained over the course of a few hours. Concerns were also raised around the safety of projects such as Serum, which have since been resolved by the efforts of, and then they're quoting a tweet here by MangoMax. And then OtterSec goes, solid wrapped assets also lost their value. Thankfully, these assets were already in the process of being de-risked on most major projects. Looking forward, we strongly recommend using multi-sigs as a safe and secure way to custody assets. Protocols should also switch deployment keys over to a multi-sig if possible. Regardless of the recent happenings, we remain committed, this is OtterSec, remain committed to ensuring the security of the Web3 ecosystem. The team at Alameda and FTX are some of the most intelligent engineers we've worked with, and we wish them the best moving forward.
What do you make out of this chat?
I'm not sure that I would agree that they're the most intelligent engineers. Well, I mean, maybe they are the most intelligent engineers that OtterSec has worked with, but I'm not sure that I would agree, after everything that we've seen here, that they were the most intelligent engineers out there. But a lot of the data that they're putting out here, well, I'm going to go ahead and forward you their tweet thread here, Mario. The data that they're including some Solana scans, etc., which are showing, of course, that there were major red flags even that they were seeing as an auditor. This is the second auditor, of course, we've heard, because that other Cruffy came on and he had given us some other details from another perspective of one of the security clients. So
does it seem that they're an auditor to FTX or Alameda? Is that correct? So they were
correct.
Auditing them before the crash.
Correct.
So
they were the long-standing loyal security. They were security.
So now they're reporting that they've seen red flags. Is that what they've done now?
They're saying that they saw red flags even before FTX filed for bankruptcy. Did
they say what action they took when they saw the red flags? Or none of that.
They did not.
Exactly.
They did not. They just went forward and basically said a whole bunch of things went wrong, and then they look forward and remain committed to ensuring the security of the Web3 ecosystem, which is an interesting statement considering they didn't seem to do too well here. But yeah.
And another piece of information, I won't mention the coin, but the ugly side of crypto is those people trying to make a quick buck, and what happens is every time there's news, someone creates a coin with the name of that news, and they try to pump it up, and it just pumps up, people make money, and then just collapses. Happens every time there's some breaking news in the world, from politics to world events to entertainment, etc. And someone, no joke, someone made a coin linked to Sam Bankman-Fried's tweet, and the coin launched. Chat, you're unmuted. The coin launched and did a 4x. I got a message. I haven't verified it, but it's a credible source.
Yeah, I verified that. I actually looked.
Yeah, so a fucking coin. A meme coin created around, this is the shit that we want to stop.
By the way, Mario, there wasn't just one. If you look at the deck sweeper, there's multiple ones that were created.
Fuck. Like regulators are watching us, guys.
Can we create a Mario Never Sleeps?
No, bro, don't. People do it. Don't give me any coins. So someone was jumping in. If someone can jump in on the auditor tweet, the tweet from the auditors, chat if you can maybe retweet it on your account, so panelists can have a look at it and comment on it. But yeah,
I'll go ahead and do that right now.
Go ahead.
That sounds incredibly ill-advised.
Groundbreaking from that tweet.
Can I say something here, Mario?
What did they really say that was so important? The auditor's tweet was obvious. With this, aside from the last statement that Alameda was smart, I don't see anything that is.
Even that last statement, from what I heard, I'm a bit sleep deprived. That's why maybe I missed something. But from what I heard, there was just literally no substance at all.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Nothing.
Their counsel did not approve that tweet. That tweet added nothing except that it just linked their name to a terrible job that they did. They should have just shut up.
Would you guys mind, John? Can I just ask you to just explain what you meant about the VC part and the unlocked tokens and the 25%? You lost me. I would love to understand what you meant by that.
Me? You're asking me?
Yeah. You were talking earlier about that VCs benefit in a way that others don't.
I think that was
Peter, but.
Yeah, that was Peter who's. Yeah,
go
ahead,
Peter.
Alex.
Sorry, okay, Peter.
I can give a quick insight. It's when a lot of these projects, go to launch a token, right? There's different ways in which you can actually, distribute the token or, sell it, right? And depending on the way in which you do it, people can effectively have different entry prices than other people. So, for instance, some tokens will do what's called a private sale, in which, an initial allocation is sold to, a group of insiders or VCs. And so the entry price for that group is, lower than when it actually is open for a public sale. There's also, if you do things like, does that make sense, by the way? It's basically the entry, but the price at which people buy is often different.
I get it, but that's very standard. I mean, it's Series A, Series B, call it seed, call it private sales, call it whatever you want.
Of course. The difference is
very
the liquidity,
standard.
though. The difference is the liquidity. There's usually, a much longer lockup period if you're investing through private rounds. So I think that's right. where, if there is pushback from people, it's the fact that, you have the same mechanics to play out in typical venture capital, but it becomes liquid and much faster, which means, there's been cases of retail getting in right as VCs are, trying to dump. And to be fair, this does still happen to some degree in public markets. Like, look at how many of these recent, high growth tech stocks, the minute they hit public markets, they've basically been in down only mode. So I agree. It's not necessarily limited to crypto. It's just a little bit more.
No, I mean,
intense
and to go back to Kyle's point on this, I think that the early investors get locked up for a longer period, and that's it. That's just usual, I think.
It depends on the project. Some are more malicious than others, but I also would say that, this is a piece of advice for anyone that wants to invest in a project. Go look at the tokenomics, look at what's called the rich list, which is basically, especially if it's a layer 1 blockchain, you should be able to see each wallet address and what the holdings are in each project. So you can actually see, okay, how much of it is concentrated in the hands of maybe insiders or whales. And if a project isn't willing to make that public, then maybe that's not a project you want to touch from like a speculation standpoint.
And to add to the point that Alex made, and by the way, if my mic is bad, chat or Alex, let me know. But to add to the point that Alex made, again, from someone part of the whole VC community that we benefited from coming early and having that special treatment. If a project does not disclose their tokenomics, I wouldn't touch them. The reason is, during the bull run, what happened is many VCs, not 100%, not all of them, but a bunch of VCs took advantage of this, and the people that suffered, and generally every time in crypto, the people that suffer is the retail market. Why? Because people that are in the space, they know when something is overvalued, or generally they're more likely to know when something's overvalued, or they get that special treatment in getting early access to an NFT before it launches, or a token before it launches. That means they're the ones that will come in early, and they're the ones that will dump when the retail market is like, oh, that looks interesting. After it pumped, after everything, they come in, and then they get wrecked because the people with that that privilege dump. So it is something that I think will, as the space matures, and it's already happening, will hopefully after this there'll be regulation, and that will become significantly less likely to happen. But it's a very important point that the panelists, and I think it was Peter, brought up.
But
I'm
I think
glad you've clarified it,
Mario,
Alex.
sorry Mario, but I think
No,
this
good
is
man.
already the case. I think this is already happening. I've seen, I must have seen 1,000 tokenomic sheets over the past couple of years, and I see this more and more. It's something that's very, very common. There's literally no project that would dare approach a VC or a public sale or a launchpad without having first worked hard on their tokenomics. And if their tokenomics don't hold water, well, they definitely won't get funded. Not to say there's no mistakes out there, but it's become, I think, common ground.
Yeah, I think it is improving. That I do agree with. Thierry, Piotr, and Ragzi. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah, first of all, Mario, thank you so much for you and to chat also. And part of me is saying, you know what, this might not be the end of this crisis, but there was mentioning the year 2000s. I hope it is the year 2000s. I mean that a lot of things are going to be cleaned up, and then we're going to get to the year 2020s, but in the crypto space, maybe in 10, 20 years, where 10, the biggest companies will be for sure using blockchain. So in this sense, we might be early, we might get opportunities. Now, I think, before I go, I think the entire problem here was mainly due to governance and due diligence and just basically following the rules. I'll give you an example. I didn't create a product in the public space. I didn't use the public blockchain so far. I've used only private blockchains. And the reason for that is because I didn't want to do an ICO and have a lot of counterparties. And I could have done it in 2017, but I didn't, and I'm very happy. And then the other problem is governance. So in my case, for example, I took two former CEOs of Swiss banks who have joined me. Some of them are not yet disclosed. I took the managing director of Boston Consulting in Dubai, who manages the entire GCC. And I have two commodity traders with me because I deal with commodities and I'm a commodity trader myself. And we have top executives from Glencore who have departed. But the thing is, if you don't have people with experience, you will not have the credibility, neither versus the regulator first, nor versus the retail. Because for us, we've been working mainly with only institutions. We've done a B2B pure business because it was obvious that if we were doing otherwise, we would be under scrutiny by a lot of push on the retail side, and we would be under danger because if you have a multitude of clients, then one of the bad apples can just put your entire company in jeopardy. So we've decided to just do B2B now, and there was also a need for neutral money and for neutral systems. Now what I'm seeing is that the business is maturing and people are realizing that reserves matter and that fiat is not necessarily what you want to have long term, but then you also don't want to have algorithmic things that are based on Fugazi, which are basically modified Ponzi schemes, right? So what I want to say here is that I really do hope there's going to be, in a way, because we are right in the eye of the storm. So we have no choice but to deal with it. And I think at the end of the day, what's going to happen for sure is that we're going to go through a purge, and it's going to be hopefully a good purge, and it's going to hurt. But I can guarantee you in 10 years' time, this will still be on. And those who did the right thing had proper track records of doing things properly are those who are going to remain. And I don't know too much about regulation. I think regulation maybe, can be self-regulated, and I'm 100% there with you, Mario and Chet. I think, in Switzerland, we are a financial intermediary, and we have this license that is a self-regulated organization. And it's essentially peers looking at each other saying, look, if you do wrong, then everybody's going to suffer here. So it's also the responsibility of the community to just say, hey, look, let's establish some good practices. And I think I saw a tweet from CZ along those lines, so that you have best practice and then you can use them. And I think that's the best approach, because otherwise you'll end up killing the technology and still have regulatory arbitrage in places where, you know, you might not have the quality. So if the industry can get to a best practice kind of like roadmap, then that's probably the best. So I'm 100% there with you, Mario. And also, you know, right now I get calls a lot for protocols for DeFi treasuries who are essentially freaking out and trying to, you know, solidify the treasuries. And I think overall there's going to be a big deleveraging, and this is not going to be only in the crypto market. You know, there's going to be a big deleveraging because many of those billions just simply don't exist. And if you look at the fear of the traditional people and the regulators, I think is essentially to say, hey, you most likely this is going to spread, and they just don't want it to spread because the problems we have in crypto, we have them somewhat also at a different level in the traditional market.
I think it's well said, especially that last point. I do want to just bring the mic. I know Piotr and Ragzi are waiting for a while. So Emma, I just want to let you know before Piotr and Ragzi, you know, mention what they want to mention. I will give you the mic right after, and I'm really grateful for you to keep trying to come up on stage despite the technical issues for the last 30, 40 minutes. So I'm very grateful for that, Emma. Welcome to the panel. Piotr, the mic is yours, bro.
Yeah, thanks, Mario. I'm going to be bouncing soon, so I just wanted to say, firstly, to you and chat, you know, thanks so much. Every time you say chat, I keep thinking you're talking about the chat in sort of the back channels or something.
You have no idea how many times it happens to me. People say, I'm chatting about something. Like, what? Who called my name?
Which
what?
chat is that? Yeah, WhatsApp channel, Signal, which one we're talking about? No, it's your amazing co-host. Second, you know, again, I want to say thank you for letting me weigh in. You know, my limited knowledge has been very important for me, and I think there's a lot that I can take away from this to the areas that I work predominantly, and I think there's a fair amount of unlearning that is going to need to be done, both you know, in the existing frameworks, but I think perhaps in some of the crypto scenes. You know, we are in a very substantial period, and without making it too geopolitical or economical, you know, there's a lot of things going on which are influencing, or will have an indirect influence on the crypto scene. You know, the war has caused huge issues, the remnants of COVID, the midterms, all these things play into the broader sort of macro level issues, and therefore, you know, into how you look at crypto and what's going on there. So I think I had an interview with Francis Fukuyama, who's quite a well-known academic in this sort of international audio stuff a few weeks back, and I touched upon the role of this very indirectly with him, and you know, we're definitely in a sea change of things, and it's somehow quite ironic that this has happened at this time, considering everything else that has. So, you know, I want to be as much of a limited reassurance in that I think, you know, you guys can come through it, and I think that there can be a broader positive light. And that brings me to my last point, which is just that to what I think it was John was saying about nation states. You know, we're seeing decoupling from China, we're seeing a deglobalization, we're seeing a large sort of just, I think, restructuring a lot of things, and the relationship of non-state actors, be them MMCs or whatever, are very relevant to that. And at the end of the day, I think that a degree of, and I know people listening will not like what I'm saying, but you know, I think it needs to have a healthy conversation about regulation, just simply because there are many states that are so risk adverse to the crypto idea that they're just not allowing it to be even utilized. And I think by even introducing a very loose set of guidelines, principles, standards, whatever you want to call it, would open up a whole new opportunity of, you know, extra people who want to get involved, new markets, new opportunities more broadly. And so I think the net positive does outweigh the net sort of negatives, if that makes sense. Again, I'm very limited, but just from my outsider view, that's sort of how I look at it from a broader sense. I can't speak properly either. I've been awake a fraction of your time, so I'm going to stop there. But thanks a lot for the space, and hope to join in the future.
Appreciate it, bro. I'm sure. I hope I don't. Next time I see you, it would be after I slept. Because if you sleep, wake up, and I'm still here, it's.
Of course, you'll still be here, Mario.
You're
You're the only.
Bro, 4 days.
Taxes. There's three concrete things in life: death, taxes, and Mario being in his space.
Man, I'm honored to be in the same sentence as death and taxes.
No, I'm joking, man. I'm so sorry.
No, all good, bro. I'm just messing with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm leaving. Mario, I just sent you an invite on LinkedIn. Let's talk about this after. But thanks a lot, guys. I gotta go.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for joining us on this. Ragsy, I know you've waited for a while. Go right ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, thank you. I was totally fine waiting. Mario, thank you so much for having this space. I've been listening to you, I don't know how many days now. I can't believe you're still here. Thank you so much. I'm just like learning so much. And I was here early this morning. I'm glad Chet is here because I heard the conversation earlier today when Brad and Charles Hodgkinson were in here and some of the questions you asked. And I had a question for you or anybody else who's international on how you think what's going on with FTX. Do you think that will impact the Ripple case here in the United States? And if knowing that Gary Gensler seemed to have been working with FTX, will they even bring that in? And then 2, how will that affect regulation? Globally, do I'm based here in the United States personally, but will other countries look at the outcome of that case and use that for framework in their countries as well?
It looks like Emma's unmuted, so let's let her take an answer to this one.
Yeah, I can take that one. So on the first one, the Howey test doesn't apply to other countries. So I highly doubt that they would, take what happened with FTX and try to apply the same framework. It's quite a unique one. But of course they're going to see what happened in the US when it comes to FTX and think about how are they going to try to avoid that, especially when they are constantly, up against dollar shortages, trying to raise interest rates or trying to make money as fast as possible so they can pay their debts. That lends itself to more volatile assets, things like crypto. Can't have that all disappear or there's going to be a problem. So I'm sure they're going to all be, working together or trying to figure out some solution. But I definitely do not think Bitcoin is disappearing by any means. It's widely used, even in Russia, Iran, even for drug trade. I mean, all kinds of things it's used. And I'm not only saying it's bad things. I'm just saying it ain't going away.
So other than the, sorry, Chet, go ahead.
Oh, no, yeah, continue with your question because I was just going to let Emma go on with something else she wanted to bring up.
Well, so Emma, when you said, yeah, obviously the Howey test would only apply here in the United States, but do you know if other countries look at the outcome regardless, and do they kind of take that as scratch work for creating their own regulations, or it's completely irrelevant?
I think it would vary by country to country, right? If it's a country that tends to lean more democratic, tends to try to follow the U.S.'s footsteps, thinks that the U.S. government is competent, then maybe they might, use some of the framework that the United States did. But look at what happened. Maybe I'd come up with a new approach.
I don't mean to interject here, but I do think in reference to legislation, and especially the Howey test, it'd be unfortunate to leave the library case out of this conversation, just because I do think that that's a better proponent of what we're going to see moving forward.
I think it's a very important case that I think was kind of I'm too tired to talk, but just the spotlight's been taken by the FTX case. Can you explain to the audience very briefly, especially people not from the space, about the library case and what it means for the space? Rob?
Yeah.
And then I'll go. And then I know Emma has something to add that we brought her to the space to make a to bring us some information. So Emma, I'll let you go right after Bob, and then we go to Jane.
So I'll just try to make it very brief. So library essentially was what they deemed as a decentralized entertainment platform. It's essentially like a decentralized YouTube in a lot of ways. And they had a creator-based reward system with their token, the library token. And just recently, the court case was brought to the SEC, whether their token was issued as a security or not. And the library had filed for an MSJ, which is essentially it's a mandatory settlement judgment, which essentially says that this case holds no weight and that it should be thrown out. Well, that was deemed untrue, and so the case was pushed forward, which means that there is grounds for them to be deemed security, and that's what it's essentially sitting as at this moment. And the verbiage within the context of this case is quite concerning because it lays the framework for essentially all other coin-backed ecosystems that can be deemed as a security, and it does lay out pretty much guidance among it, albeit very broad, which is in a lot of ways only adds to the concern.
Holy shit! I just want to say, is that Kim? Why the fuck are you doing awake? How does Kim.com?
Holy hell! Kim is back. Kim is back in the house.
Yes, Kim is glitching a bit, so you'll need to maybe request to speak again.
There's one more thing that I want to note on it.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Specific about their case is that they did do an issuance. They sold their tokens outside of just the first launch of kind of minting it.
Jane, I'll give you the mic. Emma, then Jane, just while waiting for Kim.com to come back to stage.
Yeah, so your point there was that they did a pre-sale, correct? That was the point you were trying to make?
Yeah, but they also, after the pre-sale, they, at least as it stated in the court case, they came into a liquidity crunch and did another sale of the token outside of it.
Yeah, I mean, we just keep seeing this time and time again. It's like you can't just keep on going back to the well when you need more cash and you mint a token that has no basis in the equity or the operations of the company and no claim to its profits or debt or assets. I mean, to me, that was the inflection point for regulators. I think they see that, and that's the kind of behavior they want to punish, because that's the kind of behavior that begets the kind of fallout that we're experiencing today. And I think that's what did them in.
Wouldn't it have failed the Howey test anyway, Bob?
Yeah, of course. But it's a question is how hard of opinion do you want to make on it after it's failed the Howey test? Because plenty of tokens have failed the Howey test. But it's when you go back to the well and you start re-raising, you're effectively in a poor cash flow position, and you're using this illegal security to solve that problem. That's dangerous.
So we're going to bring up someone. We're going to bring up someone that apparently have seen issues with FTX. Oh, he's already on stage. He's already on stage. James is already on stage. Yeah. But first, Kim, is that the real Kim?
Oh, do we lose him?
Man. How are you?
What are you doing?
I'm back, baby.
What do you mean that? Hold on. What do you mean you're back? How many hours did you sleep, Kim?
What's up, Kim? I slept a really good 8 hours, and I had the best stream. Listen to this.
It's been 8 hours? It's been 8 hours. What's fantastic, Kim? Holy hell.
Yeah, so in my dream...
What's the dream, Kim?
And it was beautiful. So I was on this private island, and I pick up my phone, and I'm like on this beautiful beach, and I get a message from God telling me that everyone now has withdrawn all their crypto from all the exchanges, and everyone has the power of their keys back under their control. Total financial freedom, baby.
Bro, I was expecting a better dream than that.
I like that dream.
I was expecting the dream to be FTX collapsed, and other exchanges are suffering. Crypto collapsed. Regulators are listening to this, and we're doing a space together nonstop for days. And then I'm in that dream, and the dream ends right now. and we're back to reality. But that's unfortunately
No,
not the
So
case.
we have some breaking news in from Singapore's Money Authority Service. They're saying FTX.com does not operate in Singapore. However, it's not possible to prevent Singapore users from directly accessing overseas service providers, and FTX.com was able to onboard Singapore users. MAS on if placing Binance on investor alert list led Singapore users to invest through FTX.com. Says Binance was not banned from operating in Singapore. They said they did not have cause, pardon the bangs in the background, that's literally the news breaking. They said they did not have cause to list FTX on the investor alert list since on the same basis as Binance. They said, oh my Jesus, this is clouding my screen. They said FTX unit Quan PTE Limited is currently exempt from licensing while its license application is under review. They have not required FTX.com to migrate Singapore users to the Quoin, it's Quoine. MAS says funds of Singapore investors in FTX.com are not parked under Quoin, as FTX.com and Quoin operate as separate legal entities. The MAS has not required FTX.com to migrate Singapore users to Quoin. So that is the looks like the end of the statement right there, hopefully, but that's coming from the Singapore MAS.
Real quick, I just got the specific language used in the case. I didn't want to misquote it, so I wanted to be sure that I actually pulled up the case file. And so the reason that this is concerning is because of how broad this statement is, and I'll read it here. So by retaining hundreds of millions of LBC for itself, Library also signaled that it was motivated to work tirelessly to improve the value of the blockchain for itself and any LBC purchasers. So essentially what the judge is saying here is that even without promise of, contracts, any efforts specifically or any, premising of the token, it's sufficient enough, the expectation of those held tokens to essentially be turned to profit by common enterprise. And that's the concern with this case.
And that's why you have blockchain companies launching anywhere but the US.
Also, another quick thing, one of our panelists, Chet, just tweeted something. He tagged me and Kim that is worth looking into, and he's a chain analyst, so I'd love to bring him up. Jane, I'll give you the mic while we try to bring up Michael. Michael, I'm going to send you an invite to come up on stage. Just make sure that whatever you're sharing has been verified. I know you probably have because you're a chain analyst. But yeah, I'll give the mic to Jane in the meantime.
All right, so there's a few things I want to touch on. So basically what you guys were talking about earlier with the relationship between MIT, SBF's family, FTX, everybody basically. I sent you guys a little email I typed up, or a message actually, a DM, and linking them all together. If you guys do at some point want to go back to that conversation, I'm more than willing to elaborate on it. Also, I know you guys probably don't know much about me or my background. I've worked in policy for about five or 6 years now. I've worked on all levels of government, from federal to municipal, state level, and I'm running for office for 24, and the reason that I'm doing that is specifically for this reason, for Bitcoin, for crypto regulation, and for CBDCs. So if you guys have any questions about that, I'll be on here this week. I honestly didn't realize that people had such limited knowledge on regulations and bills that are being presented into Congress. So I definitely want to help people understand as much as I can.
Sorry, I'm muted. Kim, I might, if you want to take over if I'm muted, just because I was trying to bring someone up to share some information. But Jane, in terms of, go ahead, Kim.
It's nice to see Jane here. I know her for a while. She's going to make a great candidate in 2024, and would love to see you here more often, Jane.
Thank you so much. I'm a big fan of yours, and I followed your story. from way back, and I'm really sorry you had to go through that. It was just watching the
It's
whole thing
okay.
unfold. It was just, you're a very strong person, and I appreciate you being so strong and fighting on behalf of everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane.
I'll give the mic to James. James, you had some pretty concerning information to share. I think Kim would love what you're about to share.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah, man.
So first off, Mario, Chet, I really greatly appreciate you guys having this. As a certified public accountant in the U.S., just because the regulations are just not even there, it's very difficult for me to advise clients. So that's pretty much why I'm on Twitter and why I'm taking an interest in this circle tonight. Kind of like what Kim got to earlier. I think it would be fantastic if everybody could self-custody. So your dream, brother, it's pretty fantastic. And if I had that same dream, that'd be pretty awesome to me.
Yeah.
My concern now, just from hearing your guys' circle and everybody kind of talk about retaining their funds in self-custody. I had a go at this about 2 years ago when Secretary Mnuchin was mentioning, some stringent laws to Brian Armstrong at Coinbase. Brian came out against it at that time, and he had a long tweet thread on it. I actually got my start on YouTube and on Twitter from that tweet thread because I was trying to piece together kind of what's going on with the regulations and kind of where everything is headed. At that time, it looked like there were going to be some pretty stringent laws and regulations going more towards what the EU is implementing, which really had me concerned, particularly in the self-custody actions. So what I was seeing at that time and what Brian Armstrong was speaking out to against that time, I really wish you could find his tweet thread on it because it was a great tweet thread. I believe there's probably some screenshots left on some blogs that covered his tweet thread, but he has since deleted that tweet thread from 2 years ago. And he basically was getting to kind of the point that I'm going to make is if you transfer your assets off of exchanges right now to self-custody, it is a very great risk that if we do get some pending regulations or regulations passed in this whole fiasco, because it is such a huge issue. I mean, people in the media now are comparing it to Enron. It's going to be what do I want to say? Some ammunition for people to go after regulations, and I'm worrying now that what they're going to ultimately do is if you do have your crypto off of an exchange, they're going to force exchanges to verify that your crypto was legitimately received. And if that happens, you're going to have to prove chain of custody, and that is going to be a tough thing to do. So I think we're probably in for a pretty big fight, and I think that they have some fodder in the cannon. If everybody's going to transfer everything off the exchanges, then there's going to be probably a lot of people hurt and not able to get those funds back to an exchange and back to fiat if they can't prove where they got it from.
But why is it difficult to prove chain of custody on the blockchain? Isn't that the whole premise?
Well, correct. So
I'll tell you why. I mean, especially people have been in it for a while. Like I've been asked these questions on depositing into centralized centralized custodians or whatever before, and they ask me where did I get my Bitcoin and which wallets and things like that from when I acquired it from the early days like 2012 or 13. And I literally just have no way of proving that kind of stuff of like where I acquired it, especially because it was on like local Bitcoins. I got bought up people on the street or whatever. I know today it's not that difficult, but if you have some of the long chain or have had assets for a while, it can, or with a lot of different wallets and things like that, it could be really hard to remember where you get all these things.
Right, but accepting like red phone Bitcoin, people who entered the space recently, easily in the last 3 years, maybe within the last 5, they probably purchased it through a wallet on an exchange, and all that information should be readily available, right? And so the idea that those assets would be seized or the provenance of those assets would come into question seems pretty remote for most people and most assets, I think, right?
And normally I would agree with you, but we have exchanges shutting down. And so in the aspect of, we've had Mt. Gox shut down, tax clients trying to get the information from Mt. Gox, that's impossible to get. So if you originally onboarded from fiat to an exchange that no longer exists, and they're going to have stringent regulations that basically prove that you need to show the amount of fiat that you put into crypto and show multiple years chain of custody for your balance that you're going to be transferring back in, I think we're in for a shitstorm. Is my opinion, and I think we're possibly in for that. And if you've got a lot of crypto, it's going to be a pain because I work with clients trying to just sort out their taxes. Getting information for taxes is a pain. I can't imagine trying to prove chain of custody for crypto.
James,
Well, I think
By the
that's the
way,
lesser of the
guys,
risk.
just a quick update here from me. I just checked my inbox and I had an email here from a major law firm in New York. I'm not going to say who it is. They are looking at this stuff that we talked about yesterday in terms of regulated services on Binance, and they are saying they want to have more information because to claim that they have a regulated product and then not follow the rules of the regulator is a major problem for them. So they're thinking about suing them, and they wrote that to me on a Saturday. So it's quite interesting, I mean, I don't know if anyone grasped the magnitude yesterday of what I was talking about in terms of the products that are being advertised on Binance, claiming that they are regulated, but then not really following the rules of the regulator. That is going to become a big problem for them. So just a little update from my side here.
Hey, Kim, this is John here. I want to actually, really congratulate you on how you handled that today. I thought that was really tremendous. I was really impressed.
Thank you.
With how you approached that. I thought that was an important conversation. It seems petty. It seemed pedantic, I think, to some people, because anybody who didn't hear him, he zoned in on the fact that Binance's their coin, their proprietary coin, I guess BUSD, is not described on their website as being security and not subject to, not FDIC insured rather. And it's a licensed product in the state of New York that requires disclosures that aren't there. And so Kim got into this sort of back and forth with CZ and some of his people and the Paxos people about, no, it's in there. You just have to click. Oh, if you click and then you go to another page. And Kim was steadfast on just prosecuting this very simple idea, which is it's not about how large the print is or how small or how easy it is to get. Is it there? It's not there. The point is that it's supposed to be conspicuously displayed. And if we can't trust you to do that, then we can't trust you to do anything else. We have to assume if you can bend a little bit here, you can bend a lot someplace else, because that's the situation that we find ourselves in. So I thought that was a tremendous moment in the space, because that conversation precipitated basically everybody on the call being like, take all of your stuff off of centralized exchanges. Centralized exchanges, when pushed a little bit, we're like, yeah, take it all off. Nobody wants the smoke, and that happens when it's not fudding. It's we should trust nobody, never. That's the whole point of this space. You should never trust anybody. Trust is manipulation. You don't have to trust people. That's why we do this. That's what the blockchain is about. And so, thank you, Kim. I just wanted to say that I'm really glad I had a chance to actually thank you for that and express that.
No, I appreciate that. And I think what everyone needs to realize here, even though it may not feel big to you, it's a major issue that they have now, because the regulator, if not through that law firm, then through the media, will become aware that Binance did not comply with the license rules for their product. And that may cost them their license status, and the regulators may withdraw the license that they have because they have not complied with the rules. And literally the excuses that they made yesterday were totally unprofessional. I can't believe that they said, if you click on the Paxos website, there you can find the information. If you read the actual license requirements, they cannot do that. It needs to be right on the page where they offer the product. It needs to be prominently displayed, and they provided zero warning to their clients. So here's the next thing. If I was this New York law firm that contacted me, they could literally launch a class action lawsuit where anyone who's ever bought this product can now get some recourse and make a claim against Binance, because they are saying we are a regulated product, but then they are not following the rules set by the regulator. So this thing, even though on the surface to some of you it may look a little bit complicated, may look a little bit, uninteresting, it's a major issue for Binance. And I think you will see within a week or so, they will update all these pages and make sure that they comply with these rules. And like John said, I think the biggest message out of that yesterday was, how can we trust exchanges that are not even following the basic rules? They want all the benefit of claiming that they have a regulated product, but then they're not following the rules of the regulator. And if you have that kind of cavalier attitude, right, to things like that, what else are they not doing right? What else is going wrong at Binance? That's really the message here, and it needs to be a wake-up call for the entire industry. Like, you need to stop being cavalier and having this Wild West attitude with the funds of your clients, and keeping your clients dumb and not making full disclosure about the risks. I think it was really important yesterday. And I think, even though I realize some people do not understand the significance of this, this is really going to backfire for Binance in a big way.
I think you cause a shitstorm for them. I think they know it, and they kind of ran off that call when you expose this, because this is a huge compliance issue for them in this landscape, in this environment today, to get called out on that. And he kind of walked into it, which was also kind of amazing. I mean, I give him credit for getting on the call, not being prepped. He didn't know what he was walking into, but that was an inflection point in the day, I think, and in how we treat these exchanges and how we treat founders and CEOs. I think most of these guys are used to the softballs. They're used to people genuflecting and bending a knee in front of them, and that didn't happen today. And honestly, it should never happen. It should never happen in this space.
I do want to just mention two quick things, Kim. Is that okay? And just want to also
sure.
Simon. First, I want to say as well, John, that I also like that me and Kim disagree on so many things. Not many, actually. There's a few things.
No, we don't.
What are you? I'm trying. No, I have a good point. I have a good point. So we always try to keep it balanced. So that's the point I was trying to make. Also, and just the main point I'm referring to is in terms of Binance. I also want to mention the other point is, I could be completely wrong and look like a fool by saying this, but first I applaud the CEO for coming on stage and addressing Kim's questions, and I think Kim mentioned that as well. And it set 100%. the stage for other exchanges that, in my opinion, are way behind Binance in terms of transparency and doing the right thing. Of course, we hold Binance and Kraken on a pedestal, but so was the same. We did the same to FTX, and look at them now. So I like that Kim and others are questioning everybody. That's the right thing to do, but we're doing it objectively, transparently, and giving them a stage to also answer back. So applaud. Yeah, I want to applaud Kim. He does things that I don't have the guts to do, and also applaud Simon. Simon and Kim are probably two of the most important people on this panel that made this happen. And Simon, I want to also mention another thing referring to you, is I've referred to you many times while you were off, and I referred to the story of, I think it was the reason that you do the spaces, and the story of the person that came up on stage in one of your spaces about Celsius. And they shared how, correct me if I'm wrong, but they were considering to commit suicide, and they said how the space helped them not harm themselves, and you were very emotional when you mentioned it. So I kept mentioning that story every few hours throughout the space, just to remind everyone that's listening in the audience, because we got many heartbreaking DMs, that, we're there, we're here to bring them clarity. We've been holding the space for many hours, and there's many others in that same boat. We had an insider, Kim and Simon. You actually missed a really cool part. We had an insider, probably the best insider segment, who we verified him, etc. And probably the most insight we've received about FTX, and I think I tweeted some of the information. Most insight we've received, and it was just really concerning shit from that person who worked with them for a long time, lost millions, and he was on stage using an anonymous account for hours, giving clarity and asking questions. So that was
wow,
really,
I missed that. Damn it!
You did. It's in the recording, which I'm sure you won't have time to go through, but it was a really good discussion.
What are the key
Mario.
points? What you say? What has this insider revealed? Like really short.
Hey Mario, are you gonna have one of your team like go through like all these hours and put like key nice clips up on Twitter and YouTube? You should do that. There's so much.
My team is struggling to reply to DMs at the moment. So I maybe when things settle down and we
do it next week. You'll get a lot of views. Have you got a YouTube channel yet?
I think I do. But I think the press will do that for us. There's a lot of people in the press waiting for it, like asking us constantly, when is the recording out? And we keep telling them it's when the space ends. It's automatic. So I think they'll do the work for us and kind of summarize the space.
Yeah, no, there's
Mario,
some gold dust
for
clips.
For me, it's impossible to even check my DMs now. I scrolled down earlier, and it's literally like I can scroll on my mouse for 30 minutes, and I have so many messages. So I will never be able to go through any of that. But what it shows me is that we really struck a nerve here. This is a topic that people care about, and I'm grateful to you, Mario, that you initially set this up and invited me to come. And, this has become a very powerful force for good in the crypto space.
Yeah, Mario, this is tremendous. Firstly, Simon is another guy, Simon, who I'm also very impressed with. I think, Simon, I heard you discussing the bankruptcy process. Is that correct? Was that you that I heard discuss?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, tremendously thoughtful, really understand the process, very, very well articulated. I was thinking about it all day. And what I'm curious about is, how does the potential fraud factor into the maneuverings and the machinations of FTX when they were inside of the zone of insolvency? Now that we know from this space, from Mario and from Chet and from all the people who have come here, that they were potentially in the zone of insolvency and knew it, were aware of it some 18 odd months ago.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting topic because like my experience in the US Chapter 11 bankruptcy process comes from being the 21st largest creditor on Celsius. And I love that number because it's 21. That's my number, Bitcoin. So I always brag about it. It's not a very good medal to win, but
congratulations.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a sign from Satoshi.
Before you go, sorry, quickly, Kim, can you check the DM I sent you, just so we have a line of communication? I sent you a DM on Twitter, Kim. Go ahead, Simon. Sorry.
Yeah, so one of the big differences is that Alex Majinsky held on to the CEO spot. He's actually still a director of the parent company, but he stepped down as CEO of all the other companies. So I'm still skeptical about that, and he's still a 61% shareholder of Celsius, but the shareholders get wiped out. So I'm still skeptical about what he's holding on to. But he's held on to the parent company spot, but resigned from all the other director spots and being CEO. But we had to really fight to get that because he was holding on through the whole thing, and that was causing so much problems because of all the he was on AMAs every single week telling people that Celsius is safer from a bank and they should take all their money out of their bank account and their retirement funds. And the key difference with Celsius is it brought in like the most, retail victims.
Just some quick breaking news that got passed to me from our on-chain analytics team that's looking at things behind the scenes on different stuff. This is on crypto.com again. Just real quick, they found out that Crypto.com just burned about, according to the contract timestamp, an hour and 43 minutes ago, they burned 200 million CRO tokens, or $12 million worth of their token. This would look to battle the market dynamics of their token price depreciating right now.
Okay, that's really interesting. Let me just detour to that. So they're now burning tokens to try and pump up the price. That's really like showing that this is a centralized security. Are they doing that specifically for that reason, or is it because that's in the normal course of how they run their token?
I would assume it's because of that reason, just because of the current market dynamics. That on-chain analytics people seem to be surprised by this.
Okay, so
how algorithmically? Is that algorithmically, or is that something that they've intervened right now to prop up the price?
They took it from a crypto wallet and sent it to a null address, and essentially intentionally burning it.
Okay, so the definition of an investment contract or a security is the giving of money with the expectation of profit under the management and control of others in a common enterprise. So if somebody has a token and they're intervening like a central banker doing quantitative tightening in order to increase the price by burning the token because the price has crashed, then they're trying to manage the expectation of profit from people when they purchase that token. So, to say that is a utility token, there's no reason to burn a token if it's a utility token. So, these tokens are toast in the end. Like they're all securities. And can you give me any reason why to burn a token other than to manipulate the price and intervene like a central banker?
Well, I just have one thought. So I know Crypto.com, they do have a sovereign blockchain built on the Cosmos network. I'm not sure if the majority of their liquidity, the CRO token, is living on that blockchain or if it's been deployed on Ethereum, but that is possibly one thing that could be factoring into it.
Yeah, but I mean, the management coming in and burning tokens in order to do price support.
Well, Binance has done that. Binance has done that for years with BNB.
Or BNB is a security too. I mean, by the definition.
I mean, it hasn't been ruled that. But yeah, I mean, it's if you want to bring it up to the Howey test, you can. But I mean, it hasn't been ruled that. So I think we have to be careful making definitive statements.
Another way to say that, though, is that it hasn't been given an NFA because there's only a handful of those, and that's not one of them.
Yeah, and the way to launch a security, if you want it to not be a security, is you submit to the SEC a no action letter, and you submit why you think it's not a security, and then they issue you a no action letter. So if you want to go through that process, you can.
There's a
tweet just came out from Binance.
Let me go. Let's verify. Hold on. Let's verify. Let's go. Do you go to his account and verify?
I have a tweet from CZ that's verified.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I could see. That's it. Yeah, it is. Yep. This is. First, mention it, bro. I see it.
Yes. See, I'll go with what CZ said first. He said to reduce further cascading negative effects of FTX, Binance is forming an industry recovery fund to help projects who are otherwise strong, but in a liquidity crisis. More details to come soon. In the meantime, please contact Binance Labs if you think you qualify. Also welcome other industry players with cash who want to co-invest. Crypto is not going away. We are still here. Let's rebuild. Interesting thing, just as the thought that crosses my mind when I hear that is that sounds a lot like what SBF was initially doing. With the same issue.
No, but I want to mention something even more important. Do you know who brought this idea up? Do you remember, Chet? Because I remember very clearly. You know who brought it up live on stage?
I mean,
Wahid from Phaedra. Yeah, so Wahid mentioned.
Yeah,
he spoke out. I want to give him a massive shout out. He was on the space yesterday for everyone's time at a few hours for my time. He mentioned in the space that we need exchanges to step up and offer a bailout fund, a liquidity pool. It's actually in my tweets. I'm going to find it and give him a shout out because I think I tweeted his recommendation. And here we are, CZ, again, taking leadership in doing this. I personally think if anyone would disagree, it's great. But I think this is a very positive thing for the space to avoid a bigger domino effect that could further harm the space.
I think this is exactly what we talked about, I think, yesterday or whatever, which is being able to scoop up assets at pennies on the dollar. He's just going to be the first one to bid on these assets in bankruptcy hearing, or when a company was rely on FTX and had a bunch of the treasury there, like Star Atlas, they're going to come in and be able to make a sweet deal for tokens. I think it's more. There was a lot of strong projects related to FTX and Alameda that maybe need capital right now and dry on liquidity, and so they're in a better position to make a better deal at this point. I'm not sure that it's so heroic. Is what my first guess. I mean, not to say it's not good. Of course, like, they need money. I mean, they have money. Good, give it to them so they can survive. But I just don't think it's a charity event.
Market's bumping on the news.
I mean, look, every industry has a player that does something like this. Like, for example, in the concert industry, Ticketmaster, Eventbrite, these companies, they provide advances to venues in exchange for their ticketing business. Mario, there's a crazy echo, bud. Oh, thank you. And so that's not an altruistic business. They do that because obviously they want to process tickets. They put cash out, venues get up and running, they have concerts, and they get that money. It's really a loan against receivables. And so I'd be happy for CZ to do that. If you're going to risk the capital and you're going to save the industry, get paid for it. I prefer the profit motive to effective altruism. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, me too. This is not a bailout. The problem with the bailout is that when it comes from government and it costs taxpayers and it's dilutive because they print money to do it. If somebody wants to implement a free market solution, and it's subject to competition in the predatory, my guess is that he's probably doing the 1907 JP Morgan strategy, which was during the panic of 1907. JP Morgan, there was no central bank. This is pre-Federal Reserve. That started in 1913 as a result of this. But JP Morgan essentially monopolized the industry by issuing, he put together a cash with himself and the fellow European bankers and the Rothschilds and co. And they put together a syndicate where they offered lines of credit to distressed banks because they were failing left, right, and center. But in order to accept the line of credit, you had to sell your company for pennies on the dollar to JP Morgan, which put together the original large syndicate of banks. And JP Morgan essentially monopolized the US banking system to try and compete with the Rothschilds and the European bankers. So, the funny thing was it was as a result of manipulating the copper market, where they were trying to corner it in the Knickerbocker company, and they were manipulating the price of the copper market. That caused the crash and the panic of 1907. And then you use line of credit in order to acquire all the companies. So it all depends on what comes with the loan. But it's a very interesting move. I think we're seeing a similar thing in our crypto moment.
Also, I've just got a clarification to make, which is important. So Chris, so we got a message that's private, and I won't mention the source because I'm not sure if I have permission, but essentially the clarification regarding the CRO token, which is the crypto.com token being burned. CRO burning on ETH is according to the migration to the native chain. Each time CRO ERC20 is sent to crypto.com, they will burn it and swap it to the native token. So appreciate this clarification, and also anybody that has clarification to any information, including Chris, you can DM us and we can share the clarification anonymously to keep that clarity going. So whoever shared this, I'll keep your name anonymous, but I appreciate you sharing it. But sorry to interrupt you, Simon.
Hey guys, I think this tweet from CZ is really important. So I just wrote a reply to him, or made a quote tweet, and I would like to say to you guys what I told him, if you don't mind.
Of course, man.
Go for it.
So what I'm saying is, this is great and needed. CZ offers help to bail out exchanges, etc., and need to reduce harm for customers. Highly appreciated. Please keep us posted about progress And thank you for facing criticism, reflecting, and then acting in such a positive way. Because I think what he's doing here right now, and this is thanks to him coming on yesterday, realizing that this is a major issue. As you know, the room filled up to over 30,000 people yesterday, and there were some calls for help, and for him to step up now and offer this help, if he does it in a transparent way and if something good comes out of it, I'm totally going to be grateful for that, because this is the kind of
All the poor bastards that got shook out of their lungs. now they're hitting the air.
All those people following right now in a long position is just going to get wrecked.
Yeah, they got scared out. Now they're scared back in. Then it's going to fall out again.
Everybody's asleep. Fucking D-Block, Tay. Just pumping.
Always expect the unexpected. The Sunday pump's epic. Well, Monday for me, but yeah.
Only the real true traders get rewarded.
MATIC is going crazy too.
Yeah, I'm about to break even at 94.15. I might get out and get a better price. So what do you guys think?
Yeah, I can hold up, see how this trend develops, because this, you want to see if this retraces and holds support, or it just completely just drops again. So it looks kind of risky to me. Just how the order books are going absolutely skits right now.
Yeah, I'm about to get out in profit and just fuck it.
Yeah, I'd look for a retracement, like at least a 50% retracement, and then less volatility to see how this trend wants to turn out. But that one bar just took out the last day's worth of price action, so it could be interesting in the next couple of hours.
Yo, this Mills. What's up? What's going on? I see things going up.
Bull market. I'm just kidding. I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, so it's going to dip again though. This must be false right here.
Yeah, we're waiting to see support. Maybe people will wake up, FOMO, real get caught.
All right. So we're waiting on support. Yeah. Because my Matic. Let me see.
It's gonna dump.
It's going to dump.
It's gonna dump. Depends what happens right now. There's gonna be a meeting in 5 minutes.
All right, because my entry on MATIC was 0.9074, so I could get out of here now and get a lower one.
Yeah, me too. I'm caught up at 95, so I'm trying to do the same thing.
Oh, your entry is 0.95?
Yeah, 95.24.
All right, try to break even, then get out, get a lower. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. If I had to take $5 losses, cool, but yeah. I was gonna go to break and shit, and then this shit's pumping now. What the fuck?
It's trying to break through. We don't know yet.
Yeah, yeah. You don't want to sell a negative, and then you see it, and like, what the hell? It's parabolic. You get a notification, or what woke you up?
Actually, I'm at work, so I walked by the truck and I got my computer up, so I seen green because I'm on takes Arc's view, so you know I saw nothing but green, so I was like, whoa! I got in the truck and I started checking everything. I'm like, that.
Yep, yep. Monday, market's open in a bit, so see.
Yeah.
Okay, Maddox holding right here, and I would have dumped as fast as it came.
Yeah, I see it's holding.
Man, a nice little pump before the market opens, like shit, and could dump as much as it wants to, 75 cents.
Yeah, damn! Somebody turn on the bat signal, man. Get Arc up in here, yo.
Hey, where the real TA at? Get them in here, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn on the bat signal right now. It's on.
Hey, Tane, wake up, bro. You're missing your bull market.
Yeah, look out for 16,850 for resistance because it's still.
Oh, Tame's awake. He's been moving that mouse around. He knows what's up. He's just watching. Patience is a virtue.
Let's go.
2 minutes to the live.
You don't have to say nothing. The charts are saying it all right there.
The Rockets, hey, never bet against Tame, bro. I'm telling you.
That's why you bet on the Rockets with Tame.
Whoever got Bitcoin at 15,800, shit.
Man, that's that resistance right there, man. For MATIC, boy, it's stubborn.
Yeah. It only take a couple more fumbles right now. People are gonna start with chart.
Uh-oh. Damn, what's that thing them boys be doing when you break through?
Tripping, bro.
Bunch of that last order cleared out. It's been a pretty good day, man. Let it rip.
Rocket.
Nah, it's not like that. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it like what's his name? Like you, rocket, 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 rocket. Rockets, rockets,
Yeah, that's
rockets.
pretty good, brother. That's pretty good.
Hey, hopefully he's in Jasmine or something. These fools are missing out.
My last order of Jazzy went through. I got like 200,000 of Jasmine down there at that last spot, and I was like 0.1 away from the bottom, and my order filled for 200,000.
Whoa!
This could be one mega fake out though. This could just be. This could
my
just be.
my gala orders
lower
went
high.
down there too. Man, all this shit filled down at those low spots. This is dope.
Come on, Matic.
Are we still muted on YouTube?
Yeah, bro, about to jump on now.
Live.
I know we're live. Let's go.
Sounds like he's dancing around the fucking bush. Or he's just nervous.
What was this pump, guys?
What up? All I know is people not sleeping tonight with these rockets. Hopefully, Ali bought some dips, bro, cause she missing out.
What y'all say is dipping?
No, hopefully everybody bought the dips.
From where came this money?
Here we go. We're gonna try retrace again.
The MATIC.
Hello, hello. For the people listening, curious about what's happening. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I'm watching the live AMA with the Crypto.com CEO.
How do you access that? What do I need to search?
Right down the corner right now. See on the right side. You get here to it.
Seems like
it's going up all the FUD.
Yeah, in the TA chat, if you go up in the corner chat box.
Thanks.
All right, well, since nobody's talking, I'll just say if you're new to the Discord, yep, go check out the charts. You'll see people are probably, a lot of them are in scalp mode, which is why it'd be nice to do a quiet voice here. But it seems.
Did you see those crazy pumps that just happened?
Yeah, I think people are still in scalp mode. There was a couple things that happened.
Just now, there's like 6 or 7 cryptos that pumped up like 20 cents at once.
Yeah.
At the same time.
Yeah, I was just sharing about the 2 reasons for that. Do you want to go share about it?
Go ahead.
So one thing is Crow burn-in tokens, or how do you say that? It's given stability. So that's one thing. The other thing was Mario Knopfel did a second room on Twitter Spaces, and the first one Elon popped into. There was over 11,000 people. A couple days ago, I posted that link in the Discord, but you can find it on Twitter Spaces with Mario Knopfel. So that was like a 10-hour room. The second room got recorded, so maybe it's still playing, I'm not sure. But once the announcement happened about Crow and the burn, then it got real quiet here and people went into scalp mode, I'm pretty sure. But the Twitter Spaces room was just a lot about like discussions around regulations being potentially healthy, being done right, and the good that can come out of this and reassurance.
Starting to get good.
I couldn't hear you. Sorry. What was that? There's anybody here that would like to pull up D-Block's chart and give a little TA, probably YouTube would appreciate that. If you go to D-Block's chart, if you are here, he's obviously got BTC pulled up. And yeah, that is a pretty big green candle. There's some vectors. There's some gaps in where, as some people might say, there's areas that need to be claimed potentially because the market just kind of wants to go towards those liquidations. And there's some resistance points and some lines on this chart. There's some trading ranges. Oh, Shania's taking over. Hello, TA. Are you seeing what's happening?
Well, I was longing it at 15.8, but I got in a little higher than that. I longed it before CZ even did all that. There was a double bottom on the 4 hour. So I was playing that anyways. It wasn't, I mean, that double bottom wouldn't have jumped this far. CZ just helped a lot.
Yeah, it was like reassurance on Twitter to the crow burn to the scalp mode.
No, I had it long at 15,800 even, but CoinEx didn't pick that up, even though it went less. I just eased in a very small amount, but it's fine. I'm out of my long. I was up like 150%, but I'm out. I'll long it again because it is a clear double bottom in play. I'm not here. Yeah, D-Block. Literally, I was too embarrassed to tell because Moosey and I were in the futures room. I was like, man, it's not catching my buy. And I'm like, I'm easing in. Don't get mad at me because it missed my number. He's like, I'm shorting. I was longing while he was shorting. I'm like, I'm longing it, man. There's a 4 hour play coming in. Been waiting for hours.
Can you give a little TA? Like looking at D-Block's chart on BTC. I think YouTube was asking for that, and maybe D-Block can't get in. I don't have YouTube open right now, but he was writing comments there, I think.
That's his chart. I can't give TA on his chart. I don't. Everybody has their own chart and their interpretation there.
Well, can you pull up BTC and give a little TA on it with your chart?
I mean, that was it. On the daily, there's nothing bullish. But on the 4 hour, there was a double bottom possible to play. And that's why I took a risk to go in. But the daily doesn't have a reversal yet. So,
what about the technicals on Crow in the last hour, 5 minute, 15?
I was trying to long Crow at 5.2. It didn't go there. It went to 5.64. My number for Crow was 5.37, and actually I pulled that buy back out. And if I would have stayed in, actually, I would have been up a lot with that one too. But I didn't. I pulled it back down to 5.2, and that number is on the weekly. Nothing else. I was just trying to long it on the weekly bottom. So, but Crow doesn't look very fucking good. Doesn't look very healthy, so it's gonna take somebody to save them.
Well, that's I think what the whole burn announcement is about. Is that, but what does that even mean? How does the burn create stability?
Burn would create stability if the markets and FTX didn't eat crap and did all this, garbage. But right now, because of what happened with Crow, they accidentally supposedly sent that $400 million worth of Ethereum. But today I saw another one. There was like $600 million worth of Ethereum going out somewhere, coming in. So burn is only to make the circulating coins less than what is out there. So, limited edition cards are more expensive than anything else. Just think about it that way. More they burn, more limited it gets. But I missed that opportunity because damn Yellowstone. Damn it. Yeah, so D-Block, if you look at the daily, well, maybe when you get there. Not daily. No, where was that? Man, who's chart? Oh, I'm on Chrome. All right. So Bitcoin on the daily, the candle pattern there is a bullish pattern. It's not a reversal, but it's a bullish pattern. But that bullish pattern, for it to be true, bottom was supposed to come all the way down to around 15.8, 15.820. It was supposed to come down, which it did. So that means it needs to fill this on the daily. So I think we'll go back down to 15.8 sometime. I don't know, maybe retest. But the bullish pattern is supposed to end at, what's the high? 17,695. Between there and 18,199. So this pump should go up to those numbers, 17,695, and as high as 18,199, for it to complete this bullish pattern, and that's another reversal pattern. Not in a great way because the candles looks really cockeyed, so I don't know. It just looks very similar but not identical. No, Bitcoin is still going. Yeah.
Pew pew. That should have nourished the YouTube chatters.
No, that pattern is supposed to go there. So if it pumps, it's gonna complete that pattern, which is a good sign. But it's on a daily, so next 4 hours. Oh no, till 7 o'clock tomorrow, we can just dance around all day, or it may just go up there and close. I don't know.
You think we'll see a little bump when people have transfers go through? Because there's a bank holiday.
Say what?
Yeah, pardon me. I'm gonna have to take a break after this because I'm eating. But do you think there'll be any kind of reaction with a 3-day holiday and banks being open and people being able to do instant transfers and make moves with the banks open?
When is the 3-day holiday? When is the 3-day holiday?
Well, here we had Veterans Day was a bank holiday. So whoever did transfers, they have to wait 1 to 3 days. We've had Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. The banks were closed.
That only comes into play. Oh no, that only comes into play when you're pulling your money back, but when you're depositing, a lot of exchanges have instant deposits. So no. Like my daily limit was like $35,000 on Coinbase. No. Doesn't matter. Banks are closed. Man. All right. Yo, somebody else just logged into your account from a different device. Who the hell did my trading view? No, it's not trading view. Whatever. No. This pump is coming to a slow end, so be Very careful with whatever you guys are doing. I'm not sure, but just looking at certain things.
Yeah, D Block mentioned having internet issues. So I think he's messing with it to try to get himself back into the Discord. And
He got his phone. He's just taking a break from everybody, trying to get his little girl.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. $18K, take profit. Yeah. I don't. Well, if you're doing spots, yeah. But futures, I would have jumped that once. I will get in again, but not yet. Even though I called those numbers, I'm just waiting for a better entry, or I won't enter at all. I'm not losing my gains.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Please don't say what's happening, because we don't know. And now I'm kidding.
ETHW is bumping, man.
Everything is pumping.
Even I'm bumping.
Morning, YouTube, and all. I truly do hope this 4-hour double bottom plays, because if it doesn't, the dump's gonna be really ugly. Really ugly. There's 26 minutes in this 4-hour candle. I'm gonna message you and Twist. I'm gonna message you in D Block here. What? On your other one, or you want me to send it to your cat one?
It doesn't matter.
Hmm.
It doesn't matter which one.
Okay. And don't get your hopes up. CZ's only doing this because people are pulling their money out of all the exchanges because they lost trust. So he ain't trying to save nobody but his own self. But that helps us out. I mean that. Because otherwise they're all gonna crash and burn. No money, no honey. Me love you long time.
Here comes 688.
688.
I said here comes 688. 1688 on Bitcoin, which is that number we keep crossing over for like at least 4 or 5 days.
Last 5-minute candle is bearish, so Come on back down, you fucker.
Yeah, I think it's kind of like a bit of a ceiling floor vibe that just happened. Or floor ceiling.
Joe, yes, 5-minute candle bearish means 5-minute candle is bearish. What's so funny about it? I'm the candle girl. Doesn't mean it always plays out. See, it's not even playing out as good. We'll see.
Where's the RSI vibe at on your chart, Shania?
About 80.
You see,
We're about 80.
Oh, Dodge is pumping.
8808?
No, we're not 80. Everybody's RSI should be the same. Unless they use different. No, 71. Yeah, Devo, he'll get down and lay down. Yeah, I mean, he's losing money too, I'm sure, in all this shit.
What's the move?
Watch.
This Bitcoin.
Hold on, I need to get out of Doge. Hold on. Where do I need to get out?
Well, what was the pump? That was the reason.
it started with Twitter Spaces and a bit of reassurance happening around all this stuff in this space that was hosted, and one of the CEOs, I believe, with one of the other companies that might be like a crypto.com vibe next, came in and spoke and just kind of brought in transparency. There was talk of regulation and how it could be good and if done right. And then there was a little crow news too that was individual versus the whole market.
So semi bullish.
I don't know. It might be dropping here if we don't
talking
go
like
up,
that.
goes sideways. You know,
They was talking like that interview was just a minute ago, or it was on now or something.
it's on Twitter Spaces and it's recorded. So if you go to Mario Knopf's page, you can see it. And there's another one a few days ago that was 10 hours long.
Plus, Elon had responded to someone about Bitcoin was going to recover.
Oh, that's another piece.
I like it.
Where did Elon say that? Because what I read that Elon said was that BTC will survive, but it might be a long winter. So that had kind of, not such a bullish tone to it.
Somebody knows how to read, finally.
And then Elon responded to somebody asking about what about or you misspelled Doge, and he says that goes without saying.
Exactly.
Did he block you out yet? Oh no, you said 17 too.
Yo, yo, yo. It's over.
Hmm.
Did you guys watch that crypto thing?
What do you guys think of that interview? Anyone watch it?
No, yeah, it was good. Pretty much what he said, it was pretty much kind of, it makes kind of sense, but I don't know about the wallets. You know, when he said about the 4 million.
Seemed a little cherry picked, but at least it got the fight out of the way.
Yeah, that's true. Things might look good. He looks a little nervous. He knows things are kind of hot right now, but I think at the end, things might look okay for crypto.
It's a bright future for sure, yeah.
Yeah, he started panicking because a lot of people did start taking their money out. So he was like, "Oh shit!" That's why he had to go to. He went live as soon as possible. It's crazy.
The thing was is I'm sorry, who was that? My bad.
You could go. What were you gonna say?
No, was that you, Tito?
Nah. Did you watch the live?
Yeah, I saw a little bit of it, and the thing about the reasoning being accidental is, obviously it can't be proven wrong. The accidental send theory / truth share.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like he addressed most of the FUD.
That's true. It should be all right.
I wonder if he's going to buy a FTX stadium.
I don't know.
Yeah, like he said at the end, they are getting that exposure with that soccer deal.
Yeah, I think after this interview, the markets are going to be green tomorrow because that's what everybody was kind of waiting for. And after this, it's going to spread everywhere. Like tomorrow, all the YouTubers are going to make videos about this and talk about this, and the markets are going to go green again. What do you guys think?
Very possible, but people are gonna still be all over crypto.com and stuff.
Nah, but he cleared most of the FUD, and then also Binance, it's going to go live too in a couple of hours, like about 7 hours. They're going to go live too on that Twitter live thing. So I think it's going to be all green markets.
Just keep in mind we are still in a macro downtrend. So this could all be one big fake out.
Yeah, but I think after this, the FUD of crypto, because everybody was kind of worried about crypto, so the FUD's going to go away. And if you look at Bitcoin, it's pumping. And then once this news starts going around, people are going to kind of calm down. And it's going to just go up. Because the FTX news is already getting like, oh, that's over with. Like the chaos already happened. I'm just saying, is you guys don't want to FOMO in once it starts shooting up. Better get a bag ready.
I just got on my long. I don't know. I'm not trying to get caught.
Yeah, I made some money. I went long on Crow. It was a little baby one.
Better prices. I mean, it's gonna retest again. This candle was too much.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just gonna just fucking buy a bag of fucking Bitcoin and just leave it there. People were just waiting for this crypto.com news to come out. This guy, what he did right now, it's gonna calm the market down. Fucking the news is gonna start spreading around. He said, "Don't listen to all the FUD that's going around." Green markets, all hopefully, it's gonna be going up.
CZ has an AMA. Ask me a question. If anybody wants to go listen to that.
He has it right now live?
Says AMA later, speak soon. Later today. But no, what time is it? 1:30 p.m. UTC. Okay.
He's gonna be on Space, whatever that.
Twitter Spaces, ask me a question.
Yeah, Twitter Space. But that's not yet. It's still in a couple of hours, no?
No, it's in more than a couple hours, man.
Yeah. I think everything should be good now because people are really worried about crypto.com, and then after this, it's gonna be green candles.
It's crazy because I was at the Lakers game the other day, and there were just some people I was walking by were just talking about, yeah, this dude Sam Bankman. I'm just like, damn, everybody knows about this shit.
Gold's starting to pump back up.
I almost FOMOed in though when I saw these green candles.
Look for support, possibly around 16,450. If Bitcoin decides to retrace and hold, could flip into support.
Yeah, so yesterday we were talking about like a retest of that 15.8, 15.7. So I mean, it can be pretty bullish in my opinion if it holds.
Yeah, look for a possible 50% retracement of this move that's just happened the last last hour or so.
Right. Yeah, so that's where I'll be waiting for entry because I was going away. I just came back to see this green, like, oh shit.
This could just potentially be another lower high if it just doesn't hold support at a 50% retracement. So just be wary around that area.
Yeah, I got on my MATIC long. I broke even.
Managed to get a skits wick long like on that move. I posted it on the charts. It's like a super aggressive stop loss, but managed to catch the wave.
KuCoin token up 20%. Huawei.
Yeah, Crow needed the interview.
There was a well alert for some ETH transfer to Huawei like an hour ago. 20,000 ETH transferred to Huawei. Yeah, that was 45 minutes ago. Yeah, this could be one massive fake out as well.
Yo.
What's poppin'?
What's going on, fellas?
I was just
Yo.
Nah, everybody know what's time now.
Or did I just did?
Beep pop beep boop.
My chart should be back up now.
Did you catch a play?
Yeah, I'm still in it. I'm about to take profit on this next 4-hour candles, 3 minutes. We double bottomed on the 4-hour leg that Shania was talking about, and we had a vector obligation up to 16516. And then CZ was smart enough to tweet at that double bottom. So we had a little bit of a blowover. Where we double bottomed on the 4-hour at that 158 at that measured move of the bigger pattern I was talking about at 158. We hit that measured move and then went right back into reclamation mode on the vectors. But if you notice on my charts, this one big solid green vector on the 4-hour. So, and this move, I mean, we've been looking at it on my chart on the 15-minute, but if you look at it on the 4-minute, this is that long day and a half accumulation that we had on Bitcoin. Dropped out. Retest. It's just a retest to support until we get above this and hold. It's just a regular technical move. Good money though. Just got to try to stay tempered. You're talking what, $780 move on a $17,000 asset.
I almost want to short this here, but I'm not.
I'm waiting till that 4 hour. If that 4 hour comes in aggressive,
I'm out. I'm out of my long.
yeah. I mean, I can still see this moving up. We've got liquidations above us.
I'm risking
we
it
got
for the biscuit staying in.
anybody play Crow?
I couldn't get. I had my buy at 537, and then fucking Yellowstone started, so I took that off. I put it back on 520. I was like, if it goes there, it'll definitely react. It actually hit the 537, it didn't hit 5.2. Yeah, I got screwed. Not screwed. It'll go down to 5.2.
Yeah. I started DCAing in after this move here. I started DCAing in after the first target hit, and I was clenching up pretty tight during that movie. But we held.
Your tag came off.
Hold on.
So you watched Yellowstone?
Man. I don't even know what we watched. Dude. I'm gonna keep it funky with you.
I was reviewing. Well, Yellowstone's first series was out today. First episode. That's the first two. So then, I was when my son just made me feel guilty. They're like, not again. I was like, fine. But then I made it in time for BTC because it never caught my 15.8. I was so mad.
You have to lower the frame rate on this. So you bought? No, I was just gonna say I'm gonna have to lower the frame rate on my stream because of this internet issue.
I bought manually at 59, close to 59. And then I was telling Moose, I felt so embarrassed. I was like, Moose, I'm going in. I just eased in. He goes, right here, I'm shorting. I was like, dude, it's the double bottom. I gotta do something. It's gonna react, and I can't sit right here. I was like, I'm just gonna go to bed. I have lower buys. And then 10 minutes into it, it just ripped. We were like, what just happened? So while he was shorting, I was longing. Well, he was doing his, the long time short. So was everybody else. Everybody's trying to short this thing down to, 10.
But you got to take profits on those measured moves. You know that when you hit that measured move, even at the most bearish, you're going to flag out. You know what I mean? So take your profit and get back in at the top of the flag. That's what you want to do. Even right now, this move, all it did, let me switch to more of a naked chart. Hold on.
My 5 is still sitting at 15, 590, 15, 720.
So you reckon wait for a retracement on this measured move and see if it can beat the high again as a retest for re-entry?
As soon as I take profits at the top of this, me personally, I'm gonna go to sleep and wake up and see how much of this 4 hour vector got reclaimed.
Yeah, that's pretty much all. I'm done.
Yeah, and then reassess.
Good idea, man.
It's building
all right,
ahead.
so look, on the 4 hour here, just ignore everything else. Just look at the structure that we're putting in. It's a nice playable range, but in my opinion, we're just putting in our next accumulation, which isn't going to be as painful as that fucking last one we came from. But I expect it to be more like this.
I gotta figure out where to enter again.
So that bear flag right there is what I think that we're building. The good news is the top of the bear flag takes us, high 17s, 18s if we manage to get all the way up and hit, and retest. The bad news for the bulls is if it does play out, that's what drops us down to 11.6, 11.5.
Did you see that the live YouTube thing that the CEO of crypto went? Yeah, he was just live. Good.
Yeah, I think that's better. I think that's good for crypto. And the shit with CZ is cool, but yo, we can't have a short memory. Just rewind 6 months to the lunar crash. Now that we know everything about the lunar crash, right? Now that we know that Sam caused the lunar crash, caused the Three Arrows Capital crash, caused the Voyager, caused all of that shit. What did he do right after Luna crashed? You don't remember he came out and started being the savior of crypto? Oh, I got you, y'all. These companies that are affected, any companies that are caught up in the spider web, I got them. Don't worry. Boom. Started buying out these companies left and right, left and right, left and right. Now we know the plan. Now you see the play. But I mean, it should just happen a second ago. And CZ's plan sounds a lot, very fucking similar, you know? He's not gonna get a pass from me just because he shitted on Sam. I gotta watch this CZ guy pretty closely.
But you don't think like the markets are gonna calm down now because he went live and then like the news didn't get spread around?
Nah, not until it's something concrete. Retail gets excited by this. The problem is that we're not waiting for retail for this bear market to be over. All retail could come back and we'd still be in a bear market. But this is definitely going to make some good plays. I mean, if this plays out, even if we get a retrace of this pattern plays out, we could have a good range to trade. You're talking 18K to like 16.2, back and forth. I'll do that for a couple weeks.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you come down to smaller time frames, though, we got to see what's up. 4-hour candle came in. We're holding support above. So as of right now, that support resistance flip failed. And I should just keep getting disconnected. All right. My desktop computer in the office and my laptop that I got with me are fighting for control right now.
That's fine. It's crazy. Hey, so we might see like a green market tomorrow, huh? Maybe
we could, man. We could.
Yeah.
We could. This is gonna affect crypto more than we got to see what the market does. What's the Dixie doing? Dixie needs to stay below 107 if we want this pump to continue.
Yeah. No, I think once everybody starts spreading the news about the crypto.com, people are gonna like kind of calm down because everybody was kind of worried. Everything he said kind of makes sense, but
so far it's just words though. Like crypto.com, cool. I heard that they kind of smooth things out with people. I got to listen to the whole crypto part of it, the whole crypto.com part of it again, though, to be sure. But all I'm saying is that these companies that would be affected by this, their books are going to look like shit. Right? So just because CZ says he plans on helping these companies, that doesn't mean he's going to throw money at everything. And you saw what happened when he looked at FTX's books. He backed out of that shit quick. So his word doesn't really carry a lot of weight right now, at least with me, but it might with the market. We'll see.
He's going to go live too, like in a couple hours. He's going to be on, Twitter Space? You seen that tweet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to bed. I put my buy order at 16.2 and 15.59. If it goes there, it may never. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not buying here. If anything, I would short the shit. But okay. Talk to y'all later.
Good night, Shana.
Good night. Good night, you two. Bye bye.
Night.
Hey, look.
Is there?
How do you get the indicator for the liquidations?
You just got to go into your trading view indicators, pull up liquidation levels. It's version 2 by ML Applications.
Is it free or you got to pay for it?
Yeah, nah, it's free.
All right.
Yeah. In a bear market, you gotta fade these rallies, man. Even if we're expecting dips and you get these rallies, you gotta fade them. You don't want to take profit completely. So you want to fade out at the top just in case.
I sort of fucked up earlier. I saw some Doge. I started panicking.
Yeah.
I wrote on the charts like danger zone and it hit that little mark. And I was like, oh hell no. I just take it back out. I was like, and it shot right back up.
I know I'm addicted to trading now.
Yeah.
I just started last week. I went through about $2,000 this weekend, and about another grand buying a laptop and mouse and headphones.
Nah, that's how it is.
Yeah, you gotta invest in yourself, man.
This YouTube fucking is addicting. Like I just be leaving it on here and on what's going on. I feel like I'm gonna miss out or something. Like I gotta be hearing this shit all day.
Man, I work like 12, 14 hours a day, and I'll be listening to the Discord the whole day. I used to listen to music and stuff, but now I just listen to the Discord trying to pick stuff up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm usually like, I check in like every 10, 20 minutes, see what's going on, then I get out, and then if I hear something, I'll come back in really quick. But sometimes I just have it like on my Yeah. But sometimes I'll just listen to it on the YouTube.
I keep the Discord volume like just below music volume, so it's perfect with the music. Works super well.
They could just pop up and then you miss out. You gotta be quick. I'll be back.
Anybody see anything that looks any good on here?
Not right now. This is one of those, if you're not in, you just want to stay off the train tracks so you don't get run over.
That's funny. It's true though. I mean, I bought Bitcoin right now, honestly. I feel like I'm just gonna risk it. Like, well, it's more of a risk. I could lose a lot more. But I think
Yeah, 15.9 was definitely a buy for Bitcoin, whether you think we're in a bear market or not, in my opinion.
Well, I was just waiting for crypto.com to come out. Like, after this, I feel a lot better. But I was just kind of like, it was just too risky for me because of crypto.com. Like, we had no news. And, like, imagine they came out with some bad news. That would have just shot the market even more down. But I feel like after this, it's going to calm everything down because the FTX news is already getting kind of old. So, like, it's like whatever now. So, like, we I don't know, we might see some green candles, hopefully.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah. You see Bitcoin trying to like shoot up to 17. It's holding up. Yeah. And everybody's still asleep. The news hasn't even spread yet. So tomorrow morning, you're going to hear all that crypto.com news, and then people are going to just FOMO in.
How long you been trading? D-Block?
Me?
Yeah.
For fucking ever, bro. I feel like I was trading juice boxes for cookies. Not going on like 10 years now in both markets.
I can tell money would be good if you're disciplined and got the time to learn it.
Yeah. Gotta be a robot.
Hey, D-Block.
Yes, ma'am.
I just threw my chart up. I wondered if you could look at it for a second. I had a question.
All right, give me a second.
You got it?
Not yet. Hold on. Struggling on this laptop.
Oh, my bad. I forgot. D-Block is handicapped right now. As far as trading goes.
What'd you say, my friend?
I said you're handicapped. You're not operating
Oh,
at
this is
maximum
horrible.
capacity.
No, this is fucking horrible. I'm dying right now.
Well, don't ignore all the stuff. Okay, I'm just testing indicators. I took some off just for you. Okay, so.
All right, I'm coming. Any second now. Let me try this. Let me stop streaming and then open your chart.
Oh God, I'm so sorry. I could have just
Nah, you're
screenshotted it
good.
for you.
You're good. I'm just waiting for this shit to turn around. Fuck my life. All right, I'm looking at you.
Okay, so I've been obsessing over the candlestick patterns, the high performance, and I've been looking at multiple time frames, and I noticed like different patterns tend to pop out more on different time frames. But the other day I noticed this morning star on the 30-minute on Doge, and I look back and the last morning star on the 30-minute was before the pump to 15. And there were two. When I first noticed it, there was only one. Now we have two. So I guess my question to you is, does this indicate anything to you? Do these actually mean anything, or am I reading too much into this right now?
What time frame are you on?
30 minutes.
Yeah, you would want to see if it's a single candlestick pattern or like a single candlestick period, whether it's a morning star, grave star, doji, whatever it is. You want them on the higher time frames to play out. like at least on the hourly, maybe even higher for a significant push. Daily is even better.
We did get a morning star on the 1 hour as well. We didn't before the pump though, the 15-cent pump, but we have one here on the 1 hour.
Yeah, they're reversal candles, but their measured moves aren't like massive or anything. You know, you have to put them together with other patterns, with actual candlestick patterns.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking maybe they might be like a sign of an impending uptrend, maybe not like an immediately about to occur uptrend.
Go to your line tool and get your parallel channel out. All right, now connect the bottom wicks on the uptrend.
On the 4 hour?
And now move your candle and then connect them and then slide it up to connect the tops. That's a bear flag.
D-Bog, what do you think, 18 or 19?
I'm looking at 18. I'm looking at maybe if the Bulls can get there. We've got enough shorts to get up there.
Yeah, I got 18. Harmonics will take us to 18. Maybe not. If that's gonna be it, then what? Like 17.8 so I got a fib 17.8 or 18.2, something like that. Right in that range.
Yeah.
There's also the bell. Like I posted in charts that you based on your overlay, it's 18, but there's a bell up above at 19 as well. I mean, I doubt it'll go there, but it's just a target.
Yeah.
But did you see that apex I found? Or I don't. You probably saw it before, but on the you could look on the daily maybe and draw that expanding wedge on like the whole chart of Bitcoin. If you look at charts right now, the apex is right at 76, like 76.80, 77ish or whatever, and we're below the expanding wedge. So there's a high chance that we're gonna hit it, at one point sooner or later, like whenever, hopefully. I'm hoping that's the bottom.
See, put that on a higher time frame. Put it on what are you on right now?
Me, the 4 hour.
Yeah. Put it on the 12 hour.
I don't get that option.
Or put it on the 8 hour.
I don't get that option either.
Yeah, you can go to the bottom. You can add whatever time frames you want.
Excuse me?
See?
Oh my god.
Now draw your flagpole from the top of that dip down to your flag.
Wait, what?
Get your line tool and draw a line from the top of that dip. You see where we had that dip and had that little correction and then fell out? Your second lower high. No, your lower high. You see your lower high up top, your higher high, and then you made a lower high.
This?
All the way up top of the formation.
Oh,
yep, up top.
whole thing.
The second one.
Yeah. So you want a line from?
Not that one. The second one. The next one over. Nope. The other way. The other way.
This.
Nope. Over. The second. Your lower high. You see how you went down, made a lower high? Right there. Nope. You passed it. Right. There you go. From there down to the flagpole.
I feel like there's a lot of lower highs on this chart.
That is not a line tool. That is your ray tool.
What?
There, your line. Trend line.
That's what I was on.
Now draw it straight down to the bottom of the flag, not angular. Follow the trend down. More. You're making a flag. Imagine a flagpole on a flag.
Oh, you want it?
There you go, right there. But your line's too long. You got to extend it right. Go to your settings. You got like a forever line.
I like forever lines.
Yeah, but that's what the ray is. If you just use your ray, that's a forever line. Because you're going to need to be able to control the length of your lines for patterns.
Okay, so
Put the line down, click it,
yeah.
there you go.
Happy?
Hmm.
I have an infinite line. Is that I give up. We don't have to worry about it. Okay, so like that, or you want it like
Yo, Donald Trump, if you're finding me helping her build a bear flag seductive, it might be kind of late, bro. Might be time to go to. It might be time to go to sleep. Yeah, so that's it. That's your measured move. So drag that line down to the bottom of the flag, wherever it would break down, and that would be the measured move for that play. Just move the entire line. Grab it by the middle. Yeah, yeah. And move it down to where you expect price to break the bear flag.
huh?
Imagine price breaks down right now. Where would it break down through the bear flag? That's where you put the line. And then the bottom of your line is the measured move.
So this line is just for the angle.
No, that line is your measured move. Put
I don't know where you want me to put this.
remember how you had it? Do the opposite. Put it on the other side, on the right, on the bottom. There you go. Slide it right.
Right to where?
Keep going right there, wherever it breaks. You'll move that line. When that finally breaks that pattern, you'll move that line to where it broke. So if that keeps moving up, it could keep going up. That flag could be long. So you got to move that line wherever it breaks, and then that'll be the measured move for it.
Okay, so this length matters and does not need to change, and that's the measured move.
Yep.
You're telling me
just slap a
4
target
cents
down
is
there.
the measured move on Doge.
If that bear flag
If
breaks.
it breaks.
Yep.
Hot damn. All right. Appreciate your service, D-Block.
Yes, sir. Ma'am. Sorry.
Either is fine. I'm not really particular.
Didn't mean to, assume anything.
I'm almost to the point where I'm about to just demand everyone call me sir and not care.
Let's see what's fucking going on with this bullshit. I need to go to sleep. Yeah, we're still sitting at
I'm
this
reading the YouTube from the
YouTube is fucking highly entertained right now.
You're welcome, guys. I got you.
All right, well, this is gonna tell the tale right here. If we can't hold this support resistance flip on the 1 hour here, then we're just gonna go reclaim this vector. Bottom of the vector is at 15.8. I'll be right back. All right. Let's zoom in a little bit here, see what's going on.
Is it safe to sleep now?
I would be asleep if it was safe to sleep, but I'm getting close.
I feel sleepy, but I want to see if the vector gets claimed.
That's like a 4-hour vector. That's gonna be a couple hours of work.
I got out of my Doge because I
Allie.
but I
That's
almost
dark.
made it the whole day without a trade. Almost.
I feel that.
But I did a green candle cupcake.
What do you mean you did a green candle?
I got out of the
Oh,
Doge.
okay. So you bought the red candle though?
When I bought on a green candle and I sold on a red candle. I bought on a green candle and I sold on a green candle.
Well, I guess that's, better than what we had going on. But you didn't complete the challenge. The challenge was to buy on a red candle.
I was already in on the red though, I think at that point. But yeah. I'm with you. Yes.
You
I did
sold
half
green
of it
though.
right, and I'm gonna work on doing the other half right this time by not FOMOing in.
Asim, I personally don't think the bull market has started now.
I think we're having a I can't think of the word I'm looking for, but I think we're getting lost in the definition a bit in our arguments over bear market or bull market,
That only has one definition to me,
which is
which is the full Bitcoin cycle, bull cycle, and bear cycle. When somebody says, "Are we in a bear market? Or are we in a bull market?" It's not short term. But I'm a macro guy, so maybe it's a little different.
so at what point would you declare it a bull market?
When we hit bottom, the bull market starts when we hit our lowest low. If I tell you, if I tell you we're in a bull market, it means I don't expect the price to get any lower than it is right now.
Okay, and I think that's the same as most people's definition, but I think Tame is defining it differently.
Yeah, he might be.
I think he's saying that the sentiment has flipped to bullish, even though people haven't bought back in yet. People are still waiting, trying to get the lowest price, but the price is so low that it's almost inconceivable to think that it will never, start to recover, like in the fairly near future.
Yeah, I mean that's one definition.
And then the inverse of that, he was calling the end of the bull market when we were going for that triple top. And then the ETF news came out and sent us way over it. He said the bull market was over before the ETF came out because that's when the sentiment was flipping, when everybody was like, I don't think it can go any higher. It can't go any higher. Like, how long can this hold?
Yeah. No, I hear that.
I think it's just like a little bit of confusion and differences in perspective.
Yeah. And again, Like, I was raised right. You don't tell a man what to do in his own house, and this is his channel. So if he wants to tell people the bull market started, then you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just try to speak when I speak for the people that don't understand, and that when you tell them the bull market started, that means, oh shit, I missed my buys. I'm never gonna get a lower price. I should FOMO my entire bag because the bull market started.
Yeah. No, I think I understand what Tame's saying. Do I agree with his choice of title?
Well, I mean, it's YouTube too. At the end of the day, we can't forget. Like,
Yeah.
it's not like.
And
But
also,
I understand why he's trying to do it though, because he's trying to record, like he's trying to document it. So
for his own
that's
purposes.
different. Yeah, yeah.
To see how accurate he was, yeah.
Yo, can I throw something in?
Go for it.
This market is spooky.
Yeah, it is. There goes Ether. He said, D Block, who called the bull market first? You got that, Ether. You were wrong first.
Embrace the bull market, D-Block.
D-Block, how far do you think we retrace this?
It's a $1 million question right now. I know that we're getting rejected off that retest on the support resistance flip that we're supposed to be holding. We hit the 200 MA on the 30 once, wicked over it. Pretty violent rejection. Now we're back.
So my short should print even more, is what you're saying.
My bad. This shit always cuts off when I'm in the middle of fucking talking. We hit the 200 on the 30. Retested it, wicked over, got rejected pretty violently. We're back underneath the support resistance flip, and we're headed towards that vector gap. Unless one of you guys is excited about buying Bitcoin right now at 16,719.
Nah, I'll buy it at like 15 or something.
Yeah. It's just a quick sentiment check. But there could be some FOMO, depending on how much this retraces before New York wakes up. What time is it? New York's waking up now.
I try not to get excited anymore.
Robot gang.
Trading wise.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not that I would do it because of the spread issue, but I mean, it's possible we could do like people could have a bunch of, or at least maybe 3 or 4 scalps from 16.2 to 16.9.
I plan on playing this entire range. This is a nice wide range they gave us. I think there's going to be some pretty good futures plays for you leverage traders out there, because being able to long this range from high 15s to 18s and then being able to short it back down. Should imagine they let you do that for a couple weeks. Be great.
I actually picked up on that when kind of like Ali was always like 888.
My bag is full, Ether. If you think I'm missing out on any runs just because I think we're going lower, you must not know day trader D Block. You just know investor D Block.
You think one of the patterns right now is kind of like looking at coins that are kind of unaffected / moving on their own right now?
I would look for coins with potential that haven't really ripped. Because on these relief rallies up, I feel like those are going to be the ones that start to move. They tend to take turns. But I'm keeping my bags pretty tight.
Question. AXS, is that the Axie Infinity token?
AXS? Yeah.
Yeah. What is it?
Axie Infinity is a video game. It's a
No.
play to earn game. Oh.
Is that's the token that it goes to, right?
Yeah, AXS, and there's also another one. Smooth Love Potion, the sexiest of all altcoins.
What?
It's called SLPs. Smooth Love Potion.
Hold on, took me a second. Why, do we know why it's up 13% and why it had a crazy pump to 12.75?
It had a big dump. Like when they dumped out was because apparently Korea was keeping the game afloat. People were playing it in Korea on like a mass scale for money. It was better than their currencies, and then they banned it. They had a huge hit to their customer base. But they've been making some improvements, and like I said, when you see something that doesn't move, and that one's been sitting still for a little while, they just tend to take off. People have been talking about it lately.
So it just got pressure cookered and now it's probably not going to do anything else amazing.
I don't know. I don't know if that game's got life left in it.
That was like one of
people
the
had
first
opportunities to
that
play
kinda
it.
popped off.
It got too expensive. It's like $2,000 just to get a couple NFTs to be able to start playing. Like your average
I remember
person
because
couldn't really fuck with it.
when I heard about it, I was like, "Ooh, I kind of want to try that." And then I was like, $400 for the cheapest character? I'll pass.
And
You
then,
guys have fun.
and then you need like a stable of them bitches because you got to breed them.
Yeah, like one is not enough. You need at least 4 Axies, I believe.
Yeah. There'll be better games this year. I'm looking at MetaStrike. MetaStrike looks sick. It's basically a Call of Duty copy. And the NFTs are guns, different rarities. You hit the NFT, you get a different rarity. They're already selling. They're past beta. People are actually playing it. They're having like tournaments and shit like that.
Oh, I signed up for news about this a long time ago, and then I quit checking that email.
Yeah, I know that shit looks nice. Like I want to play the game.
Yeah, me too.
If I can get crypto just for like headshots, fucking kidding me?
I was so stoked when I read about it.
Gala's got some good shooters coming up too.
Is it live yet? What are they doing with it right now?
I think it's in beta. It's an open beta though. I gotta figure it out, man. I gotta set that shit up in the office and play. You and me both, Baba. When I can earn crypto playing Warzone, I'm gonna retire from trading. Like bang, headshot, bang, headshot, bang, headshot.
Beware of fake MetaStrike websites. Apparently, it's a problem.
I would just accept crypto for Overwatch, and then it'd fix Overwatch 2 for me.
Yeah, you could start by getting all the bots out of there.
What are you, like a diva main? You sound like a diva main.
For me,
That was just a joke. I hope you didn't find that offensive.
I don't play Overwatch.
I do. I play Zenyatta. That's my guy. Mostly. Everyone hates me.
Hanzo.
My boys play, and we always fuck with them. Cause like, are you guys having fun killing bots over there? You don't remember what happened when that game first came out? They found out like massive percentage of the people you were playing against were just bots.
Overwatch?
They were stuff in the lobbies. And it's probably grown since then, and they don't need to do it. But
I'm gonna have
I was like, nah, I
dive
need
through
to
the
know.
Reddit forums on that one.
Yeah, I need to know that somebody's in their house crying when I kill them, like, or else it's not satisfying.
Nothing beat Call of Duty when you could hear the audio after you kill someone, whatever they say.
It's back. It's back now.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Modern Warfare 2 lobbies are the most toxic place on earth. It's amazing.
And the funniest place too, man.
You know what Modern Warfare 2 lobbies are? Twitter with no censorship.
Real shit.
Give it like 5 months.
I just want to know when I can play it. I have to go look at your Twitter or some shit. You can't put it on the website for me. An ETA?
NFTs aren't that expensive either. You can get like a common. You get to pick the box, but you don't know what you're gonna get. Like, you know what I mean? You might get like some rare shit, but they show you right there what they're going for. Like if you go on Metastrike page, look at the NFTs that are for sale. They're going for quite a bit. That's the thing about these games. They don't give a fuck about what's going on in the market. You just want to play your game. Game's out. You want a gun. You're gonna pay whatever it takes to pay. And you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The use case doesn't really go with BTC. All right, I'm gonna take my ass to sleep. Set my stop limit. Take my ass to bed.
It costs 12,000 tether for their most expensive case.
Yeah, that like platinum or gold one or whatever.
It's a diamond, actually. That's crazy. I don't have 12,000 tether for a gun box, but what's in it could
If you go look at the market, you'll see what the running price is, but somebody has to want to buy that, right? So
right. But I could really see it taking off. Like
yeah,
I ran my Counter-Strike skins account up to like 3 grand at one point in time.
crazy.
I made a bunch of money on CS:GO.
I had free video games forever. Until I gambled away the rest of my skins, but we don't have to talk about that.
Yeah, and then like I was selling the skins on like the aftermarket and then converting it into cash. So it was like NFTs before NFTs even existed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually the CS:GO marketplace that made me see how crypto could turn into a big thing.
CS:GO marketplace made me realize I had a gambling addiction, and then crypto just reinforced that.
Oh, I realized I had a gambling addiction long before CS:GO marketplace. If anything, though, I think trading is curing me of it.
Can't even fucking spell right now. I'm too tired.
Damn, I missed that huge candle while I was feeding my 50 pigs.
What should you have done differently?
Just like D Block said, it was either you were in it or, you just kind of wait on the sidelines till everything's cooled off.
I was trying to get him to say, I was trying to get him to do 10 push-ups. It was a trap.
Alright, this is gonna be a long ass fucking retracement, so I'm gonna leave this on the hourly overnight. Maybe the half hour. Alright, for real now. I'm out of here. Good night, y'all.
Night night.
I can't believe I was here for 48 hours and I lost the candle to feed my pigs. Holy shit.
You were feeding what?
50 pigs, bro. My father pigs. He went on the trip.
And you missed the trade?
What?
And you missed the trade because of that?
I missed this candle, this huge candle. I watched it on the phone, but I couldn't play.
Sorry, bro.
I'm so sorry.
All weekend here just losing money. It was my chance to make big money, and I fucking went to feed the pigs right in the early morning. It was 6 a.m. here in my country.
I mean,
I
life gets in the way sometimes, right?
I can promise you with absolute certainty that another golden opportunity will come by and you will catch it.
Just hope that I still have my bag with me.
Why wouldn't you have the bag with you?
How are you today?
Well, it's about 3 a.m. here, so I'm pretty much spent at this point.
Oh.
But it was a good day though. I just Googled what billions is freedom, and I have not watched it, but should I?
Somebody breathing on the mic.
Sounds like they're snoring on the mic actually. It's Murillo.
I hear it now.
I put him on the mic.
Somebody moved him before I could.
Oh man, I love it when people snore on the mic. That's like my favorite. It kills me.
I should have
Moving
maybe said
back.
something.
Yeah, moving back.
You can go to mic check and sing him a lullaby.
He might let out a good one.
All right, he's back as per your request. Oh, he woke up. He must have muted his mic.
You woke him up with the ding. Good job. It
Man.
dings when you get moved around. Actually, it probably just muted him because you moved him to the mic check, and
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I bet that was it. Darn it. No snores for us, YouTube. Oh, he did wake up. Hi, Murillo. We might have heard you snoring, maybe.
Maybe not.
Damn. There is nothing to scout now.
It looks like things might be pushing again.
Mic check.
You're good.
Who's there?
Morning. Is anybody awake?
Yes. Good morning.
Morning. Say we had a nice little rally since last night.
Yeah. Just when I left my computer.
Seems like it's always like that.
Looks like that crow position ended up being pretty good. Just woke up to some nice profits. Now let's see if I'm going to hold this crow any longer.
Nice one, bro.
What's up?
You.
Yeah, just woke up now. And seeing that this crow is in the green finally.
Nice, man. Bitcoin's still in this bull flag after that mega rip.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, Bitcoin's coming into support on the 15-minute at the base of this bull flag formation.
Yeah, hopefully this bull flag holds. And if it holds, I'm going to stay in position. But if we start, let's say, we could do a Bart Simpson here also.
Yeah, the 50 SMA is catching up on the 15-minute, so I'm just looking out to see trading above. But it still could retrace 50% of that bullish move that it did. So,
yeah, it looks like
3.
It looks like the channel is down from like 16,680 up until 16,935. Hopefully, we stay in that channel a little bit and then do a stair step on top of this bull flag. Well, hopefully, whoever's, if you're bullish, hopefully. If we're bearish, I'll be right back.
I just closed my long on Doge. I think I'm gonna be able to catch some dip here. If not, I'm going to sleep, so I don't particularly care which way it goes from right here. But I do think we're going for a short-term dip. Just me personally.
Yeah, Crow has a life of its own right now because it got hit so hard. It's retracing pretty nice on its way back up. Yeah, Crow is actually really pushing on crypto.com. It's different on different exchanges, I've noticed, but crypto.com has okay volume to gauge it out. Coinbase.com, you can't really see what's going on with Crow. Nothing really moving in the order books, but yeah, it's moving. It's waking up again on top of this bull flag it's been in. Has some nice headroom too.
I think we're about to retrace 50% of the move. I don't think there's any way around it, really. Unless some news
What, on
comes
Crow?
out.
On Crow?
No, just the market in general.
Very possible. Yep. Yeah, Crow is pumping right now.
Yeah, I could see how Crow is doing its own thing. but I don't think it's immune to the market turning down.
I think for this morning it's immune because its RSIs are still very low. If you see what happened to it, I think
I've
it
been
does have.
trying not to look at it because it liquidated me.
Oh, okay, I can understand.
It was not even a $30 liquidation, but the way it happened was very irritating because it had been about 44 days since my last liquidation. And the only reason it happened was because like there were literally no buyers.
Yeah, everyone trashed it, and there was a lot of FUD that got spread on Twitter and stuff. So everyone just trashed it. That's why right now it's trying to recover a little bit.
It wouldn't let me close my position. I couldn't do anything to it. I had to move all my money out of the account just so I
That sucks.
could, yeah, and just
What
leave
platform?
that one KuCoin.
Yeah, they've been having a lot of issues.
I had to take matters into my own hands and isolate the position myself.
Self-isolation.
It was just $30, but it ruined my streak. That's why I'm mad at it.
Yeah, it's all, yeah. I do the same thing after I got a bad move on a coin. I tend not to look at it for a while.
That's the same reason I haven't traded Ethereum in months. But that one was before I changed my trading style. So what Ethereum did to me was it came down, barely touched my liquidation, and then fucking soared.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. Well, never happens to me because I don't do leverage, but when it doesn't touch your buys and sells and just leaves your realm.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But it's just like right there. Like you almost played it perfectly, but instead you get nothing or worse, liquidated. But my strategy has changed and the liquidations are few and far between.
Nice. Crow still pushing up. Yeah, a friend of mine earlier last night, he was like, yo, Crow's going to get back to 8 cents in the morning, early morning of the hour. That's everyone, all the worlds are talking about. They're going to push this bitch back to 8 cents. I was like, all right. He says he's always in these like Telegram chats and all these WhatsApp channels. I'm like, all right, I'll jump in with you. It looks like so far so good.
Crypto.com just sent out an email. I posted it in news if you want to take a read.
Did you read it?
Yeah, I posted it in news.
Can you just recap, just like basically what was it about, or just like one sentence?
It's just saying that it's some pretty bullish news. It's like your assets are held 1-to-1, transparency, audited proof of reserves, and we are industry leaders.
Nice, appreciate that. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, bro.
Saying they shared their cold wallet address too.
Interesting.
Well, that is a little bit bullish.
So basically the play I was trying to make, but was a few hours too early. Sick.
Yeah.
It's fine. I don't get fucked up about it anymore.
It did take me 18 hours to transfer my crypto out, though.
Yeesh. Out of crypto.com?
Yes.
Yeah, they've been having a lot of problems with withdrawals.
Interesting. I wonder if that's like purely computer hardware limitations.
No, they're dragging their feet. They're flipping cash, I think, until they give the deposit.
So you think, are you saying like they mostly had the liquidity, but they have to move a thing or two around?
I think they have the liquidity, but they take that opportunity of having that extra time with your coin to generate a little interest on it before they give it back to you. Those extra 2 days add up if they're doing that to hundreds of thousands of clients of extra interest on whatever coin they withheld from giving.
Mm-hmm.
Because they have a delegation on staking basically on a lot of coins. They stake first and then they give a percentage to the user. So they have the ultimate delegation rights, which gives them more staking percentage.
But that slows down withdrawals? Or
Yeah.
transfers?
Yeah. If they're trying to make an extra buck, while you withdraw and you're like, okay, I want my money back. Like, well, we'll give it back, but we're going to generate 2 more days of interest a little bit before we give it back to you, And it's not that interest isn't just going to you, it's going to them, If it's a staking protocol coin. If not, sometimes, I think even though they have 1-to-1, they still are able to loan out liquidity. But I have to read more about that, see what they're doing with their liquidity, if they ever loan it out.
So does it, like, if this weren't going on, does crypto.com usually, like, hold your withdrawal for longer?
It usually takes effort. Even before when this wasn't going on, people had hard time and they had to pay a lot to withdraw their SHIB. It took a long time and they took a lot of SHIB basically for the withdrawal.
Interesting. Sounds like crypto.com is really trying to be like I don't know, like an investment/rewards hub. They don't really want people like trading and moving money in and out.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. So once your funds are here, you got to keep them here.
Yeah. It's an interesting approach. I know they had that partnership with Visa a while back.
Mike check. How's Mike doing?
Sounds good.
Thank you.
You got some TA for us, or you just here to say good morning?
Me, I'm here all day.
Oh,
I'm plugging in.
well, good day,
So
sir.
I actually just deleted all my charts from yesterday so I could start all over. Honestly, that's really what I did. So I guess start all over if anybody wants to watch it. I'll share my screen and start charting. I do appreciate any critiques. I'm just getting, I'm nowhere near D block standard.
Yeah, I'm on my last brain cell right now, so it
My
won't
goodness, you've got
be.
that much left.
Before D Block went to bed, though, we did a 4-hour chart on Doge, 4-hour, 8-hour, doesn't matter because it works out the same. But he said on the larger time frame, we're in the bear flag, which is the range of which is 0.08 to 0.1. And if it breaks to the bottom side, the measured move somewhere around 0.04.
I took profit on my Crow. I'll be right back.
I was worried about that one. His profit on Crow.
I was a little bit too, but I wasn't gonna try to sway him or anything. I feel like we're gonna be stuck in this 0.08, 0.1 range for some time.
That's not a bad thing if that's what you believe and if that's what comes true. That's a great scalping day.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
hoping.
these are great scalping days. At this Crow play load, I get nice $4,000, $5,000 profit on this one.
Oh my goodness! Oh, you're just killing me.
Well, my buy was at 586 and sell was at 706.
Very nice.
I'm gonna have to give my friend a tip. He's the one that convinced me to get in. He was like, "Dude, just get in." I pulled out early. He's staying until 8 cents. He's like, "I'm pulling out at 8, but I don't know. I'm a little nervous in the service here."
At least take profits, man.
Exactly. That's what I did. I'm like, let me take my money and run. You guys have fun.
For the rest of our sake, because we're nervous too.
I'm thinking we test the bottom of this bear flag. I just don't know if I want to stay awake to see if it plays out.
Did you get some rest and reposition when you wake up?
Yeah, I closed out of my position. I'm not in right now. I was just thinking if the bottom of the bear flag is 0.08 and we do test it soon, I could grab that, long it, and set a stop loss and sleep tight. But
So you
how
mean the
long is it
bottom of
gonna
this bull
take?
flag we're in? The bottom of this smaller bull flag, or you're talking about the bigger bear flag? Because we're in the small bull flag. Okay. Well,
Yeah, I'm thinking we break down out of this bull flag. I mean, but who knows? Everybody could wake up and see it and be like, oh. All right, I'll give it until this hourly candle comes in.
Yeah, we'll see you in a couple hours then.
I might jump back in on a breakout here. If this breaks over 7072, I might jump in on a breakout trade. Right back in Crow.
And right back in the cookie jar.
Yeah, but I put some of my cookies away.
As long as you got some stash for later, I guess.
Exactly. I made sure I got the stash, and now I'm going to put my hand back in. If it breaks 072, that's just a little breakout trade I'll do. I like to do that a lot on my scalps, just like, once I see a resistance forming, I take profit no matter what, put some aside, maybe 40% of that profit, and then go back in. Either sometimes with a full swing on a breakout, but this time, since it's so risky, I'm only going to do, 60% of what I made the last trade. But yeah, only if it breaks 7.2. Yeah.
I take profits at the top like it's done, and then I jump back in at the support like it's not, but I do the percentages so that by the end of it, in theory, I should not lose, even if I don't, walk away with as much as I could have.
I always tell myself to wait for that 70% pullback, end up going back in at like 15 because I get impatient.
Yeah. I always tell myself to wait for the retest, and I try to catch the falling knife anyway. I usually catch it pretty good though, but usually the retest gives you a better entry still. It's a bad practice though, because the times when you don't catch it, it's very bad. All right, 3.5 minutes. What does the hourly chart look like? Speaking of. Yeah, I don't know if we retest the bottom of the bear flag shortly, but I think we retest the bottom of the bull flag on the smaller time frame for sure. As for sure as one, might be in something that's never for sure.
Peace out, everyone. I'll see you in a few hours. Just gonna have a break. You.
Right on.
Enjoy.
Take care, man.
Let's get it. You.
Yeah, my cats earlier were trying to tell me that there's a cell signal, I think, but I don't know if I'm going to listen to them.
Your cats, yeah?
Yeah, they're my true indicators.
Yeah,
Oh,
me too.
we talking about actual animals?
Absolutely. Meowing cats.
Yeah.
I've heard of crazier indicators.
I'm trying to teach mine to drive so I can be trading on the road.
Interesting.
I got to get really tall boxes for the pedals.
Personally, I'd probably be writing a sweet letter to Elon begging him
I
to
withdrew my
give me
money
a
on that
prototype
Thursday,
before I
and I'm
trained
still
my
waiting for my
cat.
freaking money. So hopefully it comes through.
What happened? You just talked over someone, by the way.
Cupcake, just so you know, you're real quiet. That's probably why you got walked on.
Is when I get tired, I get quiet, and so I don't adjust my mic, and people just don't hear me at the end of the night. That's okay.
Bitcoin getting a pretty nice sell here. Good morning, guys.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I had buy orders for Doge, and they didn't even it didn't reach. It went down to like 79, right? And then it went just up. Yeah, Bitcoin had a nice little move up. If anyone's holding Crow, be careful because on Upbit it's selling. Trying to get sell signals on crypto.com too. Is anybody in a Bitcoin position? Because Bitcoin might do a Bart Simpson here, or it's going to do like a third little wave on this bull flag. Is anybody still in a Doge position?
Here. Been in since about 7 cents and over a year ago.
Nice, nice.
Been holding that bag a long time.
Hey, you're in a little bit of profit already.
Super sweet. I was watching some TA from one of the other guys I watch, Crypto Rover. He's out of the Netherlands. And I like him because he's up at night all night. But he noticed that the last two downtrends, the long ones, were 163 or 164 and 165 days, respectively. Almost to the day those downtrends were going.
Interesting. So pretty much half the year.
It's it's a day or two shy of 1 year, 364 days.
No, I'm saying each market's like half a year, practically. According to that.
I don't know if it was maybe you robot there.
Hold on, I have a bad connection. I'm going to reconnect here.
All right. Does anybody know? I locked up my chart here. I can't move it around. I added a combine thing. I don't know how to uncombine it. Never mind, I figured it out. My chart's jumping around like crazy. I think I still got that chart thing. Oh, I see it. Yeah, there we go. If anybody's watching my chart, this thing. That's much better.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Just a quick question for you, Mr. Pirate. So you're actually using percentage on the graphic, right?
Yeah, and I got a problem with numbers, but I can visualize percentages really easy. I
Percentage
just can't
easier,
do
yeah.
numbers.
Okay. And how can you measure or how can you know kind of the percentage of the movement? Oh, price. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Thank you, man. Jesus Christ.
All right, you guys, I am off to bed, but I just wanted to mention and remind you guys, probably some people don't know, but CZ Binance is doing an Ask Me Anything today at 1:30 p.m. UTC on Twitter Spaces. So that promises to be interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get some big reactions based on what is said there.
I want to ask.
Very cool.
I want to ask him if he's working for the CCP or not.
Yeah, get in there. Get ready. Get your questions ready. I don't know how they pick who gets called on because like thousands and thousands of people join those things.
I guess you just got to put your hand up and pray.
Yeah. Or be Elon Musk. Anyway, I'll catch you guys on the flip side.
All right. Have a good night. Or rest well.
All right.
Good night.
Go rest your frosting.
Bitcoin getting some sell here. And that crow is about to test the top part of its bull flag again.
That time for CZ to talk is UTC, so I'm pretty sure that's pretty close to now.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Drew, can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
So Bitcoin on the daily, it's like a bull flag, right? And then I'm seeing online that that's a bullish pattern. And is that what you're seeing?
On the daily? You mean bear flag on the daily?
So it's a bear flag?
I mean, if anything, it's more of a bear flag, not a bull flag. A bull flag, the flag is on top. A bear flag, the flag is on bottom.
So like it would be the reverse of like if it was a bull flag, would be the reverse of what we're seeing?
Exactly. Yeah, reverse. Sometimes it looks like a flag. Like they could. This is just on the daily. Would be maybe it forming. It would have to do one more move up in the channel, one more move down, and then you would actually see that it's like looks like a flag. Like 2 more days. But this is a potential bear flag here. I'm sure it has another characteristic too. If you go into the smaller time frames, like the 4-hour, almost like Adam and Eve, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see what the Adam and Eve looks like. Hold on. It's not an Adam and Eve because the second part is not rounded. Adam and Eve has like a spike down and a rounded bottom, which is higher. Similar to that, but not close enough. Which Adam and Eve is bullish, it looks like. Yeah, let me see. Is Adam and Eve bullish? Yeah, Adam and Eve is bullish. It's like a Adam and Eve double bottom, they're called. But this is not Adam and Eve, but it has similar characteristics, just don't have a rounded bottom on the second. Crow is moving. I did not jump in that 7-2 breakout. Thinking about it though. My FOMO is kicking in.
No FOMO.
Damn, that's just amazing.
Hey guys, good morning. Anyone know why Pro is bumping?
Yeah, because they sent out an email and saying they have proof of their reserves and everything. They're not liquidating the Crow, I guess. I don't know. Some good news came out. And it makes sense. I mean, if you look, you guys know why it dumped, because there was a lot of FUD. And the CEO mishandled some funds. But he said exactly what happened. Nobody knows if he's lying or not. But it looks like they're covering their asses. It had a 35% drop, so a little upside is expected.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep. Yeah, I was in a position. I already took profit on this position. I was thinking of getting out on a breakout on 7.2. This thing could go straight up to 7.98, 7.99, just a little bit under 8. It could be a rejection of 7.68 as well. So I just stepped out just to be safe. But if this thing gets over 7.98, we got a rocket ship taking us all the way up to 9.16 at least, in my opinion. But it would have to get out of this ditch first. It's still in a ditch, technically.
Sounds good.
But yeah, it has interesting volume, so some interesting trades you can make on this with this volume right now. It's picking up.
Yeah, I was out the last 4 days. I was on vacation. I didn't even look at crypto.
Hope you enjoyed yourself.
Sure did. Thank you, man.
Yeah, crypto Crow dumped because the CEO sent $400 million to a whitelist address at Gate.io, and that was sent by mistake, they said. And this would happen 3 weeks ago. They got the money back, but people didn't like that incompetence. They thought maybe he's lying or maybe he's incompetent. So it dumped pretty hard.
That's a lot of money to be a mistake. I don't know.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you won't see me. I mean, I'm not a millionaire, but you won't see me sending thousands of dollars by mistake to someone.
Yeah.
Anybody still on? I haven't heard anything in a while.
Still here.
And I was getting scared. I was thinking I was all alone.
Nah, man, just chilling and looking at you doing magic.
Magic. It's smoke and mirrors for sure.
No, it's just simply art. It's amazing.
I agree with it. I get to play with lines all day long. I enjoy this. A lot of it might not make sense, but I'm trying to find patterns.
It reminds me when someone is playing like something and they're enjoying, like, for example, puzzles. Yeah, they're solving the puzzles and it's just like that. It's amazing.
You're exactly right. That's exactly what it is. I love this kind of stuff.
And I like to think that way. It makes it easier. I've kind of noticed, like on the watch list on the right side, it says dodge longs and shorts. That's the total percentage that people are like shorting and longing.
Yes, if the percentage on USD or Doge USD shorts starts going up, I would bet on it on the market going down. Yeah, if your longs are going up, yeah, same the inverse.
Okay, thank you.
Problem.
It's like there's a lot to absorb, and the amazing stuff. That's like your, let's say, opinion. That's the way of your thinking of the market. But if you look at the other person, he can do like something else totally different, and it's like amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah, those shorts and longs, those are really handy to have. Before I had the liquid indicator. When I had the liquid indicator, it kind of
makes sense.
It nullified the use.
It's there for the use for other indicators also.
And with all those little lines on there, it makes it very hard to read the chart. So that's what I do.
I think I'm going to pay for a subscription for TradingView. I still use it, but just without paying, the regular.
Yeah, it works. I think I have the next step up from that, out of the 4 tiers, and I've just learned to find the indicators that do multiple things. Like I have 3 buy indicators on here, and I don't use a single one of them. They're just guides,
Yeah, if you still want to step up your free game, like if you still want the free subscription and you want to use TradingView,
Binance.
you have a lot. Yeah, Binance.com. You have a lot of more tools there. Yep.
Yeah, I remember you. I think it was actually you saying that I think 3 days ago, more or less.
Yeah, they have more than enough tools for me, so nobody's getting my money.
I just use TradingView, but there's some indicators or some things that I try to use, but it doesn't allow it. Yeah.
Yeah, TradingView is great. All those indicators are great.
It is. Yeah, it's still great. It's simple to use. You can go there and start right away.
Actually, if you've got any experience using any kind of photo editor, even as a novice, it'll help you out in this with all the drawing we do.
One thing I find it hard the most, it's give time to learn, because most of the time you know, you have life, you have stuff to do, and give time to learn more and more. It's mainly the hard thing for me. Well, it's I better learn it now. Because later in my life it will be more difficult.
I make it a rule that if I'm watching a program, if I'm not learning something, I just turn it off.
Oh yeah, man. Lately, I don't see movies. I don't see, you know, I just see this. I come to the computer and I only see, you know, markets, graphics, you know, YouTube videos, staying here on the Discord with you guys, you know, everything I can touch. And lately I've been watching one guy in YouTube called Rainer Theo. I think it's Theo. Yeah, he's
Raymond Teal, isn't he? I thought he was a sales guy.
Not sure, man. It was a link that what's his name? The Brazilian guy that it's here a lot of times. Not sure his name. I'll find it here. Arian Gomes. Yeah, he sent me the link of that guy, and it's been really helpful. But it's like I said, it's hard because it's videos like one having 1 hour and 30 minutes, the other one has, you know, 1 hour. It depends. But still,
if you want somebody that thinks really deep like Tame, just really, he's absolutely on par. You know, I think his ideas are crazy and then they come true. But LSP TV, the guy's really good. He doesn't do a lot of videos because he'll tell you nothing's going to happen for 2 months, and nothing happens for 2 months, and then he'll pop on again.
He already knows.
The guy knows. He's just way ahead of the game.
That's cool stuff. Well, like I said, the more I know, the more perspectives I get, the better for me. Already got it. Thank you.
Another guy that I watch is Crypto Rover. He's out of the Netherlands, and he does. He's basically my alarm clock. I got him on Telegram, and anytime there's something happening, it wakes me up. So he keeps me going at night. And then Invest with Alan is another guy that I watch. Everybody else I found, it's just garbage.
The hard thing when it's where can I find good stuff, you know? That's another thing that's really hard. Because, okay, well, I'm going to learn. Let's go. What can I do? Then you start searching, but you never know, or it's hard to know for a person that, you know, it's kind of new on the game, or starting the game, really, but in some kind of way. But is this guy truthful? Is this guy, you know, just another one that will make you a Ponzi scheme? And it's hard.
As a general rule, I'll just watch people for, well, these ones that I've mentioned, I've watched for over a year, each of them. And one of them I put a subscription in. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep it because everything that Tame does is everything and more that this other guy does.
Look, I've been here for like just a few weeks, let's say, on Discord. But Tame, he already predicted so much stuff and give it away on Twitter, for example. Oh, well, if it puts on Twitter, he will definitely put out a lot of places. But still, that's really helpful for people that don't know any stuff and they're like just lightheaded or head on the moon, let's say, and they don't know that stuff. And just by looking at, what he posted, man, they saved a lot of money, or he saved a lot of money for a lot of people that do care.
No doubt, man. He's one of the rare few
That's a
that'll
major flag,
actually, Yeah, he's one of the rare few that does it and does it right.
Yeah, I try to get out of as many subscriptions as you can. Treat subscriptions like a very bad word. That's like a word that is very bad. Subscription. Get it out of your life.
Well, I talk for me. I try not to have subscriptions. If I find it, possible to have without paying, okay, I'll try to have a look at it.
Yep, a penny saved is a penny earned.
Well, and indeed, man, indeed. And with the crisis going on and inflation, damn, it's wow. No.
Somebody else I was watching recently, she was really good, is that Crypto Indio for new starters. She explains things really good.
What's his name?
Her name is Crypto Wendy O.
Crypto Wendy O. Sorry.
Yeah, she's pretty popular. She just got a big break, I guess. She was on Fox News or something about 6 months ago, and her channel exploded.
Got it also.
She has a very large female following. Yeah, she's very good. If you watch her, one of the things I really like about her, she sets up these target zones and these funny, put the fan zone, and this is where we need to, she's very clean and very precise with her charting.
I will take a look also. It's like right on point.
Well, they've all got their own little angles. You got to watch them for a while, figure out, okay, this is the angle that they're going for, either big gains or steady gains or whatever. But you find somebody that's got that strategy you like, you go with it. But I don't know. The one that I've been with the longest is Tame. It's also the one I keep coming back to when the other ones disappoint.
There was one guy, I don't know if it's cool or not, but or a good guy or a bad guy, but he was, I think, Crypto Batman. That guy is like, he comes in and then when the market's down, he doesn't go, doesn't do anything. Then the markets go up there. He's like there, doing lives and all that stuff.
Yeah, inconsistent.
Exactly what I was going to, say, or what I meant. Exactly that.
Yeah.
And Tame's here every day.
Not only every day, but if there's something pumping, he's on.
I just find it. On one side, it's funny, but speaking of it, but at the other side, it must be really hard for him to, or for you guys that live from this, because you have the possibility, maybe, or some people have the possibility to stay all day looking at the markets if needed, and but it must be really hard also in the other side, because you want to sleep, and when major stuff are happening on the market, you must be present. Because if you're not present, even with limit orders or sell, I don't know the names, but even with some take profits or buying positions already
stop losses
pre-made, even with that, it's really hard sometimes.
I don't know how
So
long Kane was on last night, but man, I got up at about 4 in the morning, stayed on all day till about 9 o'clock, had 15 minutes to eat, got back on until midnight. I don't know how many hours that is, but I was tired.
You see, that's what I'm talking about.
It's all I do though. I just spent the last 5 years taking care of my dad, and now that he's passed, I'm selling the house and just going on the road and gonna chill out. But for 5 years, it's all I did was take care of him and trade, learn as much as I can. I didn't work in the entire time, so I've been living off it. So that's where I'm struggling right now. I'm almost tapped out.
Whatever you're doing, just keep doing, man. You're doing great.
I'm gonna do it better. I have to. I just have to.
And that's good to think that way.
You know, as long as I've done this and as much money as I've lost, and I've lost a lot, I just keep coming back to it. Like, it's got to work. I know the strategies. I'm just making stupid moves. If I can cut out the stupid mistakes, I will be good to go.
And be consistent. Yeah. That's the most. It's easy if you think about it. Just keep doing it. Whatever happens, just keep doing it. And with time,
that's it.
Be like aware of the stuff, and it will be easier. Just like a job.
Oh, don't say job. Ooh. I don't want a job anymore. They call it a job. It stands for just over broke.
Man, it's been really hard. You know, I can't anymore. I can't do it anymore. It's driving me crazy. Working all life, and where's the money? Even with savings and try not, or sometimes even maybe months without doing anything that you like, or throwing it away just because you need saving.
Yeah.
And even with that, it's still hard after, because there's something, and then there's that thing, and a new thing appears. It's what they call it, the rat race. I'm just sick of it.
Yeah. Actually, once COVID hit, I got laid off, and I was like, you know what, the hell with this. So my buddy and I started up a company, and we're like, we're not gonna let COVID take us down, but we're not gonna go submit to the man either.
Yeah, not gonna stop.
In fact, when they were getting ready to lay us off, I was all excited. I was like, you gonna let us go? You gonna let us go? You gonna let us go? It's like one of those things where you hate it so bad, but you stick with it because it's all you know.
But if you stick with it,
you need an excuse to get out, and then you thank them.
When I find out about crypto 2 years ago, well, not 2 years ago, I already knew, but I never took a look at it, let's say. Only like 2 years ago, 2.5. Yeah, man, I was like, okay, I'll try it out. I'll do something. I just put some money in. Actually, Dogecoin was the main attraction, let's say, at that time. For me, actually. And I was mining already. I did some mining. I have some experience mining also. And unfortunately, it was like... It was okay for one or two months when I mined. And after it starting getting down, and I stopped it. But
what were you mining?
I was mining Dogecoin. I was mining Ethereum. It was mainly Ethereum at that time because it was paying the most with my graphics card. So yeah, and I was having like mining with some 110 megahash, more or less.
I almost got into the mining thing, but I just can't afford the upfront cost. I'm glad I didn't, because I got no place to put a machine once I move out of this house too.
Well, it was paying off, but it would have been really good if you started like a long time ago. Man, man, that's like mind-blowing, the stuff that it's possible to do, but you just miss it because you don't try the stuff out because you're afraid, or well, what's this gonna do? But if you just invested like a little bit at 4 years ago, 5 years ago, it just doesn't matter. Just invested just a little bit. Maybe today it was much better. That's why I don't want to miss anything, even if it just goes small. Start with little bit and maybe you'll get bigger.
Yeah.
But I mined also, and yeah. But after it was not, it finished basically. For people that have mining with computer graphics card, I think the business it's already yeah.
I'm looking at this Bitcoin shorts, man. They're dropping like crazy, meaning it's probably going to go long.
But that's only on Bitcoin mainly, because
I only have the Bitcoin and
the other ones.
I only have Bitcoin and Doge shorts and longs up there, just because it takes up a lot of room. One of these days, I'll figure out how to organize everything. Everything I've done has just been learned basically on my own. So I have a hodgepodge of little habits I got to get rid of.
Well, it's the main problem that I have, because I'm also like that's the main problem for me in my life. I'm like really like a head on the moon, let's say, type of person. So I'm it's not that I'm not aware of stuff. It's just I find it hard to, for example, to concentrate, to do maybe like little tasks that's really simple. Sometimes for me it's hard. And I'm aware of that, but to try to do something about it, it's been tough.
I hear you.
That's why I want consistency on what I'm doing. Even if it takes a lot, with consistency, I think you'll achieve what you want.
I heard there's somebody on here that's just absolutely ridiculously disciplined about everything. I really want to find out who that is, how they're doing it, what they're doing, and learn a lot, as much as I can from them. Really, if you just go by the numbers, which I just don't, it's almost hard to lose if you just follow the damn system if you've got one.
Yeah, and just keep with it.
I keep switching, I gotta have like a bag for trading days, for having fun, and then another one, a bunch for longs. I'm not organized enough like that. I gotta get there.
You will for sure. You're already aware of your, some of your problems, and but I don't know you, so I'm just saying some of them because it's some of what you've talked about. So, but still, I think you will do something about it, and with little changes over time, if you just do them.
Honestly, there's no choice about it. Yeah, it's one of these things you got to do
it. But yeah, man, thanks so much for what you're doing.
No problem. I love chatting about it.
Well, it must be, repeating yourself over and over and over and over, but it's what it is.
I'm one of those people that, I'll tell you, I've had a lot of people come to me and say, "Oh, I want to get into trading. I'm not very good at it, but I'll show you how to get started," and then pass them off the team. Yeah. So I've done a lot of that. So, but I do that because it reinforces everything that I've learned, because I will forget it.
Oh, so you see, it's just like me when.
Sorry to interrupt. Just this new hourly candle came in, the 8 o'clock candle. So looks like on Bitcoin it did come in with some sell volume. So this might change the momentum. We shall see.
The Bitcoin shorts is down by, what is it, 18%, something like that. I don't think it's gonna dive.
I'm not thinking it's going to dive yet, but starting here up until 9:30 is going to set the tone for today, in my opinion. Like once markets open at 9:30.
Oh, I can't wait for that.
I'm going to keep an eye on this DXY as well.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everything looking, man?
Better than last night.
Yep.
Yeah, I was just looking at the fear and greed index. That joint kind of going up. It's up to 25 today. It was 16 yesterday. I mean, I looking at the crypto bubbles for the week. Yesterday it looked like a better Black Friday sales. Looked like it's changing around. I mean, I see all these sales. It looked like sales 50% off, 30% off. When it says 30% down, I mean, a lot of people, they buy when the fear is high. And every time I look back and you see when the fear was high, people have bought. They've actually made out really good, because once the fear goes away and all these bubbles are so green, everyone wants to buy and the price just soars. And then you look back and say, damn, you know, at that time I would have bought this. So if you just look at it in another way, like if Walmart had a sale and everything was 30% off, everyone would be running in the store to buy it. Right now, people see that the market is down 30%. Dodge is down 24% for the week. I mean, if you look at it in that perspective, you know, you can get a lot of the coins that you want, you know, at a good price. And I suggest you look at case use coins, because case use coins are going to go back up because they are being used. So like, you know, like the FTT is down 93%. I wouldn't even touch it. But there's like other coins like, you know, Stellar, you know, XRP, Ape coin is going to be used for like to buy, you know, anything new that comes out with the Ape stuff. That Ape coin is going up, like soaring up, because they be selling it using that coin. So, you know, just gotta look at it like that way. Everything's on sale right now. MATIC is down 22%, but yesterday that joint was like 30-some%. So, you know,
do you see Crow having a small recovery?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at all these right now. I'm just looking, I'm saying, wow, like, you know, this sale's going to be over soon. You know, it might last a week. That's because there's a lot of fear and shaking stuff in the market right now, because this company went down and a lot of people want to pull their money out. And when they pull their money out, they're going to wish they would just transfer it to another exchange or to a hard drive. Like, I mean, I got a Ledger X Nano, a Nano X. It's Bluetooth. It just I can connect it to my phone, and I could transfer XLM in like 3 seconds to an exchange and sell or whatever and buy, and you know, so that's what I do. But I just seen all this stuff. It looks like it's on sale to me, and it's like wow, I'm just trying to buy a couple of this, a couple of that, you know.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it seems like it's on sale, but we do got to be careful if we play out a scenario on the daily on like a bear flag, and I got a descending angular resistance that plays like right now above us. It's at 16,900, right at 17,000 to be fair, around 17,000, and it's descending basically the shape of this potential bear flag. And if Bitcoin does play out on a bear flag on the daily, measured move would be somewhere below 13,000, or like actually between 13,000, 13,500. So still got to be careful if this bear flag plays out at the same time.
That's why you would DCA in, you would buy like a little bit, you know, a little bit. As it's going down, you buy a little bit. Because if you think about it in a whole sense, like you might think about like, damn, well, Bitcoin's going to go down to might go down to 13. But then if you also see the numbers, it's also going to go back up. So once it goes back up, you might go in the red a little bit now, but in the end, you'll go up in the green big time.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on your strategy too. You know, like me, I've been trying to swing and not average in too much because I'm not too certain. You know, if you're certain of a bottom, but me, I'm not too sure of Bitcoin. I think some sketchy things might happen, not just because of Bitcoin itself or its protocol. I think just the regulation around it. There might be some restrictions involving Bitcoin mining coming up and who knows what. And I think Bitcoin has a bullseye on its head right now. And that's some kind of sketchy to rely on Bitcoin recovering. I'm trying to prepare myself in case Bitcoin doesn't recover and we never get in a proper bull market with Bitcoin. I definitely want to be prepared to have some dry powder on those big buys.
That's a good strategy because the EU and Europe, they're already creating legislation for this, man. They're already creating legislation, and they're going to start it. And once they start it, everyone else is going to follow in line, and it's all going to drop from country to country. They could easily drop all these exchanges. To tell you the truth, they could just drop all the exchanges, and whatever's on the exchange, they might just cash you out. Nobody really knows about that, but that's why I keep my coins. At least I have the coins, and whatever happens to them, I mean, at least I have them. One day it might be not worth nothing, but you never know. So I just keep my stuff on a hard drive that I'm saving. But I got money that I put into the exchange that I use, and if I see something cheap, I'm buying it, and I just straight away put it on my ledger. But like you said, it could keep going down. Bitcoin could go down. I mean, I heard a guy yesterday talking. He was saying that, he's not going to buy Bitcoin until it's 10 grand. It might not hit 10 grand. And then what if it hits 12 and it goes all the way back up to 25? And he's going to be sitting on the sideline saying, wow, I missed out. You know what I'm saying? Just because he wanted to wait until it hits 12, 10. But if you want to wait till it hits 10, then why you don't take what you could do is you could take, the number it's at today or yesterday, 15 something, and then take the 10, divide it in half, and it would have like a 13,000 Bitcoin. Buy a little bit now. You don't have to buy a whole Bitcoin, buy a little bit. And as it goes down, you can actually grab it for almost 10. And if it goes under 10 a little bit, you would actually average out to 10. You know what I'm saying? Unless you just want to not get a chance to have it at all. You know what I'm saying? If that's what you want Bitcoin. I don't understand some people's logic, because a lot of people say that they're waiting for something to hit a certain low number. And if it never hits that number and goes all the way back up, then they're just sitting there shaking their head talking about this and that and this and that, Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, I'm not waiting for a number. I'm making sure I got exposure with my swing trade. So in case, we do make big moves up on the market, I'm exposed to the profits. But at the same time, like I said, like my guard is so up. I'm thinking a lot of these cryptos are going to do good, but unfortunately, I think Bitcoin's going to drag them down temporarily, and hopefully Bitcoin's going to lose some of its dominance, and some of these coins can break away from Bitcoin's control. And I think the market kind of needs that. And not only does the market need that, I think, Bitcoin, the manipulation it has on the market, I think is intense. I'm not going to go into like China, how much they control and their hash rate and all that. But it just seems like, if it wasn't for Bitcoin, if we had a market that was equal and the dominance of like the top three were, within 2% of each other, we would have coins that already did their, 100x easily and retraced still at a 50x profit from where you started. Like that's how some of these were ready to go. But Bitcoin just pooped on the party, and Bitcoin was the one. It wasn't just the market, because the crypto market was ready to bang. But I think it was Bitcoin that pulled the whole gravitational weight, basically, of the market. So I think Bitcoin's could still do that, even though they're like, it can't go down forever. I'm like, yes, it can. There's things called death spirals. And when I got people like Bill Gates and like the official Chinese government saying Bitcoin's going to be worthless, I'm going to, at least keep one ear open to that in case, because Bill Gates has been right with some stuff before. I don't know, maybe he knew some inside information, maybe he actually had part of it, but he's got some information.
Yeah,
he's got information like Pelosi does.
That's what I'm saying. Maybe even he probably got more information than like Pelosi does, on the global markets.
And with that FTT, whatever thing, that company going down, remember, all that money was just sucked out of the system. So, of course, everything's going to go down. All that money was just sucked out, and dude did whatever he did, all that crap he did. I don't even think he's going to go to jail, tell you the truth, because his family's hooked up with all these people, and then he gave $25 million to the Democrats. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna back him up. I'm telling you, you're gonna see Biden's gonna give him a pardon, bro.
Yeah, he's cool with the Clintons and stuff, so he's good. I think they were washing money through him, basically. There's some paper trail that leads to FTX in Ukraine, a lot of money going in and out of some operations in Ukraine with some Democratic donation money being washed there as well. There's some people doing reports on that right now, actually.
I mean, you think of how bad it is. Look, this guy did this to this company, right? And maybe at most, if he goes to jail, maybe he goes to jail for 2 years, right? All that money, we talking about a lot of money. Like, that's like a dream of money, I'm saying, that somebody could have. And you could see a guy walk into a 7-Eleven and not even have a gun, just a finger in his pocket, rob the joint, and he's doing 5 to 10. And this guy took billions of dollars, and he might get a year of probation. You know what I'm saying? That's like insane, bro. The world is backwards sometimes.
Yes, it is.
Yo, I remember when I was a kid, right? When I was growing up as a kid, they had elections, and when it was 11 p.m., the news came out 11 p.m., you knew who won. It was over. They counted everything by hand, bro. They counted everything by hand, and they knew who won. And now we have all this smart technology, all this advanced technology, and they can't even get the votes counted for a week or 2 weeks. That's insane. I mean, I don't even trust none of that stuff, bro.
Imagine if Sam got away with all that crap. Imagine the people with the real power and the suits, the shit they can't get away with that you don't know about.
No kidding. Absolutely. There's elites that are untouchable. People you never heard of.
A slap on the wrist is all they get.
If that, they're probably the ones making the rules, so they just change the rules.
I mean, there's thousands of these currencies too. These like coins, there's thousands of them, John. So, I mean, most of them is going to disappear. I believe they're going to disappear, and only coins that have use will probably stay. But I think most of these Johns are just going to disappear, like gone, like they're just made up for nothing. Especially like lunacy. I think that John will disappear one day too. A lot of these coins just be gone. There's no use for them. They're just a coin.
Like the guy that got rich off Rocket Bunny and he couldn't cash out.
Everything's pumping right now.
Look at these candles, man. Sheesh.
Yeah, like Stellar XLM, that joint went down to 0.83. 0.83 or 0.79. That joint hasn't been down that low since like 2-3 years ago. So it's like I bought more of it because, you know, I realized it's gonna go up because Stellar XML, they work with MoneyGram, transfer money like locally for Walmart to Walmart and all that stuff. They've been doing that, so I realized I think, you know, they're gonna do good. So I bought a bunch more of that because I actually hold that coin. But like,
there's always a dollar at one point.
Yeah, Bitcoin was able to break that 17,100 resistance. There's that overhead descending angular resistance that I had drawn out. But it did hit another resistance. Let me see. Hold on one sec. Hit my line kind of perfect. Let me see if I could share my chart here. I'm going to share my chart, but I can't talk because I'm on a different device while I do it.
look at Bitcoin at this point right now. Bitcoin is down. You got like Dogecoin. Dogecoin is holding. MATIC pump back up to 94 cents. Imagine MATIC at 94 cents, and then imagine another thing as let me watch Drew John while I'm talking to y'all when he pulls it up. And just imagine that that Bitcoin starts pumping and MATIC is at 94. What do you think is going to happen to MATIC? It's going to go even higher. That's why I'm saying things is like on sale now, because when Bitcoin starts pumping up, all these coins are going to start moving, and some of them are still up at a good height. They didn't really drop that much. Those coins are actually, I think, going to soar. You don't think it's going to break the yellow line? You think that yellow line you put down there, that it's going to keep going down from there?
I think we're going to keep on getting rejected like we have been. We were able to pop through a little bit in the smaller time frames. When the bigger time frames, you can tell it's just like on that daily. I'm thinking that the yellow line's still big resistance, which could take us. I got a support drawn out at like 13,000 for that. That would be under us. It's a horizontal support at 13,000. It's like 12,990 or something like that. And if that bad boy breaks, next level is 4,900-ish in my chart. And there's like a channel from 4,500 up until resistance 12,750, 12,800. Something that's a sweet spot. I think that's where Bitcoin really wants to go. That's its point of control, basically, is in that range. Pretty big range though. Well, we've seen a range like that from July 2019 to October 2020. We were in that range. Actually, even before that, we started that range in February 2018, but wedged out a little bit and then did the crypto winter and then got right back in that same range right after the crypto winter. So I don't know. I think that's the sweet spot right there where Bitcoin wants to get to. I'm going to stream my screen one more time so you guys can see what I'm talking about.
I mean, it might go down there and pivot back up, like you said. If it pivots up from that point, it might start climbing after that.
Can I ask you guys to do a bullish scenario where we don't go under 16,000?
All right, the bullish scenario is the market opens up and people goes crazy with all these cheap prices and buys everything up, and Bitcoin goes to $200,000 by the midnight tonight. That's the bullish scenario.
Damn, that's super bullish. That's probably what the guys online are gonna say. Yeah, we're ready to go to 200,000.
No. When it goes up to 200,000, everybody's gonna want to buy Bitcoin, and they're gonna say, "Man, why didn't I do this?" That's what's gonna happen. But I mean, that won't happen. What I just said, but it's it's gonna climb. It's gonna pivot at one point and start climbing, and everyone's still gonna be waiting for the bottom, even when it pivots. So if the pivot point is 6,000, if it's 9,000, if it's 10,000, wherever that pivoted point is, nobody's gonna believe it because you're gonna see so much red. And like I said, when there's fear in the market, if you look at the Bitcoin fear chart right now, it's at 25. Yesterday, it was actually at 16. You know what I'm saying? I've seen last month, it was at the greed of 73. And when it's at the greed of 73, everybody's like, oh, yeah, let's buy because it's going to go up. But you should actually be buying when there's extreme fear, because when there's fear in the market, there's like a saying when I was growing up, when there's blood in the streets, buy real estate. So like if you see a neighborhood in your city and there's shootings and killings, drug dealers everywhere, you buy houses because nobody wants them. And then when all that stuff is cleared up in 10 years, your house is worth quadruple the amount. In Philadelphia, I bought houses for $1,000, man, $1,000, because no one wanted them. There was an auction. No one paid the taxes on them. They just sat there, $1,000. You put a couple thousand into it, leave it sit there for a while. You rent it cheap because no one wants to live there. And look at now, they're worth 100,000, 150,000. So when there's blood in the streets, they say buy real estate, and I look at it the same way here. When it's extreme fear, buy something, because when this fear is over and people got more confidence, this fear greed index is going to go way up, and you're not going to be able to. Well, you'll be able to buy, but you're going to be like, damn, you're going to be buying at the top, kind of like they say.
I think the fear level is going to be higher once that we know what's going to happen to crypto.com and these other exchanges. They are probably going to go under.
Well, we're just gonna see what's gonna happen today, tomorrow. Like Kame said, it's probably gonna be a rough couple weeks, up and downs, shaky in the market, people selling off what they got. People's gonna buy too. People still gonna buy. You'll start seeing buys come in, big buys because when they see the price down, you know, on certain coins that got case uses, you know what I'm saying? Certain coins that are trying, you know, to make it, that are doing stuff, you know what I'm saying? They're going to go up. And a lot of other coins might go down. It's like Dogecoin. Dogecoin, as long as Elon Musk is going to use it for something, that coin's going to soar. But if Elon Musk decides he's not going to use that coin, then the coin won't go nowhere. You know what I'm saying? So that's the case used for, you know, like Dogecoin, you know, because like some coins have like XLM, XRP. I mean, XRP, like in the US ain't really that, you can't really use it, but like XLM, Stellar, that's owned by IBM. You know, I don't know if you know the computer company back in the day called IBM. It's owned by IBM. That's who owns Stellar. And they have case use, so they're gonna use that coin.
They don't really own it. There's a project together that they had, but that project got defunct because one of the guys left IBM. But they don't own it.
Hey, if
There was a connection.
if Elon Musk dies tomorrow, if Elon Musk dies tomorrow, Dogecoin goes to zero, or what? It's an end project.
If Elon Musk dies, I mean, one of his family members is going to take over. You know what I'm saying? So you'll see the pivot on what happens at that point. Remember, the guy Jobs died in Apple. Apple didn't die. You know what I'm saying? iPhones are still everywhere. You know what I'm saying? More iPhones, more technology. Someone took over. So someone's going to take over whatever Elon Musk was doing. So if Elon Musk dies, that doesn't mean that everything he does is gone.
Holds too much power over that coin though, but you know, hopefully.
I mean, look at all the shakiness in the market, and Dogecoin really didn't drop that much. I mean, I'm surprised that Dogecoin didn't drop that much. Dogecoin really is really holding up. I mean, it's at 9 cents and still pumping. So you'll see when the market comes open. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people might say, oh, they didn't want to buy Dogecoin, but Dogecoin dropped all the way down to like 7 cents almost in the last few days. So, I mean, that was a time to probably jump in and grab something. Not a lot. If you were scared, you buy something, you know, DCA in, you know, buy a little bit. And this way, if it goes up to like 9 cents and you bought at 7, if you bought the same amount at 9 cents, then you're actually averaging 8 cents for the coin. So you still bought it cheaper, basically.
Nice pumps here.
Truck coins.
What you said?
Hey, Binance is life, I guess. That's why it's probably pumping.
I mean, who knows? Today or tomorrow, all these exchanges might come on, show all their books and say, oh, they're all fine. Everything is good with all the other exchanges. And then all these coins will just start pumping right back up to where they were. And then it'll be like, you know, opportunities lost. You know, you need to take opportunities. And I'm not saying to drop bags on stuff. I'm just saying when price is down, myself, you know, I try to buy a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I mean, if something's dropping, as soon as it stops dropping, I buy a little bit. And if I see it dropping again, I'll sell it. And as it drops again, I'll buy it again. So in actuality, I lost less money, but I gain more coins for when it does pump up back up. You know, I will have more coins and I will make out better in the end. But I only do that on coins that I believe in, that I look at, that I really want to hold long term, like within the next 6 months, a year, something like that. I don't just do that for all these little altcoins because I don't know a lot about most of them.
Anyone thinking rockets soon?
Drop it, drop it, drop it.
Rocket, rocket, rocket.
Damn, that's quite of a drop.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, looks like the charts. It's going to be a fun day in crypto. Yep, hands inside the ride at all time. Once we get to the top of the hill, let go of your seat bracket and put your hands up and scream.
You sound like such a pilot, man. It's awesome.
Sorry, it's nature's way.
It's the best, man.
A pilot goes wee. That's scary.
No, that was me. He responded to the wee.
Oh, okay.
No, it's just his voice and how he talks. He like it sounds like an airplane pilot would say to the passengers every time he talks. It's like really weird.
Are we finished with tribulation?
Maybe, but that's why they gave me a pilot's license, maybe because of my voice.
Good morning.
Morning, Zuzi.
What's up, Robert?
Are you still feeling bullish or what?
Me? Always, man. Always. Even when
Nothing changes you, huh?
even when exchanges go bankrupt, even when Elon says that it's I don't know, man. Technically, I'm not good at crypto, so don't listen too much to me. But when I zoom out on these charts, I see more potential upward than downward, especially now. But it was already the case at 28K. Like for me, 28K was important support, and if we were holding that, there was more potential upward than downward. Well, I was wrong because 15K is like half of 28, right? And upward potential, I wasn't targeting 60K, but like 45, let's say. So yeah, actually, there was more downward than upward at 28. But now at 15, like, if it goes down, yeah, maybe we'll hit 3K, but that doesn't seem that likely. Like, if we go to 10K, that means you lost another 30%. But if we go up, we could go up to 25. That means you gained more than what you could lose. So that's my argument for being bullish. It depends on the coins, Like if you look at MATIC, I think it's pretty high. But Bitcoin, like D-Block says, it's below 20K, yet no one wants to buy it. Bitcoin is at 16,000 and no one wants to buy it.
They're going to wait till it goes back up to 20K and then they're going to start buying in again.
Well, yeah, but it's not such a bad buy, 20K, no? If you look bigger time frame. At least you're waiting to see the uptrend start by winning 20K, so you're being less aggressive on your trade. Every strategy has its up and downs. If you wait for Bitcoin to reclaim 20K, you kind of didn't try to catch the falling knife. You waited for it to show strength by being able to go all the way up to 20K. 20K, yeah, it's a bit late. For me, 17.5 is enough. But that's bigger time frames. Right? Oh, we might wake up with a Bitcoin at 10K tomorrow morning. I mean, I know it's a possibility, but I choose the bullish side, not because of my positions, because I still have some dry powder. Like I'm not 100% all in. So, but I'm getting close to that. I'm getting close to that. Because I'm short, I want to be bullish because I'm short. No, that doesn't work.
You close your shorts, or you were never shorting?
I took a few shorts on the way down. The ones I posted in the chat. But I was never, the take profit of my short setups. They were too conservative, all of them since 69K. Like, because I didn't really recognize we would be in a bear market for a long time, and I still don't, I guess. Like when I plan for a long right now, my target is gonna be way higher than the target of the short would be. Ideally, you want to do exactly the opposite in a bear market, right? You want to let your shorts run more than your longs. Because I'm trying to catch a reversal, then it's actually why I'm doing the opposite. But
we have an hourly candle coming in about half a minute. And then markets will open in half an hour. And yes, today's going to be an interesting day.
Did you see Ape?
Yes, sir.
It still couldn't switch $3 into support, but at least it tried to go there.
Yeah, I did.
But I think it's going to switch $3 into support, and that's when I'm really bullish on it. But for now,
depending on Bitcoin, though, I made a very nice play off Crow. last night when it hit its potential local bottom. I was able to make a very nice trade off of that.
That's cool.
I think 15
Did
and a
it
half.
recover?
Yeah, it's somewhat recovered. If you look at Crow, it went back all the way to 7.8. So my
Which
trade,
is
where did I
where-
get in? Let me see where I got in. I got in at 5.86 and I sold at 7.06. So I sold a little bit early, but I made a very nice profit on that.
You know these exchange coins like Crow, like Beat, like FTTs. What else? They all got attacked a lot. Like Beat also, had a huge dump, but that got bought out and recovered 120% of the dump.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, and then it started trading sideways inside that huge candle. It didn't
Yeah,
hit
Bitcoin.
the bottom yet, but I think we might be headed there to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, Bitcoin still, it's going to be interesting today. I'm still bearish. I don't think right now is the time and place for the crypto market to turn around this week, next week, or the week after that. I think we have some more downside.
Well, Vlad's call from yesterday was almost perfect. He just, I don't know if you remember, he said something at one point. He said stop loss 15.8, right? Well, I hope he could re-enter that trade. Because I got 15,760, so yeah, stop loss by $40. Do you saw RSI? RSI also isn't looking good on Bitcoin, right? But
to me, nothing looks good on Bitcoin. We're in the middle of a gap. At least 12,900, like 13,000, 12,900, possibly there. Even there, I'm not convinced that that's going to be a turnaround bottom.
It's not looking bad, RSI, but you already have like divergence, but price is quite far from the previous high at 18K, like on the 15-minute time frame. Last high was 18,090, something like that. And RSI was at 52. And now with this peak at 17.1, RSI is already higher. To me, that means we're calling off the RSI in order to dump more.
DXI has a tweezer bottom on the daily.
There is really no correlation left between the two. We should just...
There's still a little bit correlation. A little bit here and there. Sometimes they do.
I watch it too, but I shouldn't. That's kind of what wrecked me these last weeks. Damn. DXY is at 106 and Bitcoin is at 16K. There's... If DXY retests 103.8, which to me is like the level to break below in order for this dollar bull run to be over, yeah, then we'll see where crypto crashed to. Because Drew, on the 1 hour DXY has been going up, right, since Friday. Very slightly upward, right, since Friday. What's Bitcoin doing since Friday?
Well, no, that's Bitcoin, though. We had an anomaly with Bitcoin in the crypto market because of what happened with FTX. So we had a black swan anomaly.
Yeah, but that anomaly hasn't been recovered yet. It's still there. It's like it's I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think there's going to be some more bad news. I don't think this is like, oh, finally the storm hit us and now we can relax and clean up. And I think this is just the beginning. We haven't even seen the eye of the hurricane yet.
Do you think it will take like 2 weeks until we see the real results of all this situation?
I think it will take weeks, weeks, possibly months.
Yeah, exactly. Because like these companies, if they are sending funds to each other to take a screenshot, they're gonna do their best to drag this as long as possible.
I mean, yeah, the signs are there. All these companies, they're slowly collapsing. It's like a house of cards. BlockFi, Voyager, Celsius, Terra Luna, now FTX. There's probably 5 other ones I'm missing.
I'm kind of sad about FTX because it was an old exchange. It wasn't like a new thingy that popped during the bull run. So
it was pretty new, relatively new. FTX kind of popped out of nowhere, in my opinion.
But I asked you guys even 6 months ago, and I remember you told me FTX is an old exchange, and I should check it out.
I didn't say that.
Maybe I'm confusing with another one then. Like Bybit, for example, that's a pretty old one.
Maybe Bitfinex. Bitfinex is an old one. Or Bitrex.
Oh.
Because Bitfinex, they own USDT. And I remember maybe we were talking about Bitfinex.
It's 2019. FTX, You're right. It's pretty, 2019. Yeah. So it's not that old, yeah. Well, it's
a baby.
That MATIC, which is very recent, the user interface, I'm really happy that you promote MATIC now because the user interface is exactly like Bybit's. And
I don't promote MATIC. Tame does.
Well, not promote, but encourage MATIC. But I agree, man.
I don't encourage MATIC.
I saw the user interface, and it's exactly the same as Bybit's, like probably the same code behind, and it's a very good one in my opinion. So
I encourage Coinbase.
Yeah, but Coinbase user interface is really, you're limited. You're just limited in the tools you have, I think.
But on the advanced, I think we have enough tools to do proper trades.
There's no leverage.
Fuck leverage. Who needs leverage when you got money, baby? Let's go.
Yeah, right.
I'm serious.
But like every exchange, whether it's Coinbase or this or that, don't hold too much money on these exchanges, of course. But
well, you got to hold enough as much as you want to trade, basically. So if you want to trade, to make $1 million, you better be holding at least $500,000 on there if you're trying to scalp up to 1 million. So you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah, but once your trade is done, you could like exit the platform, and then the transaction fees aren't that much, no? If
you can't keep on offloading that much money off the platform. If you're trying to make $1 million out of, let's say, $500,000, you're not going to want to keep on wiring all that money out because your maximum withdrawal is about $250,000 a day. So what you want to do is make sure you're very secure with your securities. Make sure all your emails are isolated and everything. And the big players, once you get to 10 million, you do custodial services, and that's leaving it on the custodial exchange basically. But you can't make a trade of less than $250,000.
What do you mean isolate your emails?
Have emails that are only used for that exchange.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody else has that email, not even your mother, not even your brother, your best friend, nothing, nobody. You have that email, and it's specifically only used for that exchange.
Hey, Drew, I have a question. So I withdrew my money from FTX.US on Thursday and Friday, and it went through, right? So, but my money's still not in my account. You think it's gonna come through, or because they fucking filed for bankruptcy?
Does your account say pending on the bank?
The money's still not popping up. Remember, it was a 3-day weekend and all that shit.
Yeah, but does the bank say that like it's a pending transaction on your bank side? Because once they say it's a pending transaction, you should be good.
So should I call my bank right now when it opens?
I would, yeah. I would ask them if that's a pending transaction to let you know, if they receive the transaction info.
And now I fucked up. I should have done crypto, but I didn't want. Fuck.
No, it's fine. Whichever order. They might have. People were having a hard time getting their crypto out too. So, you did what you had to do. But yeah, if you got a pending notification on one of the sides, you should be good.
All right, I'll let you know right now. Let me call the bank.
Yeah, definitely call them.
All right, Bitcoin is trying to erase that divergence on the RSI, I think.
Bitcoin is trying to hurry up and die.
Yeah. Wait, you're not in position? Oh, yeah, damn.
Of course I'm not in position if I'm talking this shit. No, but I did take my profit on the Crow trade. I already took my profit.
Yeah, and I forgot to take my profit on MATIC scalp spot, on Solana leverage long. No, but actually Solana, there's really no point for me to close that long. It makes more money just keeping it open. It's crazy. That funding rate on Solana is really crazy. Now it's at 460% just collecting funding fees, and 630 with price action. But
that's crazy.
It's like too expensive. Well, it was. Now it's not anymore. But it was too expensive to short Solana. Oh, I heard Bybit wants to delist FTT. I think they stopped the leverage contract on it.
Super chat. Got a super chat from Knockstars TV, $4.99. Can I get a turnaround bottom? I'm a top, so I need a bottom. I'm a top, so I need a bottom. We're going to try to get a turnaround bottom sometime soon. Thank you for that super chat, Knockstars TV. I think we got to make sure to keep our eyes peeled on Bitcoin. A turnaround is going to have some kind of support, in my opinion. And one saying Special Agent Drew trying to ruin the game. Regulation by regulation. Go play stocks that regulated to the top would suit me better. No, there's no fluidity in stocks like there's in crypto. Crypto's much more fluid. Even though I don't think all of crypto is doomed. I just think Bitcoin's doomed. And if you like it or not, they're not going to let people play like this with stable coins. So there's going to be more regulation coming, especially with what just happened with FTX. I would put the pipe dreams down and start preparing for proper regulation.
Yeah, the low is always a few years behind, so expect 2 years delay before there's a low that regulates crypto exchanges.
So I have a question. If we get regulated, do you guys feel like we're gonna have a downside for crypto?
No.
Just a little bit of downside because of the psychological FUD that's going to spread on idiots on Twitter. But I think that's going to help big money come in because money's waiting on the sideline. Institutional is waiting on the sideline to get proper regulation to come in. That's the same thing with the cannabis market. The big players right now, they won't invest until the federal government gives a green light and they properly regulate it and allow it. So we have a similar situation in cannabis and in crypto that right now they're waiting for regulation. And once that regulation comes in, that money's going to start pouring in.
Doesn't mean that price action is going to be always positive, because that money likes to manipulate the markets too. But it's going to get more volatile, that's for sure. And there's going to be projects that are going to rip.
When you say like the big players are gonna come, I know that you guys have a way of seeing the big players getting into positions. And Tame was sending me a message. He said that I need to follow the money. How do you guys like know that the big players are, buying?
So some exchanges give you that information on their IPY, so you can have indicators hooked to that data stream. Some exchanges don't give it, like Bybit doesn't, for example. But basically, the simplest way to get that information is to look at recent trades on your exchange, and you'll see there, like if someone does a $1 million market buy, it'll show up in the last trades. Yeah, there should be like recent trades on your exchange. You should be able to click on recent trades, and you see there who did what, and like sometimes there's really big orders there. That's the signature of a whale that bought or sold. Now, humanly watching recent trades, all you're gonna see is bots. Thousands of bots buying and selling.
Bitcoin getting a little bit of sell pressure here.
Yeah, it looks like market are gonna open a tiny bit lower than Friday's close, but pretty close to 4,000. If you want to follow whales, there's also there's discords where you have whale alerts, and they look at the blockchain and look at big money moving. But honestly, it doesn't really help at all. So I wouldn't do that personally. Well, you're gonna see like $300 million long Bitcoin at this price point. It's gonna tell you what the whales are doing, or like $5 million of Solana shorted. I can send you what it looks like if you want. What was your name?
Aaron Gomez.
Okay.
AYRAN.
I think it was on Bitcoin Hyper. They have that. It's like, yeah, whale alerts. it in the chat of this channel. See, it's like this. You have like it tells you $1 million Bitcoin shorted at 16,560. Right now we're having shorts pile up. Looks like, yeah. But this is not like huge whales. It's small whales. Yeah. Like when you see $1-2 million, it's not big whales. These are whales that usually get wrecked. And when they get liquidated, you also have the liquidation of these whales. That's kind of funny sometimes because you're holding your small position. Let's say it's a short, and you see a $5 million long get liquidated. You're like, ah. But once you start to see like 20 or $100 million, that's the whales, the big institutions or whatever. But like between 1 and 5 million, it's not. I mean, it is whales, but it's not the big whales.
Those are just sharks.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah. Because I've seen I think I saw 230 million long. That's like the biggest. I think around $200 million. Yeah. Especially on the mints, like sometimes it goes all the way up to even $1 billion. You can see, $1 billion minted at USDT factory. Well, let me find a big one. I'd have to go all the way back to last summer, right, to see what happened when Bitcoin broke out of that 28 to 40K range. Because there you had some big buys.
But we might still have capitulation. We might still have capitulation with Bitcoin because there are people that haven't checked their portfolios for 4 or 5 days. We even had a gentleman come on here that hasn't heard the news for 4 days and was wondering what was happening with Crow. So right now, Monday starts, people start looking at their portfolios and what's going on. You could have a capitulation scenario where everyone panic sells and we start entering a slow death spiral.
I think it was kind of the point of keeping Bitcoin low, during the whole week. There's a lot of panic sell going on right now, no?
Yeah, right now the safest type of trades, I mean, in my opinion, for like the spot traders are just wait for these big dips and just jump in real quick in and out on the retracements, the small retracements off the dips, but that's it. Really quick, fast positions, 5-minute tops.
Where's the fear and greed index? That one shows you pretty good, no? If it's capitulation or not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really go by you can kind of sense it yourself. I think the fear and greed index, you can kind of have a feel for it psychologically. Those numbers, those metrics, they can't be too precise. I think it's too much of a rounded off thing to put in precision like that. Right now, basically, the retail, I think the fear is growing higher right now with retail, and the greed is growing higher with institutional. We got a divergence in fear.
But that's really what's good with blockchain is you can see you can track the money that's moving. So for example, right now you had the FTX that's having issues. Well, you can go look at all the transactions that went out of that FTX wallet before the issues started, and then who knew that would happen. And
you don't know who knew. You just know which wallet because that wallet is hard to figure out who it is sometimes.
Yeah. But
most of the time.
But like you can't really hide, right? Like,
yeah, you can. If you made that wallet
with proper, I mean, it's hard to hide, I would say. But if you're a very smart forensic type of person, there's ways that you could try to cover the track of making your wallet, but that's tough to do. Basically, it comes down to the first step is making an email that's anonymous, that's not your email, but you have to, do it isolated too. That's on some VPN, probably it's some web cafe when you're under disguise, that you came out of a park, that there's no surveillance footage, no CCTV in the city that you're doing the transaction or where you set up the email. Stuff you might want to do remotely with like a Starlink in the middle of nowhere, and then burn your Starlink and then go back to the civilization or something like that. But nobody can know how you got that Starlink. It's
for
tough.
example, yesterday there's there's about $1 billion worth of ETH that moved from one wallet to another wallet. Now, okay, so you're happy because you see ETH move, but that doesn't mean anything, right? So that's why I don't
Exactly.
really
It's people. Yeah, it's like the NFT world. Sometimes, the beginning of these NFTs, everyone's like, "Holy shit! Look, these NFTs are selling for $1,000. Oh my god, $2,000. Oh my god, $10,000. Holy shit, $100,000." But little did people know that actually those buyers and sellers were just the same group of people buying it and selling it to each other, that they already had allocated funds for that, and say they had a budget of $1 million. They can split that $1 million into 25 different wallets and to make bids from separate wallets on the DeFi. And it looks like there's 25 separate people making bids on something that, oh my God, everybody wants it. We have 25 bids of $5,000 each for $10,000 each. Holy shit. And those bids get higher and higher. So it creates that FOMO effect, but it's actually one person or one group that is doing multi-bidding basically on one product. Same thing happens in crypto. I'll be right back. I'm going to go make myself a tea while this market drops.
Now, if you have a Twitter account, I think the source comes from Twitter to Discord now. Who's supplying? I think it's some bots reading the blockchain and sending what they see to Twitter, and then Discord connects to Twitter to show you the whale alerts. So if you type whale alert on Twitter, you should be able to find all the whale alerts in real time.
Yeah, the SPY is pushing hard up. Can take a look, Zeus?
Yeah, but it opened lower, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so futures trading dumped a little bit. Wouldn't really call that a dump with the crazy upside we had these last days. But yeah, it's gonna try to close the gap, maybe. I don't know, man. You know, the first minutes of the market open are always up, down, before it decides. And well, before it forms a trend, yeah. It would be kind of good to dump without closing the gap, so we'd leave a little tidy 5-point gap here, you know, for future security. Because if we close it right now, then it's like, to me, it's like, all right, we can go down. But in any case, SPY, no financial advice, but to me, this is a take profit area, you know, as a whole, because it's the golden pocket of the previous downtrend. So target is hit. If you play the bottoms, 3,600, now at 4,000, yeah, this is at least take profit one, or even just get the hell out.
Bitcoin breaking the local support right now, just made a lower low. Mayday, buckle up.
Yeah, that's sad, man. It's sad to see Bitcoin dump while markets pump. But we'll have our revenge one day, right? One day Bitcoin will outperform markets.
Could you take a look at the Dogecoin weekly? Like the pattern, is there like a name for that?
What was that last question about the weekly?
Like the pattern that's forming on the weekly, is there like a name for this pattern, or like you know, is there any information that you guys know about the pattern itself? The more knowledgeable ones, the ones that know the better TA than me.
Then I won't say anything.
Pattern, I mean, the only obvious one that I see here, you got a downward triangle from a year ago. And nice W there with a recovery and looked like a dead cat just past that.
You said triangle. Personally, I'd see it more like a parallel downward.
I'll track it. You can guide me, or I'll do my own, or both.
Is that strings?
Bit parabolic, ain't it? We can hope that's one gigantic cup and handle. The beginning of it, anyway. But it's messy. I don't know. It's really not much to get out of the weekly.
Thank you, guys. Just want to see where's your perspective.
I'll say this is on this weekly, if we break up, it looks great. If we break down, it looks horrible.
But we kind of already broke up, and we already retested the breakout. I'll post. I'll make a beautiful chart and post it to explain. But to me, Doge followed the markets much better than Bitcoin, and broke out of a parallel downward it was stuck in since all-time high.
Mayday. Broke last support. Dropping.
What exchange are you on, man? My exchange didn't break any support.
Any idea how low we're going? You guys thinking 15.7, 15.5?
What's the last one, like 15.8 something?
16.3 for now. If that breaks, 15.7, and if 15.7 breaks.
Yeah, I was looking at Bitcoin, by the way, and I'm on Binance.com, USDT pair.
I'd say we'd have to. I'd like Bitcoin to hold 16,264, 16,260 before. Well, if it dumps below that, I'm a bit more bearish than if it stays above that.
just checking out Bitcoin on the weekly. This is Pirate anyway. If anybody wants to check out my chart, looking at the weekly, I drew a rough pattern of the current direction and then just moved it down. I'll show you if you want. And it looks interesting.
DXY is getting some momentum on the upside. 107.055 right now. I would say if it breaks 107.1, that's going to pull down Bitcoin a little bit.
I have no idea what it's going to do to Bitcoin. Hell, I even think it could help it pump, honestly. You sure it's going to bring it down? It's complete.
I'm not sure of anything. You know me.
No, but it's really broken. That DXY really doesn't help at all right now, in my opinion. But yeah, I mean, really, if you want a Bitcoin dump, I think you want also a DXY dump. That's what's been happening these past,
I don't know. I think if DXY makes its way towards 120, I don't think Bitcoin will have any room to pump with it.
Not all the way up to 120, but all the way up to where it would repeg. They're basically depegged right now.
Well, right now it is opposite. It is an opposite correlation on the small time frame right now, because on the 1 minute, every time DXY is going up, Bitcoin is getting sells on the 1 minute.
I didn't catch it all, but
they're both going sideways on the hourly, I guess.
So, I just read that they're expecting an XRP settlement tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's an interesting day because we're halfway through the last quarter of the year, and there's going to be some reports from companies, and it's a pivot point. So the 15th of November is usually pretty interesting. Bitcoin sell pressure is looking pretty heavy. Next support, 12,898 in my opinion. Yeah, you guys are laughing now.
No, it's possible. I agree. I'm not laughing, thinking that. No,
Okay, I'm kidding.
Not the time frame. You're looking at the 1 minute talking about 12K. That I can laugh about.
I'm on the 4 hour right now. I'm looking at the 4 hour.
Okay.
And we kind of.
What'd you say your next bottom was? 12 what?
According to my 4 hour, if we don't hold this area right now, I mean, this is make it or break it moment. If we don't hold this line right here, next to support is, I'd say round off 13,000, but just a tad under 12,980.
I'm actually just a few off from that on one of mine.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a major one I have there.
Yep. I'm like 1301 or 1305, something like that.
Yeah, that whole area, it's like a bushy area of support.
I'm doing these measured moves. I have no idea if I'm doing it like you, but one of these days I have to follow you. Next time you're charting, can you shout out and I'll follow you on it?
And of course, I'm being extra bearish here because I'm biased, but there is a potential, let's say, double bottom on the small time frame scenario. Short-term bullish would be at 15,840 if we get a nice bounce off there. But if there's no momentum reversal at 15,840, 15,850, yeah, that's I'm expecting that 13.
I see the double bottom as well. I'm on the 2 hour right now. I'm at 4 hours. You can see it. Yeah, I'm optimistic on this one. I mean, it could go down, but I'm kind of optimistic. Depends on FUD, I guess.
We might have to go up a bit in order to go down. No, this has been a lot of down these last days.
Agreed. I definitely think we got it up before we're going major down.
18K levels is interesting. If we were able to put in a high, then 18K, and then the previous high, which is around 18,100, I think. That could be the good call for a short, I guess. But right now, Bitcoin is struggling to hold the golden pocket at 16,260. So yeah, like you said, Drew, it's it's always an important moment, but this one seems a bit more important than the others. I mean, it tried putting a lower low yesterday, couldn't do it, so time to go put in a high above 18K. We got rejected at 17,100. What was there?
I got 18,232.
Yeah. But do you have an, I mean, why, just a few hours ago, what was that 17,150 that, stopped the upward move?
17,248, roughly. A little lower. 17,171, somewhere around there.
Well, guess what was there?
I have no idea.
I'll put up the chart because it's such a beautiful touch again. But I guess everybody's watching that Doge Angular, has been watching that Doge Angular for a very long time now. So there's nothing really interesting in that chart. But to me, it's the like the technical analysis you can do on Doge weekly. That seems important. You had a macro time frame, 2-year long downward angular, and Doge was able to finally break above that angular. Go up to previous resistance. Well, it failed to touch it, but the previous big resistance is 15 cents in my eyes, and we couldn't go exactly to 15, but went close enough to 15.9, 16 cents, yeah. And got rejected there and came back down and kind of retested the breakout on the weekly time frame. For now, it's holding, but the problem is my ABC tells me to try to be more short, below 85 cents. So it's like a battle between the bullish scenario that's, wait, we're breaking an angular downtrend, we're going to go up. And, oh, but wait a second, there's a bearish pattern that tells me, no, if we can't hold above A, then I kind of have to be short.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Okay.
Bitcoin shorts just dropped like a rock within the past 10 minutes or so.
Well, for small time frame players, if they shorted 17,000 and above, I guess these wicks are a good take profit area because it's about 50% retrace of the upward move on the 15 minute, the one from 15.8 to 17K, which is like, in percentage, it's a big move. Bitcoin almost pumped 10% while I was sleeping. It doesn't seem much.
Go back to sleep.
Well, I went to sleep with Vlad's trading idea and woke up. Nice profits, yeah.
That's a nice surprise.
Yeah, but I didn't close it.
But you're feeling sleepy.
I'm still in that trade. And yeah, 8%, I mean, that's something to be careful about is now that we're at 15, 16,000, it seems like $1,000 is a lot for Bitcoin. Pumping from 15K to 16K, that's like, 5% move. So,
Yeah, I can't wait for these big swings to start coming in.
well,
you can have your
Bitcoin just pumped 10%. It's not. I mean, it's very
big moves. Big moves. 100%.
Oh, you want Bitcoin at 30K? Yeah, I kind of agree with that. 100% from here would be double. So
it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I didn't take profit on my trade, by the way, because 10% seems too small on crypto, right?
Nah, take profits when you can. I say that I haven't taken profits in a year.
No, my problem is I'm afraid of taking profit because I'm afraid of my next move after having taken profit.
That's understandable, but I see it as a new journey.
Yeah. No, it's hard to catch good entries. So when you have one, I don't know. I really feel like I caught something and I maybe stupidly try to hang to it a bit too long. Sometimes it pays off though. As long as when it pays off, it pays off enough. It's not a bad strategy.
I just look at it as if it's a bad trade, did you learn from it? If you did, it wasn't wasted.
Yeah, there's something I learned is don't trust DXY and Nasdaq too much, because sometimes crypto can just not care at all.
Yeah, and don't beat the crap out of yourself either, because man, even the best get it wrong.
Oh yeah, but that's why they're the best. They manage it well when they get it wrong.
True that. I need that lesson.
The risk management part, the revenge trading part, and all.
Yeah, that revenge trading never works out for me.
Well, even if it did work, it would still be a bad thing, It would just, I mean, eventually you'd run out of luck and your revenge trade wouldn't work and you'd lose, you'd lose it psychologically even more.
Have you been watching me the past 2 years? Because you're dead on.
Well, it's kind of, I mean, it's what every trader gets through, I guess, at one point. Well, that's the thing. Is he able to survive that? In the end, surviving the market is already a good thing. If you're still trading for a few years and haven't given up, it means you're already pretty good. Most people just give up, I guess. Huh?
Yeah, one of my
Especially
big
during
mistakes.
Especially during bear markets.
Yeah, I made a big mistake where I got run out of money and I was like, forget this. I'm not going to do it for a while. I skipped out on it. Market shot up, but I wasn't paying attention. And then I was like, I think I'll get in. And then I just rode the whole downwave again. And here we are. I'm holding on this time.
Yeah, but that's really. I mean, there's no good right or wrong answer to that. Is sometimes it's good to be stubborn and just don't change your mind. Sometimes it's good to change your mind. There's no right or wrong. It's just bad luck.
I also look at all the time and money that I've invested in this. The losses I've taken is just like, you might as well say that's your university costs, because that's about what I paid. But you just got to learn from it and just have confidence to keep moving on.
Because you can. I mean, you can lose money during a bull run when everything is pumping too. If you just get a bit, you can lose even when everything is going up.
Man, I use Crypto Hopper sometimes for doing some quick trades. The trades for you. It's a bot, but I use it just for an easy way to make the quick trades. And I set up a short and I didn't have enough money to get out, and it just kept going up. I lost quite a bit on that one. That was stupid.
That's why I like to stop loss tight my trades. Is if the level I saw doesn't work at all, well, at least I'm out of it, and I'm not trying to save the position and all. So
yeah, that's where stubbornness gets me.
Well, sometimes just step away. For me, that's the way. It's like just step away, see what happens.
Yeah, me too. I'm just gonna throw my hands up and say I'm done for the day.
At one point, what I was trying to do is I had a rule. Was when I take a trade, so it always has a stop loss, right? Is I tried not to watch the first 20 minutes, because there's no. I mean, for me, really, sometimes there's really no point in watching. Only thing I can do is screw up my trade.
You're right. I get psyched out within the first 15 minutes if I get psyched out at all. You're absolutely right.
Because I put a stop loss that's tight, so I know how much I'm gonna lose, and I'm not playing with big amounts. So for me, it's not. I mean, maybe for you it's different, but so maybe you won't be able to step away. But for I think it's a good practice. If you're doing you're taking even on spots, same thing. You put a stop loss, and either it works or it doesn't.
I think I'm going to adopt that strategy. I like it.
No, it might be a bad idea, man. But it did teach me a bit about trying to not click the buttons too much.
Over trading, yes, that's exactly. Another one of my downfalls.
It's good for that because it forces you to have patience a bit, to wait for what you want. Because when you know that you're not going to be able to do anything the first 15 minutes of the trade, then it's like patience. And I broke my rule yesterday again, because for me, and I did say it out loud, for me there's two options. Either Bitcoin puts a low and I can go long, or Bitcoin reclaims 17.5 and I can go long from 17.5. In the end, right now I'm in a long from 15,916, 15,900, and that kind of broke my rule. Yeah, so I did shit again yesterday. Luckily, it pumped and it's kind of working, but it's a break of rules, actually. I shouldn't be in this trade. It's not my strategy.
I'm not sure I have a strategy. I don't know. I do different things on different charts.
It can be whatever, like news, MAs, I don't know, feeling of people, whatever you want. But you need something to help you. I think a bit, because otherwise you change your mind too much, and it's like for me, it's obviously clear. Bitcoin is below 17.5. I'm interested in trying to catch that. Once it's above 17.5, that's when I'm bullish. Every time it dumps back below 17.5, there is nothing bullish left. So even if it's a bad strategy, at least it helps me know what I'm looking for.
I suppose if you set it your stop loss, you walk away. There's really not much you can lose.
No. And when you come back, if your trade is alive, you're like, okay, cool.
Yeah, it's all the overthinking. That's what gets me.
I mean, with my strategy, all I need to know if did I get stopped out or not. That's all. There's two options: either it hit take profit or stop loss. If it hits stop loss, then I'll re-enter once the same setup forms.
I find if I try and jump in right after, I just lose it again, and then jump in again right after, I lose it again. I have to stop.
You were talking about 30k Bitcoin. Imagine you lose 20 times trying to catch along, let's say at 15k. Like if you lose 20 times 1%, but in the end you catch up that, but in the end you do catch up the swing to 30k. Those losses are like nothing compared to what you're gonna make.
True.
So it's a risk to reward calculation, and
Yep.
so psychologically it's very hard to lose. But don't forget that like your trading idea is now of course your idea might just not work. Bitcoin might never go to 32k, and then you've lost 10 times trying to with your stop loss for nothing. That happens. It means your setup was bad. Well, you tried it. It doesn't mean you're a bad trader. It just means that, well, the setup didn't work.
It means
like
you didn't listen to Tame.
If you lose like 10 times 1%, and then you win once 100%, that's a very good, overall, it's a very good thing. Because you've lost like maybe, okay, so you put less and less money each time you lose, so you've lost more than 10% by losing 10 times 1%. But when you're going to make 100%, you're going to be back like up maybe 70% in total. Because like each time you lose, you have to reduce your margin. Because otherwise you can't handle losing 10 times in a row.
Yeah, I haven't started margin trading yet. As a matter of fact, you just reminded me. I got to start doing my paper trading on that.
No, it's the same problem on spot. If you use stop losses on spot, it's the same problem.
Yeah,
like the first
not
time,
exaggerated.
If you go in with $1,000 and you lose 1%, the second time you get in, you should reduce that $1,000. You shouldn't get back in with 1,000. In my opinion, now there's different strategies for that too, of course. But because if you always keep the same, well, it depends of how much is 1,000 compared to your portfolio. But like don't risk more than, I don't know, a fixed amount of percentage of your portfolio. And since you've just lost a trade, the next one should be lower amount. Otherwise, you're increasing your risk compared to what you have left.
Uppity right now.
What?
Going up.
Cool. Not by much though.
Yeah, It's bouncing right off of one of my lines, though.
Are you in any trades, Susie, right now?
Yeah, I have a few spot positions and Solana long, Ape long, Bit token long, and Bitcoin long. No head shorts.
Understood.
But these are old, Solana is for 5 days, no, 6 days now. Ape, I took it yesterday when Drew brought it up. Got stopped out 4 times.
Are you
This is
seeing? Oh,
so
sorry.
I lost 4 times 10% of my margin, which is a bit annoying.
Are you watching AMC stock with it as well, which just went from $5 to $8, which would be about 50% up in a week for AMC. It's a lot.
Oh yeah. Well, markets are booming right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Well,
don't
not
know if
today, but last week. Yeah.
everybody realizes the connection with Ape and AMC if they're not looking into it.
Oh, is it correlated? I didn't know.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding, and I'm just getting back into this, so I'm just paying attention, but my understanding is that Ape comes from AMC, and it's something that the leader, Aaron of AMC, did. And it upset a lot of regular traders, but it had to do with all the followers and meme stock type people that would call themselves apes. And they love crypto, but they also traded meme stocks like AMC. So with the whole AMC GMC kind of linking up together, that's one thing that I'm looking at around ape stock is what is AMC doing? Is it up at a crazy, unreasonable number that connects right now, up 50%? Is it from earnings that was like last week? No. When earnings happened, I was in and I got beat up, and then at 512 I got out and it went from 508 to $8. So if I'd done nothing all week last week, oh my God, my whole portfolio would literally be up like 80%. I know I'll stop and do my push-ups right now. But my point is that I would think I wouldn't get an 8 because I'd be like, whoa, that feels like a very, very dangerous situation to jump into AMC at $8. Because at 650, at 7, at 750, and at 8, and at 822 today, I was just like, holy wow, meme stock juice that is gonna crash probably at some point. So I don't know yet how much AMC and Ape mirror each other, but that's my understanding. So I would think Ape would be super risky to be in if it's linked to AMC that just went up 50% in a week, which couldn't be. It's not an earnings move. It's a meme stock move, I would think. Or the whole reason I even got into it is I said, shoot, the earnings wasn't that bad and the numbers down. I think institutional buyers are going to come in. And then I was
Oh, you cut off.
I wonder if she's still talking.
I think she DC'd. No, she's not on Discord anymore.
Oh, okay. She got
So
lost.
when I told her you cut off, she can't hear me either. So no, but it's interesting. Maybe there's a bit of correlation between meme stocks and crypto in general, or in particular Ape and AMC. It's possible. So basically, AMC.
Well, there's Ape, there's Ape Coin, and then there's Ape with this AMC. That Ape AMC definitely has some kind of relation. I mean, it's a derivative of the AMC. Ape Coin, I would say no kind of relation whatsoever.
Yeah, I was interested in Ape Long because it's below $3, and I felt like it could reclaim that $3. It didn't, so well, unlucky. But hey, it's not over yet. It was only like the third attempt at reclaiming $3. Second attempt, I say. No, third. The first one worked. The second one didn't. The third one didn't. But if it reclaims $3, then it's a bit, in my eyes, it's a bit clear skies. Up until a lot. So from what I understand, markets are now scared that the Fed will have to put higher rate hikes because they went up. That's nuts.
I don't know about that. Biden's got to do something to make himself look good. So I have a feeling that they're going to do something to make the markets pump.
During the next 2 years, or just like small time frame?
Until election season, and if the Democrats win, you can just pretty much, I'm guessing, it just take a dump from there. And depending on if the Republicans get it, it could go either way, depending on the state of America at that point.
If there's something I've learned about these elections is don't trade elections. just don't touch anything.
You know what? I'm going to adopt that advice too.
I mean, we're looking for the volatility and all, and it's good sometimes, but sometimes it also breaks so many of your habits, which is a good thing, I guess, because habits sometimes have to be broken, right? But we're like that getting used to following the XY, for example, that's something that to me right now should be like broken completely. Just don't even look at it. But it'll come back, of course. The stock market correlation is broken too. I know a lot of traders like look at the ES for their entries. At least to try to catch the entry, like as a confirmation of I want to go long at 15K. What's ES doing? Okay, it's also trying to bounce. So right, that's a confirmation. Let's get in. But that kind of probably wrecked you a lot these last days.
Yeah, I'm holding bags, but I'm just trying to get back into the swing of it. I've been kind of in and out of it for a while, doing a bunch of stuff, and now I've got a bunch of time on my hands.
Right now, it seems like stocks failed to put in a high high today. That's kind of bearish, I guess.
Every Monday.
Yeah. Well, on the other hand, we really need to cool off a bit now. I'm talking for markets, for crypto. I don't think we need to cool off. Yeah, we've done, we need to cool off the RSIs maybe, but other than that, a bit of sideways would be sideways upward would be nice in my eyes. While markets dump, maybe this time it won't dump as much as the last market dump, but I don't know.
All right. For now, I got out of the MATIC. For now.
What's it at?
What?
What price is that MATIC?
Right now it's at 91.46. I got out at 92.35.
Ah, that's cool.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Morning.
How's everyone's morning started off?
So,
Coffee?
Sounds appropriate.
yeah, make me a cup.
We still think we all thinking Bitcoin gonna go down? Just go sideways.
I think it's gonna do both. It's gonna go down, up.
Yeah,
That I'm sure about.
Like in a 4 hour, you got that like little channel you're playing in.
And everybody is not bearish. Even yesterday, some people are bullish, some people are bearish.
I mean, I'm kind of bullish. I just don't think it's gonna. I just don't think we're gonna get a huge swing up to 30 or 40 or anything like that anytime soon. I think it's just gonna. I think we're just gonna sit and consolidate down here for a while. I don't know, anywhere between what 15.5 and I don't know 18, 19, something like that. Depends on how big of a gap you want to trade in.
Yeah, I don't know what a good job Bitcoin will do consolidating at these areas, because usually you'd want to consolidate after you have confirmation of hitting a major support level on the higher time frames. And it looks like we're still within a gap here on the higher time frames, like on the 3-day, even the daily, you can still see the gap that we're in that we need to kind of fill out. So I'd say we do need to accumulate. I think you're right with that, but it would be tough to accumulate here. We're still kind of in the middle of nowhere right now in price action.
No, you're exactly right. But I mean, but what I meant is we're gonna go. I don't know. I shouldn't talk. Should listen. It's just how I see just how I see the pattern.
Yeah.
On a large time frame, like 4 hour daily, like what you said. I just think it's just gonna.
Yeah, I think a lucky scenario would be a nice bounce off 13, like higher 13,000.
Yeah, I see.
I don't see us getting a proper bounce before that. Like I'm looking at this daily, and I think we're just gonna stay in this. We will consolidate, like you said, probably, but it's gonna be in a bear flag if we do, and those bear flags usually end up turning into lower price action. So, especially if we get under that 15,875 area, I don't see support to like 13,000 really. But I'm hoping we turn bullish because I'm ready to buy. Got my dry powder ready. So as soon as I see Bitcoin get some nice wicks and try to do some higher highs here, I'll be ready to rock. But I don't know, I got to see a little bit more from Bitcoin.
No, I agree with you. It makes a lot more sense.
And it's tough because Bitcoin did look like it made a big move today, like it was ready to move. But, if you look at the grand scheme of things, it wasn't even able to get halfway within this previous daily candle. So until I see like a bullish engulfing on the daily, that means the candle you're on is larger than the previous candle and on top higher and larger. That would be a bullish engulfing. So we don't have that, not even on the 4. Let me see, 4 hour what we're doing. We don't have anything on the 4 hour. 4 hour looks very bearish to me still. Looks like a dead cat bounce on this 4 hour. Like we're getting rejected.
I was just gonna say that. I see it right there. And we'd have to hold the 15, 16 area again. Would you find that as like an angular support?
Yeah, you'd want to do a double bottom off that area basically and get a nice bounce. But if you don't see big buys and big momentum coming in on the buy side and the order book, if you don't see it start filling up there under the price, that usually shows that it's not going to be a proper double bottom and that the momentum will keep on going down. Even if you don't see a reversal pattern, sometimes if you do see those orders pop up in the order book on the main exchanges like Binance Global, that's a very good sign of a temporary reversal when you see the large orders pop up on the order book.
All right, and I just watched a YouTube clip the other day where who the hell was it? Kevin O'Leary, where he was like, I'm not going to put any more money into any exchanges until the government does some kind of regulation on it, on crypto itself. So like I think a lot of people are going to follow his words and advice and maybe hold off until a bill is passed.
I don't know if anyone's listening to Kevin O'Leary anymore because he was shilling the shit out of FTX and he was saying, I trust FTX with my money. So right now his name is pretty much dirt, in my opinion.
Very true. That as well. Or that's true as well. I don't know, I just think maybe a lot of people like him, they got money. They're going to be able to control some of this shit, whether they like it or not.
Well, he lost big though, so I guess he doesn't have that much control. He is a Canadian businessman, but an entrepreneur and all that stuff, television personality, but he lost big with this FTX bankruptcy filing. Tom Brady lost money. Steph Curry lost money.
Well, hopefully they do some revenge trading and
Yeah, right.
push this up.
Hell yeah.
Hey, good morning, guys. You check out the news channel. I posted a warning in there.
Would you like to give us a brief of what it's about?
Just that I made a stupid decision and didn't check my account before adding funds to Coinbase, and now I'm locked out and my trades are still active. I can't close them.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're locked out? What did they say when you try to log in?
I can log in. I just I can't sell or buy anything. It says my payment's pending until it's cleared, so it could be up to 3 days.
Well, that means you're not locked in the trade. If the payment's pending, that means you're on a fiat payment.
Well, yeah, but I can't buy or sell my trades right now.
Well, you can't buy or sell, but like if the market drops right now, your money is not going to drop, luckily, because it is in fiat, right?
No, I'm in Doge and Jasmine.
Well, I don't get it. So how are you in Doge and Jasmine, but you're waiting for a withdrawal? Or what?
I was just adding extra funds. I still had money in there, and then started my trades, and then they said because my funds didn't clear because I used the wrong account, then they're not letting me do anything until that money comes in.
They're not going to let you do anything with that money, extra money, but you can still trade.
Not seeing a way how to do it. You go to buy, and it says pending payment. And
well, yeah, because you use the ACH deposit, and your money has to clear. The only way you can buy is if you sell some of your crypto right now, because you don't have any extra money, any what we call dry powder on the platform.
Yeah, you just let me sell.
They won't let you sell?
Nope. It says payment pending.
No. See, you got it mixed up. There's no payment pending on Doge or your other positions. Your positions are there, and you can sell those positions if you have them.
Hello, CT. I'm sorry to hear you're having issues, but you're on the mobile app. Maybe on the website it's different?
Yeah, sometimes I found
I'm
the app
streaming my account right now. Don't steal any of my information, but this is what's going on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can't buy and I can't sell, so I can't make any trades.
Have a look at Doge. This happened to me already with Euro because I had €0 on the account. Look at Doge USDT. Is it the same there? Because this is the USD one. the fiat one. Look at Doge USDT. Can you sell your Doge against USDT? If so, once you have USDT, you can buy some USD. Oh no, it's the same problem.
Doesn't look like it. No.
If you have some funds on Coinbase Pro, maybe by transferring, it'll solve the problem.
No, Coinbase Pro's nothing on there.
But if there's nothing, why does it tell you to transfer? Okay, USDT.
I have 5 cents on there.
Okay. Well, I don't know. We need to find someone else who has the same issue.
Go to Doge USD again. Okay, so you had some. There's something that has to clear because you did a trade when you actually had money pending, basically, and when Coinbase requested those funds from your bank, they weren't all available at the same. Your bank didn't have enough money. What Coinbase was asking
Yeah, I was
for.
trying to add $3,000.
Can you guys hear me?
So now you're just going to have to wait it out. You can send them a ticket. Make sure you have funds in that account that they're asking for, because if not, they're going to sell your Doge for you to cover those funds, whatever the amount is.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, can you hear?
Yeah, so, okay, I had that issue twice with Coinbase. I'm sorry, whoever is going through that, yeah, you're locked. I was under the same impression. I even got emails saying that I was able to trade, basically buy and sell, but cannot take out or put in money. But no, that's not true. You are locked, and it will take from 7 to 14 days. I know it sucks. And if you're locked, if it goes up, great. If it goes down, you cannot do anything. I even posted something on Twitter for help, and you can't do it. Trust me, you cannot do it.
Listen, the quickest way, what you want to do to expedite this and make it fast, you got to figure out how much money you owe them and put that money in there in your USD wallet, or buy it with the debit card, because then it's.
I did it. I did it. Honestly, I did it. I had $8,000, and I actually went on my account and then passed